hope to wrap up today's edition on or before 4 o'clock so that we can retire on time. I'll be back for the final day 3 that is going to happen. My name is Stephen Ipalibo Lawson, and I'll be back just like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's great that we have the president of Nigerian Fintech Association is in the house here, Mr. Ade Bajomo. You're welcome, sir. Hello, can I have my photographers? Work has started. Photographers, please. And we're starting with our repertoires. They are getting ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very excited because I know one of the persons who have great stories to tell is going to tell the story all the way from Kenya. And Kenya, as a matter of fact, is one country that is doing so much in terms of implementing not just the policies, but seeing the practical applications of some of the things we have been talking about. And so at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we will be kicking off the event like we promised. The event starts on the dot. Please, can we all please kindly recognize my individuals who are going to be reading the presentation, which is the repertoire, and that is Madam Uchechi Oguli Daniel. She comes up for the repertoire for the next 3 minutes. Please, can you put your hands together for her? The more you clap, the more your bank account will increase before the end of the year. All right, thank you very much. So please, 3 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. And it's a pleasure to be here today, day 2. And peradventure, you missed day 1. That's why I'm here. You get to have the key insights of this conference, day 1, focused on the African fintech ecosystem, emphasizing the roles of regulation, innovation, and collaboration in driving growth and sustainability. And the day kicked off with the keynote address by Dr. Timi Agama, the Director General, Securities and Exchange Commission. He gave us a dual mandate, which is regulation and development are crucial for the growth of the fintech ecosystem in Africa. He also spoke on the innovations in fintech being vital for creating secure, sustainable, and inclusive financial systems, with the sector growing over 30%. He didn't fail to mention that the SEC's sandbox allows fintech companies to test business models safely, ensuring security and consumer protection while fostering innovation. We had a goodwill address by Peter Ryan, Ambassador, Embassy of Ireland. Innovations are unlocking potential in the tech sector, vital for investment, even amid economic challenges. He further stated that regulatory frameworks must evolve to support emerging technologies while safeguarding consumer interests. Keynote overview, Huawei stressed the integration of innovation and investment to enhance the global financial landscape, while emphasizing collaboration and a commitment to R&D. Akim Lawal, MD, Payment Processing and Switching into Switch, highlighted the need for foreign investment and collaboration to build an inclusive economic ecosystem, especially in regions with limited financial access. Speaking on positioning the African fintech ecosystem, Dr. Segun Aina, Chairman, Board of Trustees, Fintech NGR, stated the African Fintech Network is crucial for scaling solutions and promoting effective regulations. He advocated for unified licensing requirements across Africa to facilitate cross-border fintech operations. Speakers discussed the challenges of adopting new technologies, emphasizing the need for robust infrastructure and cybersecurity. It was also noted that 64% of Nigeria's population has access to financial services, indicating significant room for improvement. We had a fireside chat, Africa's tech in the age of AI. AI is transforming creative industries and enhancing transaction security. There's a call for developing local solutions tailored to community needs. We spoke about the economic implications as well. Panel discussion on profitability in fintech startups, corporate governance. We highlighted as essential for stability and compliance. Startups should prioritize sustainable business models that meet market needs. We spoke on effective cash flow management as being crucial for long-term viability, alongside exploring diverse funding options. We had workshops on corporate governance. It was also emphasized the need for solid governance frameworks to ensure adaptability and success. Common pitfalls which were stated include neglecting governance structures due to a focus on short-term profits and lack of awareness about their benefits. The conference underscored the necessity for a balanced approach to regulation and innovation in Africa's fintech landscape. We also moved for collaboration among stakeholders, emphasis on corporate governance, and leveraging new technologies like AI are essential for sustainable growth in the sector. Thank you and enjoy day 2.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, as a matter of fact, I've extended the time for her to have 3 more minutes, and Lolita is very good with time. You want to put your hands together for her one more time? Thank you. Day 1 was a wonderful outing for me. As I always say to people, that I can talk from now till thy kingdom come, but I'm not the one who is qualified to do that. There are people who are fully qualified to help us do justice to the topic of the day. And I'm excited, as a matter of fact. So sometimes we want to make sure we are focused on the time as we've agreed, and then we are moving in accordingly. But as it is right now, I'm very sure that my speakers are going to be joining us. We are expecting the EVC of the Nigerian Communication Commission, Dr. Aminu Maida, who I understand has several engagements, but is going to honor us with his presence. And as soon as he comes in, his presentation is going to come up, as the case is. Well, we have the keynote and panel discussion session, which is focused on shaping the future of Africa's digital workshop. And gladly enough, I would like to particularly express my pleasure and excitement for the fact that Miriam Karema is going to be joining us here in person. And of course, she's Secretary 1 ICT, E-Government and Digital Economy, Ministry of Information Communications and the Digital Economy in Kenya. And of course, David Afolayan, who is the founder of TechNest. I'm not too sure if he's in the house yet. If he is, please kindly indicate by a show of hands. As well as I have Tram Gunyen, the co-founder of CFTE. They are going to be joining us online as it is. And we also have Sarah Coley, CEO of Alliance of Digital Finance and Fintech Associations. She is going to be joining us online as well. The last time I heard from her was also at a conference that I had the privilege of anchoring. And she actually joined virtually, as a matter of fact. Today, we are hoping to hear a lot of her contribution. I think a lot of these individuals are doing so much in terms of unveiling different opportunities that will be very beneficial to every single one of us. Like I mentioned yesterday, we had a fantastic outing, as the case might be, and then this was some of the things we want to experience on day 2, as a matter of fact. Bolaho Olusoya, the country manager for technology, representing Adewale Adeyemi, Head Executive Business Development, Nigerian Africa Technology, will be joining us. Wande Adams, the co-founder CEO of the Bob Africa. And I think I say the Bob. I'm not too very sure. Their office is something that is quite, well projected when you drive down around Lagos. And I'm hoping forward to meeting him in person. And I have Chinwe Uzoho, the Regional Managing Director, West and Central African Network International, will be joining us, as a matter of fact. Adewolu Adenle, Head Government Affairs and Policy, West Africa for Google, will be joining us as well. So we have the Masterclass that is going to be rolling in. And concurrently, we will have the job fair, which is going to start off from about 11 o'clock, and then it's going to run for about 3 hours. And I'm very much excited about that, as a matter of fact. First and foremost, before I go ahead with other announcements, and I want to confirm if my speakers are in the house, I would like to invite the president of the association to please come up for a moment. We would like to make a recognition and acknowledgement for somebody who has definitely demonstrated a great spirit. Can we have Mr. Ade Bajomo to please come up, the president of Fintech NGR, as he comes up to the podium. Please put your hands together for him. And certainly, to also join him, I would like to invite the COO, who is also the conference director, to please come up. Pardon me, sir. I want to do this. These are 2 great men, and they are visionaries. You can stand there, sir, who are doing so well in regards to what we see as a country. The president was there very, very early, and today we see so many wonderful people who we recognize that. As a way to imbibe the culture and as an MC professionally, one of the things I do is acknowledge people who actually make it on time. And would like to invite Abigail Akinsulore to please come up. Please put your hands together for her. She was the first person who came here this morning. We'd like you to come in to have a photo up with the president and the COO. Come up through there. And then we understand that you have a wonderful appreciation prize of cash money that is going to be forwarded to you by e-payment because you were here as the first person who came in here. She came here 7 a.m. Please put your hands together for her. So you want to take the handshake with the president for being here quite early. Photographers, can we have a snapshot? So this is what happens when you come very early. As my way, I always recognize people, so that what it means is that if you employ this young lady, she will make sure she's at work very early. Whether she's coming for breakfast or she's trying to beat traffic is inconsequential. What matters most is that she understands that at Nigerian Fintech Week, we take time seriously. So, President, that is the first person who attended, and you all can go to your seats. Thank you so very much. Please put your hands together for her and for the President and the COO. Now, you see, the beautiful thing is this. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to suggest to the organizers that we might have to tweak the raffle draw, whereby only the first 100 or first 200 people who come in will basically stand the chance of winning the wonderful phone. And I'm not too sure whether somebody whispered I something, but I know it's a mobile phone that if you win that, it's going to save you more than $250,000, and then you want to take that as an advantage. And so this is part of what we do because we encourage people to understand that the African time for the Nigerian Fintech Week is the time on the dot. So that makes it quite well. Anyway, congratulations, Abigail Akinsulore, for being here quite on time. It's a great thing. Please make sure you don't leave here till about 9 o'clock. We'll be watching you very closely. You understand? We won't just carry our prize and disappear. We will watch you tomorrow still. Maybe you want to be the one who will win tomorrow again. So we don't know. This is what happens when you understand that the African time is the time on the dot. So, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, let me quickly say a big, great recognitions to our sponsors. These are the individuals who have made this event a huge success. First and foremost, we say a big thank you to the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. We also say, who are we? We want to thank you very much for your sponsorship. Mastercard, thank you. InterSwitch, thank you. Zenith, MTech, eTransact, Network International, Express Payment Solutions, thank you. Zest, Remita, AfriGo, thank you very much. We saw your presentation yesterday as well. Soft Alliance, PalmPay, 9PSB, of course, African Data Center. We want to say a big thank you for your sponsorship and support. Unified Payment, Main One, has been in the forefront doing so many wonderful things, and we're so glad that they are here in this year's edition of the program. We also say a big thank you to VFD. You've done well. VPay, VBank, as you want to be known by your brand. Thank you so very much for your support. Trade Roots, we recognize you. We say a big thank you. We also say a big thank you to IPNX. You've done excellently in identifying with us. Your brand obviously is going global because the Nigerian Fintech Week is a global affair. And I believe that it is the leading fintech event in Nigeria as well as this part of the hemisphere. Globally, we identify with individuals. Somebody reached out to me from the United States of America to say that, oh, we are watching what you guys are doing, and we recognize that. Thank you very much, Mr. Bob. I mean, you are one of the key players in this industry, and we're glad you are following us. Money Point, we say a big thank you. Sumsop, thank you. Bawo and Godalo, thank you very much. Alex, we say thank you. Wema Bank, a lot. I mean, that is a brand that is always in your face. And I'm glad that some of us have accounts with them. Please take an advantage of all of these people they are exhibiting as well. FX, we say big thank you. XB, we say big thank you. I Invest, thank you so very much. And Fair Money, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for Fair Money. Like I announced earlier on, Fair Money has a treasure hunt today, and we're going to stand a chance of winning mobile phone and some other cash prizes. You know, this time around, cash is very important too. The inflation rate in the country now, extra cash in your pocket can help you do one or two things. So you want to visit their stand to get what the treasure hunt is going to be about. I perhaps might announce one or two, while my very good friend from Fair Money is going to announce the other one. So make sure you visit Fair Money exhibition stand to get some of this stuff. And when it is time, I will declare the treasure hunt open. And unfortunately, it looks like I can't stand the chance of participating in that treasure hunt. But I'm going to have to ask them, because the fact that somebody is MC doesn't mean the person shouldn't be winning mobile phone too now. I mean, sometimes we should spread this largesse as the case might be. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, these are the sponsors for this year's edition. But we have our exhibitors also on ground. Exhibitors such as InCash, Fast Credit, Fifth Lab, ESCA, C24, Dyna AI, Pastel, Newland MPT, ACA, as well as ACHA, Neon Cash, we thank you, Horizon Pay, Simon Coopers, LexisNexis, Opolo. All right, I like that name. And the Convex City as well as Dahon. We want to say a big thank you for participating. We also recognize our ecosystem partners such as Africa Fintech Network, the Nigerian Communications Commission. We also have the Center for Finance, Technology, and Entrepreneurship. NIBS, as a matter of fact, is in the house. Certainly CB. CB, as a matter of fact, will. I know that Dr. Stanley was the chairman where I started working with CB, and I'm glad that he's the incoming president of the Nigerian, of the incoming president of this great association and organization, as the case might be. And then we also have BigCon, AFIC, Maycode, AII Nigeria. Wow, this is a very powerful name. There are plenty I's in their name. That is quite interesting. And an Alliance for Innovative Regulations. We say a big thank you for being part of the ecosystem as we have today. We also say a big thank you to our media organizations who are partnering with us for this 24th 2004 edition of the Fintech, Nigerian Fintech Week. We have Arise News, SDM. We also have Coin News Extra TV. We also have City Mobile, Bloomberg, ninjapreneur.com. Thank you very much. ProShare, we always see you every other year. African Edu Times. We also have TechNest, Coinpedia, TechEconomy.ng, Talking Drum, Financial Services Review, African Fintech Magazine, and certainly NTA. In one way or the other, we say a big thank you for you all for making this such a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful time. Because the president yesterday had given us the welcome address, that's Mr. Ade Bajomo, the president of Fintech NGR. We are moving into the next edition, which today is, as a matter of fact. So, ladies and gentlemen, so quick announcement in terms of the QR code. Please, can we have the QR code on the screen one more time so that all of our participants are able to get all of this as it is. So that is the QR code, ladies and gentlemen. That is the way you can be able to download the brochure for the agenda for today's program. That way, we will be able to follow through as the case might be. I would like us to use the hashtag as a way of starting up. The hashtag is Nigerian4. If it can be put up on the screen, I would like that very well. Hashtag Nigeria FinTech Week 2024. And then we have another hashtag, Nigerian FinTech Week, which is NFW24. Please make sure that you have all of that as a matter of fact. So let me ask a simple question. How many of you here have mobile phones? If you know you don't have a mobile phone, please, can you stand up? When I say mobile phone, it includes the one from, you don't know, you. Were you not the one who won yesterday? Look at this man. I'm suspecting you. Anybody who has a mobile phone? Okay, if you have your mobile phone, can you raise it up? Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You can. Okay, you don't have a mobile phone. The way you are even smiling, you are not happy you didn't win yesterday's phone. The one that you have, is it not enough? So great. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are going to do is this, and I'm going to encourage every one of us for the next few minutes to please kindly stand up. Can we all stand up, please? Can we all stand up? Great. One of the newest illness that we are facing in the world today is sitting for too long. So sometimes when you sit for too long, you realize that it's almost synonymous to smoking a pack of cigarettes. So it's important for us to have some of these exercises, as the case might be. So please turn to your member on the right and say good morning, because some people come and sit beside you, they don't even say hi to you. You notice that in church and mosque. It's only when it's time for special things that will say, okay. Turn to the man on your left and say good morning, gentleman or gentle lady. Fantastic, 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 fantastic. Are we good? Okay, please. Without hitting anybody, can you do a right one and a left one? If you hear crack, just stop. We are not liable for any other thing that you do. Left one more time. Okay, right one more time. All right, right one more time. Left one more time. Thank you very much. Even the president is moving left and right. Who are we not to show? Now, we're going to do one thing. You're going to stand with the next person or where you are and take a selfie. I want us all to take a selfie. I'm going to do my own selfie from here. As soon as you do that selfie, I want us to do as much selfies as you can take. All right. Are we ready? Are we ready? Make sure the person you are doing selfie with is smiling, though. Aha. All right. After two, one, two. Fantastic. All right. Good, 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 good. That is great. Was President smiling when you did the selfie with him? Oh, fantastic. That makes me feel good. Now, with the selfie picture you've taken, can you go to your social media handles? Can you go to Facebook? You can sit down. You can all sit down. Go to Facebook. Go to Facebook now, and then go to LinkedIn. Go to Instagram. Go to, I prefer the name Twitter. All this X sounds like a X-Man is doing some kind of job or task. All right, so can we go to our different social media handles? All right, now let us share the video or the picture we've just had now. The person who shares the highest, please, my technical team, can you follow through? You can also go to the Fintech Nigeria sites and share that picture with the hashtag NFW24 and the other hashtag like I announced. Please, can we have it on the screen? Can we have it on the screen? Hashtag NFW24. The other hashtag is Nigerian Fintech Week 2024. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited because right about now, we have Dr. Aminu Maida, the Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigeria Communications Commission. All right, great, great. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. You're welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, have we shared it? Have we shared it? All right, make sure when you share, let us have that detail on your Facebook, on your Instagram page, on your LinkedIn, on your IG. I'm not too sure about TikTok. I understand TikTok is for dancers, but it's all well and good. All right, so we can have that all filled up. Sammy Dove, let's monitor that because we're going to make an announcement with regards to that. That is so great. Ushers, we can have the sites filled up now so that we have a balance. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to say a big thank you. We have the event starting up right about now. Just like I've announced, please let us keep all of our items within ourselves. We have some of the communications men in the house and women. They will have to tell us whether we will have to start buying data for free. EVC, that is what, because the way things are going now, which of you want data for free at least for 2 days? And if you, Madam, your hand is up. You are sitting beside President. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands together for the EVC of the Nigerian Communications Commission, Dr. Aminu Maida, as he comes in to open the session with his keynote address titled, The Role of Smart Regulation in Positioning Africa's Fintech Ecosystem to Accelerate Inclusive Growth. Please put your hands together for him as my usher directs you to come up, sir. The more you clap, the more free data you might get to. All right, thank you very much. This is most amazing. We're glad that he's here on time. So timer, our EVC has 20 minutes so that he will go ahead to explore all of that. We hope that that itself will give us every single space that we will need. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. How was your trip?
Fine, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start by addressing our comment around free data. I think since I'm within former colleagues in the financial space, I'll also just make a plea that there's one bill that needs to be paid. But we'll leave it as that. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure and an honor to address you today at the opening of the Nigerian Fintech Week 2024. This event underscores the remarkable journey of innovation and transformation we are witnessing across Africa, across Africa's financial ecosystem, to be specific. The future of this ecosystem is being shaped not only by the innovations we see, but also by the regulatory frameworks that guide its growth. Today, I will speak on the role of smart regulation in positioning Africa's ecosystem to accelerate inclusive growth. This topic is both timely and essential. As the fintech space evolves so rapidly, so too must our approach to regulation. And indeed, smart regulation could be the key to unlocking the full potential of fintech in Nigeria and across Africa, ensuring that growth is inclusive, sustainable, and beneficial to all. The theme of this event highlights an important truth: regulation alongside technological advancement. As they say, the law is always behind technology, but we must adapt. When done right, smart regulation becomes an enabler of innovation and inclusion, not a barrier. It fosters an environment where businesses can thrive while also ensuring that the benefits of growth are shared equitably across society. So what exactly is smart regulation? It's regulation that is adaptable, responsive, and collaborative. It recognizes the unique needs of a rapidly evolving market and adjusts accordingly. It focuses on balancing innovation with protection, ensuring that both market growth and consumer welfare are prioritized. So to better understand the role of smart regulation, it's important to highlight the core principles that underpin this approach. Number one, it's a risk-based approach. So tailoring regulatory measures to the specific risks associated with different products or services available in the market. So no use using a sledgehammer to kill a fly. Let's dimension the risk and make sure we're using the appropriate regulatory instruments. I can see one of my former bosses laughing. But now that I'm in similar shoes like you are, I think I can relate. The times when you tempered justice with mercy, I understand why now. This ensures that regulation is proportionate to the potential impact, avoiding over-regulation where it isn't necessary. Number two, innovation-friendly environment. So creating a space where innovation can thrive, and here regulatory sandboxes play a very critical part. The financial sector already has an established framework. Within the communication sector, we also have what we call the general authorization permit, which in a nutshell is a fancy way of calling it a sandbox. So basically, a general permit that allows us to test and explore without necessarily having figured out the full regulatory framework for the particular service or product being offered. Consumer protection, very important, especially in today's world. Safeguarding consumers must always be a top priority. Even as we encourage innovation, we must ensure that consumers are protected from harm, fraud, and exploitation. International cooperation. This is especially important for fintechs because very often when it comes to payments, we are operating cross-border, whether it's for settlement or whether it's when you consider remittance type services. So international cooperation is extremely crucial. Aligning regulations with global standards promotes a level playing field and enhances the flow of capital and talent. Collaborative processes. So effective regulation requires very efficient stakeholder engagement. So regulators must work with industry participants, consumers, and other stakeholders to ensure that regulations are practical, relevant, and widely supported. And in fact, even amongst fellow regulators, it is becoming increasingly important that we collaborate. I think about 2 or 3 weeks ago, the Vice President, Chairman of the Presidential Ease of Business Doing Council, inaugurated a Regulators Forum, which is a platform for all regulators, the NCC, the CBN, SEC, and discuss issues to move the economy forward. And last but not the least, market regulation, of course. So a well-regulated market which promotes fair competition and provides opportunities for smaller players to thrive. It ensures that new entrants can compete on an even footing, driving innovation and reducing monopolistic tendencies. Now, of course, it wouldn't be complete without talking about financial inclusion. So, through smart regulation, Africa can achieve greater financial inclusion, enhance economic competitiveness, and attract investments into the fintech ecosystem. More importantly, it allows fintechs to address critical social and environmental challenges driving sustainable development. The telecoms and fintech nexus. We cannot discuss smart regulation and an inclusive fintech ecosystem without recognizing the crucial role that telecoms communications plays in our society. Beyond, of course, once in a while we do give free data. That I can testify. But we do a lot more. The synergy between telecoms and fintechs and payments in general has been a key enabler for financial access, particularly for underserved and rural communities. As a regulator of the telecom sector, the NCC recognizes the importance of inclusivity. So telecoms is not just about connecting people, it's about empowering businesses, especially in the informal sector, to grow, compete, and prosper in the global digital economy. And this synergy between telecoms and fintech is evident in the financial inclusion rate we are seeing today, which in December 2023 reached 74% according to Afina's Access to Finance survey. And this growth was largely driven by an increase in non-banking channels, which expanded from 5% in 2020 to 12% in 2023. So technologies like the USSD shortcodes have played a significant role in improving access to financial tools, have bridged the gap in financial services infrastructure, bringing financial access to millions. We also have seen telecom space players leveraging their infrastructure to provide financial services in the form of payment services banks, which have reached millions of users, enabling financial transactions for those previously excluded from the formal banking system. And I mentioned collaboration. So this collaboration, I think it's a case of we need to do more of it. Already the NCC and the CBN is critical to driving innovation and sustainability in the fintech space. Since signing the MOU on payment systems in 2018, we have been working closely with the CBN to address systematic challenges and ensure a robust regulatory framework. And by working together, we can create a more resilient fintech ecosystem that promotes financial inclusion and sustainable growth. Our commitment to collaboration is echoed in the ITU, International Telecommunication Union's collaborative regulation reports launched in July 2024, where Nigeria was classified as the country's strong cooperative and collaborative regulatory approach in the telecom sector. So as I conclude today, let us commit, or as we conclude, let us commit to actively shaping a fintech ecosystem that drives innovation while fostering inclusivity and sustainability. The potential for fintech in Africa is immense, but it requires collective action to ensure that its benefits are realized by all. Together, we can build a future where technology empowers every individual, community, and business across the continent. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
I'll quickly ask the EVC, with the power invested in me as the MC, to please come here for free data. Because the one you just spoke is, we don't, I will invite the president and the CEO to please join him for a group picture quickly. The president and the COO, please come up quickly for the group picture with the EVC. And then members of the governing council and the board of trustees that are present here, please join them for this quick picture. Thank you so very much, EVC. I think this is your tag. EVC, this one is for free data for you. They will make sure you have it. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, please, can we have, is that Madam Kerenma? Madam Kerema, please, can you go up and join them on the picture? That is from the Ministry of Information, Communication, and Digital Economy, Kenya. She came all the way from Kenya to come and tell us that Kenya is leading the market. But we will tell her that Nigeria came first. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Madam Mary Karema. Fantastic. As the Secretary ICT, E-Government and Digital Economy, Ministry of Information, Communications and the Digital Economy. So much more like the minister herself, all the way from Kenya. We told you that this is a global affair. Please make sure we smile. All right. President, you didn't hug me when we saw this morning. President. Okay, this is interesting. We are excited because we were looking forward to our presentation, and this makes it so much more engaging. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much. You can please have your seat. Put your hands together for them. Please, because the EVC of the Nigerian Communications Commission announced our Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is going to be beamed, and the password I will give to you. Just hold on a moment. All right, thank you very much. That is my COO and the conference director. Please put your hands together for him one more time. Hey, are you clap for him? You don't want them to pay my balance? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not easy to be a COO putting together this wonderful event. This has been successful day 2. Well, I'm glad to announce one more time that the Nigerian Fintech Week is an international event. We have people joining us online, and we want to say we thank you very much for being there. As an hybrid event, we have so much coming on, as a matter of fact. For those watching us from the United States, those watching us from Canada, in Kenya, as a matter of fact, South Africa, and every other region of the world, we say a big welcome to you one more time. The keynote address was made by the Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Communications Commission here in Nigeria, Lagos, where we are holding this event. Please, we understand that you are part of us. You can communicate whatever you need through the chat box that is given to you, and we recognize you all. Thank you so very much. At this point in time, I would like to ask my team guys to please put on the Wi-Fi code and password up on the screen, as well as the QR code, so that people can take an advantage of that. Well, I'm going to go in straight up to the next session, and I'm glad to announce that there is a fantastic, wonderful person in our midst. I'm excited. You can see it on my face. I mean, that is a country I've always wanted to visit. I'll make sure that perhaps this year or next year, I'm going to get in there. But first, to moderate this session, I'm going to invite the moderator, who is the founder of TechNest, the person of Mr. David Afolayan. Please, can you put your hands together for Mr. David Afolayan? All right, David Afolayan is going to be moderating this session. We have 2 of the participants joining us online, and that is Sarah Colley, CEO of Alliance of Digital Finance and Fintech Association. We recognize you as Sarah. It's good to see you, and we say a big thank you. We have Tram and Gunyem joining us also online, and the person is a co-founder of CFTE, one of our ecosystem partners. We recognize and we say a big thank you. And then we'd like to certainly say that this session is going to run for about 15 minutes, and I'm very sure my moderator understands that. And it gives me great delight, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome to the podium the person who perhaps is going to set up the tempo of this particular on shaping the future of Africa's digital workforce. And she is no other person than the Minister of Information, Communications, and the Digital Economy in Kenya, and the overseeing ICT, e-government, and digital economy. We are glad that we have the presidency of Kenya represented through our office, because what it tells us is that Kenya has been in the forefront. But, madam, we in Nigeria, we started it all. We are Africa's big brother, and we know Kenya is doing so much, and the partnership is so fantastic. Please, can you put your hands together for Mrs. Mary Karema as she comes up to the podium to take a seat? The more you clap for her, the more your entry to Kenya will be faster. And I hear they have wonderful things in Kenya. So as we're waiting for the moderator to welcome the minister, we will have that taken care of. Thank you so, ladies and gentlemen. To join them on this panel, we would like to invite Mr. Bolahon Olusoyan, country manager, who is represented here by Mr. Adewale Adeyemi, the head Executive Business Development, Nigeria and Africa, Tech Knowledge. Please, can you put your hands together for him? We are now going to also have the co-founder CEO of the Bob Africa, Mr. Wande Adams. Can you please put your hands together for her?
Yes.
Or him. Wande is here. Adams, please, can you have him or her up on the stage? We have Chinwe Uzoho, the Regional Managing Director, West and Central Africa Network International in the house as well. Please put your hands together for her. This panel is going to be very hot, and I'm trusting David Afolayan to keep to time. Madam will speak for the given minutes we've given to her, and then you will coordinate. But we also have Adewolu Adenle, Head Government Affairs and Policy, West Africa for Google. He's in the house here. Please, can you put your hands together for him? He's going to be joining them on the panel. Great, 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 great.
You're welcome.
Fantastic. We have now and then. David, we have two people joining us online as the case might be. But before we go ahead, I would like to invite Madam Mary Kerema, the Minister for Information Communication, ICT in Government and Digital Economy, to make a presentation. Please, can you put your hands together for her?
Good morning, distinguished guests, honorables, my friends. Good morning. I'm a friend of Nigerians, so don't worry. I'm at home. So I'm going to take you through a short presentation on the topic of shaping digital workforce. And we are going to look at 3 items: the talent development, retaining the same talent, and the impact in our economic development. So I'll take you through the introduction, the opportunities. I think this is not working.
Okay.
The opportunities, the challenges, and the 3 items that I've said I'll take you through so that we can see why at this time, why are we talking about the workforce? And not only the workforce, but a digital workforce. Are we okay? I think the systems, kindly let them be efficient. So for us, for me, when I think about the digital workforce, it's about employment. It's about how are we empowering our workforce in our various industrial sectors. It is about being strategic. Without being strategic, in this time and era, then you're really going to lose it big time. It's about nurturing the talent that you have. So these 3 key things we need to really make sure that we take care of them. So why are we talking about a digital workforce? It's all about growing the talent pool. And when we look at the demographics, it is that in our African countries, we have big percentage being the young people. And we can take advantage of this. These are big opportunities because when young people get directed the right direction, they run with it. Not with us who are old, you keep asking, why this digital? I've always done it well, you know. But the young people will get it and run with it. And they want efficiency. So therefore, we need to really take this advantage or this opportunity that our young people are digitally savvy. And the education initiatives, we've seen really an increase of the numbers of universities, tertiary institutions that are offering science subjects. We have seen also a growth in the technical hubs and the ecosystem around the digital skilling. And we've seen that the emerging cities are really taking up the issue of technology, be it agriculture, be it health. And I was being told that now even beauty is beauty tech, you see. So I think before I leave Nigeria, I need to experience the beauty tech. Then there is the remote work freelancing that is really coming up, and we are seeing our youths really looking forward to these jobs, and it is putting food on their table. It's about investment and funding. We've seen a lot of investors coming into Africa because of the special talent that we have. We have also seen governments putting a lot of funds around digital skilling. And this is an opportunity we need to tap into. Supportive policies. Most of our countries are really trying to put in policies that support the digital transformation. Of course, with opportunities, there are challenges. One is about the infrastructure, the digital divide. We are busy putting infrastructure in place, but there are sections of people who are not really being served. And I can say that Kenya has made strides in terms of connectivity, but we are not yet there. Because there are people, there is that, we say Mama Mboga, that is the mother at the rural areas. We are going digital, but she's still analog. So therefore, those are challenges. Electricity is also a problem. The issues of skills gap and the mismatch. We are busy educating our young people in the universities. But the moment they get out of the universities, they cannot fit into the industry. So there is a big problem that we need to really address. Issues to do with practical experience. When I went to school, I'm not very old, but that time, I went to school, finished my university, and I was employed in government. And I was employed in technology fields. But when I look at what I learned in school, I learned mathematics. And computer, it was only 2 units, and it was COBOL. Those who are my age mates can understand that. COBOL and Fortran. So when I was employed in a computer-based organization. And I could not use what I learned in my new role. But doing very well. Because in every 2 gentlemen, I can see a lady. But we really needed to do a bit, put more effort for digital. So the 3 things, digital development, for us to do the talent pace with the technology. Then job creation, we will be able to support our SMEs, sectoral growth, where we will see the various sectors growing. We'll have enhanced skills development, where we'll have lifelong learning and upskilling and reskilling and retooling. We'll have increased innovation, where we will invest in research and development and look at the countries that are really moving ahead of us. They have invested in research and development. And Africa cannot be left behind. There is also the issue of attraction of foreign investments. We need to really work very hard to make sure we retool our youths to be able to tap into these investments. Business ecosystem is really transforming. If our digital workforce is well put in place, then access to global markets. Then last, I think I'm coming to the end. I'm saying that in the impact on the economic growth is that developing and retaining skilled digital workforce directly contributes to the economic growth. By fostering innovation and entrepreneurship, Africa can leverage the talent pool to drive job creation and enhance global competitiveness. This transformation is vital for sustainable development across the continent. And investing in transforming a manual workforce to a digital workforce in Africa is not just about technology, it is about empowering people to harness their potential and drive economic growth while creating sustainable opportunities for future generations to come. And therefore, empowering Africa's digital workforce requires collaborative efforts among government, educators, and businesses. By investing in talent development and retention strategies, Africa can unlock its full potential and thrive in the global digital economy. The future is bright for digitally empowered Africa. Thank you, and God bless Africa.
Thank you, Madam Kerema. What are the odds, actually? Interestingly, I interviewed her in Nairobi in August. I attended a policy event for TikTok, and we were in the same room, and I asked her a couple of questions and wrote stories about it. It's exciting what the Kenyan government is doing about broadband and skills for the young people. Thank you very much for sharing once again. Please, let's give her a round of applause once more. All right. So this morning we're going to be having a conversation based on our keynote speech. We are looking at shaping the future of Africa's digital workforce. And I have a very experienced panel here. I hope we have enough time. So for the sake of time, I'll plead with everyone. You can respond to your questions in just 2 minutes so that we'll be able to go across board. If you can do it in 1 minute, that will be perfect, right? So that we can go across board. So we have a very experienced panel to have this conversation. And I won't be doing the introductions again to save our time. So we'll start from the very top. And that is understanding the conversation that we want to have today. We begin with definitions. And I'm going to start with Adewale Adeyemi from Tech Knowledge. From your position as a player in this space, how would you describe the employment landscape in Africa, the digital workspace in Africa as it is in 2024?
In 1 minute?
Yes. 1 minute.
That'll be tough. It's complex. We have a lot of challenges, but I see opportunities in the digital employment landscape. Challenges in the fact, part of what she mentioned, that our educational system is still a bit disconnected with the business environment. And so there's still a lot of learning that needs to be done. But these are also opportunities for us in order to integrate all of those things. We can change our educational environment, change our curriculum to meet that, but that's also planning for the future. For now, for what we have right now, for our graduates, for the people that we have right now, we can do a lot of training. Our businesses can do training. Like you said, I work with Tech Knowledge, and part of what we do was what she mentioned. Everybody, technical, non-technical, we're 6,000 across the world, over 2,000 in Nigeria. Everybody, both technical and non-technical, when they come in, there's an onboarding that works, that we go through. Whether you're technical, if you're non-technical, probably 1 week, 2 weeks. If you're technical, it goes from 6 weeks to 3 months in order for you to do your job. And there's continuous training. Continuous training, because in the digital space, it's not static. Things are always changing. So there has to be continuous training and all of that. And please permit me 15 more seconds. The other thing is that we all worry, all businesses, we worry that when people leave, when you train people, they will leave. But we have to look at it that when you train and people leave, you're enriching the ecosystem. And it's helping the business environment. People have left Tech Knowledge, but it has made it easier for us to do our job. Because again, when we support customers, when we provide those services, some of the people that have left us have enriched the environment, so we're able to solve cases much more easily. So those are things. You said 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Adewale. That was a very concise answer. I don't know if we have the speakers joining us online ready to speak now. We should just go ahead with those.
Well, I think we'll go ahead. I'll confirm with you as soon as
Okay,
we're ready.
fantastic. Okay, so I have one of my friends has this very funny saying that everything is a skill issue. If you're broke, it's because you have a skill problem. If you can't fix something, it's because you have a skill issue. I find it very awkward listening to it about 3 years ago. But at some point, it began to make sense to me. Maybe because he's repeating it every day or because it makes sense actually. But one of the interesting conversations that you see on the space is the question of employability. Okay, how do you get university graduates to do the kind of job you want them to do in this space. I mean, looking at the experience of the minister, you will realize that some people are still learning skills that are relevant in the 80s, in the 20s. So how do we explain this situation? And since we don't have Tram here, I'm going to ask one day, employability. How did we get here? How big is the challenge?
Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers of Africa Fintech Week, and thank you for inviting me to speak on a very important topic. When it comes to employability, I always like to look at things by the numbers, right? For us to know how good our tertiary institutions are doing. Nigeria graduates about 1 million students every year, and only about 9% of them get a job within the first year of graduation and after NYSC. That's appalling, right? And that speaks to our unemployment numbers, and that also tells you that if we do this every year and about 91% of graduates are not able to get a job, it means that these schools are actually not putting out employable talent, okay? But there's a mismatch, because the issue that we have is a lot of employers are looking for talent. A lot of talents are looking for job, but then unemployment is still very high. So I certainly believe one of the things that the keynote speech said was about updating the curriculums, right? I believe that, and she also mentioned the fact that we should take care of our tech hubs. The people that are doing the good work, the talent Kiol of the world and Old School and the Bob Africas of the world, are training and getting people employable within 6 months. And I'm not talking about local employment. Some of these guys are actually getting remote work. So maybe some of these universities or even the ministries of education should consider partnering with these tech hubs to actually start to update the curriculum and start to train while these students are in school. You'll be amazed that you find a computer engineering graduate that can't write a simple line of code. How is that person going to get a job? So those are some of the issues that we're facing. Granted, the federal government is trying to do something with the initiative, the 3 Million Tech Talent Initiative, the 3MTT training, but it doesn't go far enough, because in even onboarding these people, they're not onboarding people who have the basic elementary requirements that they need to learn technology. So that's the issue we have around employability. It's our education system, it's updating our curriculums, and it's also making sure that we're partnering with the people that we can see that our tertiary institutions are not putting out graduates that are employable, but we can also see that there are the Andelas of the world training people and making them employable as quickly as possible. So that synergy needs to be done.
Thank you very much, Wendy Adams. He's the country manager of the Bob Africa. So before I go to the other speakers to highlight how we can get better, we need to first identify the challenges so that we can know what we are dealing with. And I'll be coming to Adewolu Adene. He's in charge of policy and government affairs in Africa. We all know what the problem is. I'm sure the minister has mentioned it. If you ask the EVC of the NCC, is aware that there is a challenge with employability. Employers, employees in this room, we all know that there is a problem. But the question is, what are those factors that are derailing our quest to achieve an acceptable employability index? Why are we unable to fix the problem? Okay. Good.
I was going to say that this is the inability to operate a microphone, makes it. But thank you. I think I'd like to zoom out a bit and highlight two things. Some things that we need to be aware of and understand that perhaps if we cannot tackle and face frontally, then perhaps we should be looking at how else can we approach the monster, if I can put it that way. My colleague who just spoke talked about the number of graduates that we produce annually, right? There's a wide body of statistics across Africa about how our young population is growing and will continue to grow ultimately. But then you need to balance that against economic growth across Africa, right? Because at the end of the day, the jobs that you are looking for, whether it's 1 million from Nigeria or across any of the other markets to take up, will come from economies that are thriving and actually creating an opportunity for employment to occur. If our economies and our youth population are not growing at the same rate, then we're always going to have a problem. And perhaps that problem might be harder to tackle. So I would suggest, in the light of that, that perhaps we begin to look at this from the perspective of, if the mindset has always been that when I run through an educational program, I come out and then I begin to apply somewhere for a job, what needs to happen to that educational system such that when I've run through it and I emerge, I am immediately able to create value and earn an income or earn a living for myself? And that takes us to the conversation around a digital workforce, right? One of the greatest things about globalization and the digital economy is the one-to-one opportunity that it creates. Historically, when you think about employment, you're thinking about a big corporate organization that needs 300, 200 people to deliver, produce a good or produce a service, right? But with digital economy, it's basically 4 or 5 people that need one person that can produce a solution to solve a problem. And if you're that one person, that's an opportunity, right? So I think that the first thing that I would suggest as a challenge is understanding that population, demographic versus economic growth thing, knowing that perhaps if we cannot catch up with that, then the thinking is to shift around, perhaps beyond people coming out and saying, I'm going to be looking for a job. In the course of my education, how am I acquiring the skills that make me, from day one, be in a position where I can generate and create value by myself? The second thing I wanted to touch on was the issue of understanding the environmental shifts. Again, we talk about educational programs that have been existence for years based on our understanding of what the economies and the markets needed. But there are 2 things that have become increasingly thematic across the last couple of years. First is the conversation around sustainability and green energy. Now, if you live in a continent like we do that is predominantly manual and to some degree industrialized, you begin to understand that if mindsets are shifting to, we want to be green, we want to be more environmentally responsible, then there's a chance that some of those industries and factories and things that have always been our go-to for employment might begin to suffer. So if that is a reality, then what do we need to be doing to address that? The second bit is, we talked about that a couple of times. The Honorable Minister mentioned that in her comments. Technology and emerging tech, right? People are talking about AI, people are talking about cloud, people are talking about data sciences. Do we understand what the market requires to shift into those realities, and then how are we reflecting that understanding in what we have always captured as the basic educational and learning curriculum? Because if we don't answer that question, the point that has been made around the gap between graduates and employment opportunity will always subsist.
Thank you very much, Adewolu, for that insightful comment. So Chinwe, I'm going to be coming to you. There was a popular saying.
But David, we have Sarah Colley up.
Yes, I'm aware. I'll be going to Sarah after Chinwe's comment. We had a saying a few years ago after Big Brother Nigeria, it is what it is. So we are where we find ourselves, right? But companies need to operate efficiently using the skill force that are available. So the question is, how should or how do companies, especially fintech companies, that is the space within you play with, how can you internally, how do we internally enable a system that would help team members upskill and reskill based on needs and efficiencies?
Thank you very much, David. So it boils down to two things, right? The people and the technology. And we are talking about continuous learning and development here. So when you talk about reskilling, it's all about having to retrain and learn new skills that is relevant in technology or in the environment that you operate. And then when you talk about upskilling, it's about acquiring, certification or education, whatever it is that is required for you to be able to compete effectively. And like we all said here, when we go to school most times, you're not really trained effectively in what you will meet in the course of, your job, your environment, technology, and all that. But what happens now is when we come to reality, what are the skills that is required? What are organizations doing to ensure that they have conducted a proper skills assessment, process that will enable them understand what are the skills gap, what do we need to do, how do we train our people, how do we also equip our people for what is happening in technology today. Like I said, it's about the people and the technology. If technology is evolving every day, which of course we know, and the people, everybody here, including myself, including all of us, we are not retraining ourselves. We are not acquiring the skills that is required for us to be able to merge the evolving technology. There will definitely be a huge gap. So today we're talking about AI, we're talking about machine learning, we're talking about blockchain, we're talking about different things. Do we have the skills to be able to, look at this data, be able to get insights that will help the organization as well? So there's no way you can separate it. So right from day one, like he said, most times we have like 1 million graduates or thereabout. And how many of them can be employed? What are the skills required? So it's not just stopping at saying, oh, technology is advancing and everything looks good. I mean, everything we are doing today is about technology. Like he said, from the microphone, from the light, from the screaming and everything, streaming this thing online, going to your social media pages, using digital tools. It's about skills, but using the skills in the right way, acquiring the right skills that will enable us to be competitive and also to be innovative. There's no way innovation can thrive without the right skills. Innovation is all about skills, it's all about people, it's all about technology. So it's about bringing all this together to ensure that organizations, especially fintechs really, because looking at it, the skills we are talking about here is most relevant in the financial technology. And I also believe that it is time, not just for the people, but for the government and also for the organizations to also apply, the right measures to look at this skills assessment, the skills gap, and also come up with ways in able to, address these gaps.
Fantastic. Sherry, thank you very much for your comment. So I have on the call Sarah Colley. She is the CEO of Alliance of Digital Finance Association. Sarah, can you hear us? Kindly confirm if you can.
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Awesome. All right. So
Excellent.
there's a limit to what we can do, so I can quickly go straight to your questions. If Chinwe's company is solving the problem by reskilling and upskilling its staff, if Adewolu's company is doing the same, we are just all working in silos. What can give us the kind of impact that we require is the impact that government can provide. So my question is, how do we achieve a public-private partnership structure that can foster digital skills development in our client?
Well, I think as we've heard, there are kind of different problems and challenges. So we know that there is generally a problem with digital literacy and also financial literacy. All of us in this world know that that's a big barrier for financial inclusion. So generally there is a population-wide issue around not understanding, and not having digital financial literacy. So there's some basic information that everybody needs to know, because the world is changing and becoming more digital, and actually the whole population needs a level of basic digital skills to not be left behind in this world. Then we also have the challenge with schools and universities, as we've heard from other panelists, not preparing graduates with the skills that are needed to actually go and work in a particular position. We also know that fintechs are struggling to recruit very specialist talent on things like cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, cloud computing. And so it's clear the answer cannot be tackled by one company or one sector alone. Actually, what we need to do is work together. And so I think, there needs to be a drive, from the government to support both businesses and universities in creating innovative programs for their existing and future talents that they have. We know that curriculums at universities can be incredibly outdated. Previous speakers have spoken to that. But how as an entire country or continent even, and let's face it, right, I'm sat in the UK right now, this issue also is here. It's a worldwide issue. The UK actually has a really interesting digital skills partnership, which is a public, private and development sector partnership. And they have things like a digital workforce fund to provide training to help people in low-paid, low-skilled roles move into digital roles, because things like AI, machine learning, etc., is going to put their roles at risk. 61% of the current workforce will require retraining by 2027, and that's a phenomenal amount. So it's really key that we understand, sort of from a private perspective, what businesses need, what their current skill gaps are, but also to try and predict what that future skills and experience and knowledge that they're going to need. And that's tough. We need government support because policies, the way in which educational institutions are, overseen, and also funding. This is going to require funding. We have seen, private companies like AWS, Microsoft, Google, they have some amazing free training that's online. But actually, and it can help to at a basic level, but to really hone those specialist skills, definitely funding is required. So I sort of see, the need for all of these bodies to come together. To come up with a digital, strategy or a partnership that enables all the entities to be able to retrain those in existing employment, make sure universities and schools are producing the caliber of graduates with the skills that are required, and generally the whole population understands, because financial exclusion is, is huge. Nigeria, has a particularly large percentage of the population who are not even using things like mobile money. And that is often due to lack of understanding of digital. And that exclusion is going to continue to grow unless we actually are able to tackle skills on a very wide basic level, but also then in individual skills and in a more detailed way as well.
Thank you, Sarah. That was quite interesting. So each time we hear conversations about what other government or countries are doing, that's when we begin to ask questions in our mind like, God, when? But I know that it is not the case that we are not doing anything. And I'm bringing this to Ms. Kerema because you are from an African country, and I know your government is doing some things. So I would love you to share with us some of the initiatives that you're putting in place, or some that you have in the pipeline for the future that is directed at developing a digital workforce from the teeming population of young Kenyans. Maybe Nigeria can learn from you.
I think in Kenya we've put a lot of initiatives towards equipping the workforce. And we've started from the primary schools. We have included in the curriculum digital skilling subjects. So therefore we've started from the schools. We've gone to partnering with the universities to make sure that they can have the STEM curriculum inculcated into their curriculum. And we've gone further to ensure that we are installing digital hubs within the universities. And we've also partnered with the private sector. They are setting their academies within the universities, within the tertiary institutions, so that any student who is interested in really unleashing their talents, they can be able to attend the academies as part of their degree persuasion.
Yeah.
The other initiative we are doing is that we are setting digital hubs up to the lowest region, to the locations. And we are targeting training digital skills. And not only digital skilling, but also integrating with job creation. So that when the youths come into these digital hubs, they are trained, and the training is strategic, and it is directed. So we are doing skilling in terms of call centers, we are doing skilling in software development, and we are scanning around the industry and making sure the curriculum that is being offered in these digital hubs prepare our people who are ready for the industry. Within the government itself, we have dedicated budgets for innovation, for entrepreneurship. So we are looking at these innovators, we are looking at their solutions, and we are putting funds to upscale them. And at upscaling, we are also endeavoring to utilize these solutions as government first. And then we attach them or bring in investors who are able to scale up their businesses. So we are doing a lot, and we are partnering with our development partners. They are really putting a lot of funds towards even bridging the inclusivity issues, scaling towards the ladies, the girl child, and of course we are not leaving the boy child, because nowadays we talked about the girl child too much until the boy now is feeling neglected. But we are not leaving anybody behind. So we are doing a lot, and as I've said, we are also endeavoring to ensure that connectivity is really thriving in Kenya. And we are taking connectivity up to the homes, so that when we are saying that we are digitally transformed, then people can even do business, can do jobs at their doorstep. They don't have to travel. So therefore, there's so much that we can do, and we are doing, and I'm saying we can really jump frog if we partner as countries in the continent. So that if I have done something, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Can you leverage on that, and we move together? Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for the comments. We're going to take our final question round because we are out of time. And I'm going to start with Adewale. I mean, piggyvesting on...
Pardon me, David, we will have to take questions from the audience. I'm here. I'm not speaking from heaven.
Oh, okay.
Look at me straight up, I'm on earth. We'll take some questions from the house.
Okay.
Maybe 2 or 3 or more there.
Okay, before we move on.
So that we can use that to conclude.
Okay.
That will work.
That's awesome. Thank you for leading, for giving the guidance from the audience. So, ladies and gentlemen, you now have the opportunity to ask questions. So we'll take 2 or 3. If you can just raise up your hands. So we have 1.
I have 1 question here. Madam is here.
Okay, so let's go with the 2. We have 2 hands.
Okay, maybe we can extend it to 4 because the EVC NCC has promised us free data. So that perhaps we can hold him to ransom on that. Okay. So quickly, your name, your question. If not, we'll cut you off. Please, we don't have time. All right. Number 1, we'll take all of the questions, and then we come as a way to conclude.
Okay, please, to help, if you can direct the question specifically at any speaker, if it's possible, yeah.
Okay.
The mic is on.
Hello? Okay.
All right.
Wagoyin Kachibest is my name. So I want to ask, given the fact that talents are being exported from Africa to other parts of the world, what can be done to greatly reduce this outflow of talents from the aspects of the government and private companies? And also, given the high rise of AI, we can see that AI can do a lot of things this time around. So what will be the hope of those with these digital skills in the nearest future? Because I came in contact with one particular...
All right, thank you very much, sir. The moment you start with I came, that is part 2 of the story. Can we have question number 2, quickly?
Okay, question number 2.
Good morning, everyone. So mine is more like a nudge to Fintech Nigeria, because I know how efficient Fintech Nigeria is. My name is Vera. Don't know.
The hands together for that. It's not easy to organize such a successful event. She says a nod to Fintech Nigeria. Can you clap for that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
One thing is certain in Nigeria, and that is poor training in the universities, and all of us have been saying it. And when you sit in interviews, you end up feeling much more discouraged. And I believe one thing we need to do in Nigeria is set up career services in every university, and more expansively look at a digital hub. Can we leave this event with that responsibility on us, Fintech Nigeria, to push that policy in Nigeria on how that can be done efficiently?
Right.
Because we end up talking about it, let's extend the bit from all we've been doing with CBN, right? Because we know that if this digital hub is implemented in universities, it's going to influence outcome and productivity of the members of this association.
Thank you very much. I've been employed to be MC, so when you are looking at me, I'm not answering. My guy is going to answer the question. When we come to that point, we'll take 1 or 2 from online quickly.
All right. Good morning, panel. I'm Oluwaferomi Salami. So, speaking on training, I think the Federal Ministry of Information Technology, whatever, right? There was this program 3MTT, right? This training for digital skills. I actually applied for it, but suddenly I realized that it wasn't that effective. So to the Nigerian government, that was an attempt, right, on training. What more can be done to effectively do
All
this?
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Can we go to the next? Madam, we've jumped you. Quickly. All right. Madam, you're welcome. I will give you 60 seconds because it's you, ma. All right.
Thank you very much and good morning. Yes, I just want to thank you for all the contributions. So I just want to add to some of the data that he gave, because according to Nairametrics, over 90% of Nigerian graduates do not have digital skills. For me, that is scary. And then if you listened to the speech by the EVC, I'm sure you must have captured that a study was done recently, as recent as July this year, on collaborative regulation. So one of the outcomes of that study that was done by ITU or FCDO in collaboration with NCC is that there is a gap. The 2 gap areas that have been identified has to do with the digital skills. So it's a real issue. And again, of course, we have also identified here that government has been doing a lot with regards to policies, regulations, and trainings. The 3MTT, the national NDEPs that we have in place has a pillar, the strategic blueprint, of course, knowledge, and then also the strategic vision of the Executive Vice Chairman of NCC has people as one of the target areas. So government has been doing a lot. But again, what we have seen here is that silos, the gap between the collaboration, lack of collaboration, or the deficiency in collaboration between the private sector and government. So from your wealth of experience, because we've heard, yes, there is need for collaboration, we want to talk to specifics. Can we identify specific initiatives, practical initiatives that have worked in other climes that we can bring back and apply in our own climate? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The final comments, just have one more. But we have something from the online. Collins Ugama has said, how adaptable are employers in Nigeria to incorporate remote working in Nigeria, especially in Lagos, with the kind of traffic situation and congested population? I think this question even resounds my own thoughts too. So you want to respond to that? And then let's have the comment quickly.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jex. Jex is spelled Jeks. I don't have a question, it's more of a comment. So all of these initiatives sound really nice. However, the mentality behind teaching and learning has to change. You see, learning in private universities and public universities is more like a chore. You are taught to pass as opposed to, taught to learn. So I believe if the upgrading of the curriculum, is a thing and, we're looking into it, I feel like we should also look into different types of learning demographics. You have fast-paced learners, you have slow-paced learners, you have, people that need visual learning, audio learning. So all of that is really necessary when you're thinking of upgrading the curriculum, as opposed to just, upgrading the curriculum without a right mentality. So yeah.
Thank you very much. David, what I'll do is that we'll let the COO respond to one of the questions, and then we have 1 minute each as a way of wrapping up the session, as the case might be. Then don't forget, Sarah. Over to you, sir, Dr. Obriman. You wanted to respond briefly?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, sir, I said, supposed to say briefly, sir, but just help us, sir.
Yeah, so it's a huge challenge. I mean, the issue that I raised, and what we're doing at Fintech Association of Nigeria is the fact that in 2021, we set up a program called DigiStuds. It means digital students. To date, we've trained 400 students in public universities. We take them through web design, graphic design, data analytics, we take Python language, we take them to UX, CX. And the whole idea is to create an appetite for them while they're still in school to understand. And we onboard them to a freelance platform. And a lot of them are making money right now. And so that by the time they're out of school, they're already having a work culture, they can fit into the environment. We believe that's the way to intervene if the curriculum will not change. If we're waiting for government, nothing will happen. But why are we training just 400 students? Because we need to fund it. And being an NGO, we need support from corporate entities. So we hope that Network International, Google, and Co will support us to train more students. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, David. The president has a comment,
right.
And then after the president will come to you. I've added some extra more minutes to you. I will take one more question to add up to that as a way of wrapping up. Can I have the microphone here?
I just wanted to add a slightly different perspective. Yeah. You know how you build career paths, because there are a lot of young people here. Yeah. If you want to build a good career path, you have to take some of the responsibilities. Yeah. Especially in a place like Africa and Nigeria, you can't leave everything to government, as you can see. Yeah. You have to take that responsibility. The good thing about the digital world is that there are lots of tools out there. Yeah. So many tools. So you take a step back. If you're an accountant and you've not been taught spreadsheets and accounting packages, yeah, when you went to university, there are lots of tools out there. You better go and start teaching yourself. Yeah. If you're a developer, yeah, quote unquote, and you've been taught some dodgy languages, yeah, or you've not even been taught, you better work out what's right for the industry and sector you want to go to. So I want you all who are learners, and we're all learners. Yeah, you don't have to be student. You could be professionally engaged as well. I'm constantly learning. I want to learn new things as well. That's the beauty of life. So please take that responsibility as well. Thank you.
All right, we'll just take this last question quickly, ma'am, and then I'll move over to you to wrap up the session.
Thank you. It's really not a question, and to lend credence to what our president has said, which is in line with what I was going to say, that we have identified the various problems. What I believe is what now do we need to do? And I believe in starting from where we are with what you have, and rather than just putting all the responsibility on the government, from our various spaces we can start putting up the efforts that we can do to build this capacity. And for me as a lawyer, that's what I do in the space, building the women in the space with technological knowledge, and then of course the intersection with law. So now the question I'll probably ask is how, talking about collaboration, how do we create better value, and in line with what you did say earlier, to see how this education translates to the economic impact, and then be able to connect these ladies that I'm building in the community with further collaboration to create more values and make them see relatable scenarios where they can actually practice these skills.
Okay, thank you very much. David, over to you to wrap up as a matter of fact.
Thank you very much. Those are very good questions. So what I will do is I'll go from one day's end down to Adewolu, so that we'll just have a linear progression. And I'll try to merge these questions with what we have, so that we can find a way to answer them all in one breath. So, one day the question...
Please, don't forget Sarah Coney.
Sure. So Sarah will be on the screen after. Okay. So one day the question I would want you to attempt is riding on the statistics from Nairametrics that she made reference to. We have a huge problem. the question is, what are the practical initiatives we can implement today to begin to roll back the challenge we have on our hands?
All right, thank you. I also was listening to a lot of these good questions, and I have something to say about every one of them, but I'll try as much as possible to answer the question that has been that you've asked, and then also touch on in the time that I have. So quickly, with that data that 95% of 90% of our graduates are not exposed to digital skill sets. It depends on where our investment as a country is going to. Okay, if our universities are still not equipped with the proper infrastructure, no Wi-Fi or internet access, no provision for softwares that people can use to learn. In 2024, there is no reason why an accounting student is learning trial balance without learning QuickBooks. So our investment as a continent is just not going there, and it is based on what we've said today. Oh, government cannot do everything, but unfortunately, people are attending government schools. So if people are attending government schools, these schools need to be equipped to train these people in digital skills. It's just point blank simple. Now, once they have the foundation, they can now start to pick themselves up. Now, is the government doing anything? Yes, there are initiatives that the government, several governments, Lagos State government through LSCCF is giving loans to students to attend tech ops, to take training. Lagos State Employment Trust Fund is giving loans to students is giving grants to students to access co-working space so they can learn, so they can run their freelance businesses. The federal government has the Sci-Fi Creative Industry Financing Initiative for students to access loans to take digital trainings. The federal government now has 3MTT, which to that gentleman that said they didn't gain anything from it, unfortunately, you were part of the pilot phase and they were just still trying to figure things out. I do believe that the government is trying in its own way, but private sector also has to get involved. And the idea of a PPP, public-private partnership, is also very good. I personally have been trying to work with the NSIA to try to find a way to get people trained in these digital skills. For us, our work is to train to a purpose, which is employability. And for us, if we cannot graduate 90% of our students getting a job within the first 90 days of graduating from our program, we failed. And so that's the benchmark for us. And so that's the work that we're doing. So it really depends on where our investment is going to as a nation, both private and public sector. So let me leave that. There are so many other things that that we need to address to answer all of these questions. But the truth is, as a continent, we're trying, but we're just not doing enough. And we need to both privately, government, private sector, even to when we talk about AI and ML, the industry leaders, do they even understand? Because information is key. If I don't know what AI can do to my business, I'm not going to invest in talent to train them in AI. If as a bank, let's talk about fintech today, if as a bank I don't understand blockchain and smart contracts, I will not understand what it means, and I will not know that I need to invest in training my workforce to be better in that area. And let's take it down to all of our universities, secondary schools, primary schools. If we don't know these things, as leaders in the business, we're not going to be able to educate our people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wande. That's a perfect answer. So now to you, Chinwe. Someone asked about remote work. Another person asked about talent export. And I know that one of the challenges people have is working in the Nigerian environment. Talk about traffic, stress, and a couple of things. So the question is, as employers, how do we create an environment that would retain top talent? What are the practical things that we can do to encourage young people to still work with both traditional companies and new companies? Yeah.
Thank you very much, David. What I would say is that recruitment has gone beyond the traditional, recruitment criteria. It's more about talent management and looking at the ecosystem that exists today. You know, we keep talking, we talk about skills and all that, and somebody rightly said, somebody asked the question is, how do we stop, you know, the migration of talent, good talent, outside the country? It all boils down to all of us here, you know, business owners, the government, the private sector, looking at what is the EVP of the company, basically the employee's valuable proposition. How do you bring that on board? How do you look at the talent that exists today and you're able to nurture it and also have the right skills, right? Because one thing is training, one thing is talent, one thing is skill. You know, these are all the things that go together. Again, talent and culture go together. So you're talking about work from home, you're talking about how do people cope, especially with traffic and all that. So what is the culture of the organization? If the culture of the organization is to work from home, how is the organization supporting the people that work from home? We're talking about free data, we're talking about the capacity, you know. So I work from home, I'm not being supported with a good Wi-Fi, like I said, or all the tools that I need to make work from home efficient. I don't have the power as at when I should. So that means working from home now becomes a challenge, right? So, so these are some of the things that not just the government, the private sector, we, the individual, you and I, business owners, we have to start looking at the skills and how to be able to harness the talent that exists today so that we can retain, you know, these talents here and ensure that the talents, you know,
okay,
are
that's
being
a sign for you to wrap up, man.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, Adewale, government is going to be the driver at the end of the day.
2 more minutes,
but
David.
the incubator, yeah, is the institutions, educational institutions, universities and all. What are practical initiatives we can take away from here back to our schools that they can begin to implement from today to be able to groom the kind of workforce that we need for now and the future?
Thank you. She talked about something, creating tech hubs in universities. There has, beyond collaboration, there has to be a strategy. And that strategy means that what we're doing today, and we need to know what we're going to, what we're trying to achieve in the future and work towards it. Working with the schools, working with the educational institutions to create those tech hubs and develop them is one way. Working towards implementing new curriculum. I know that the junior schools, the primary schools and secondary schools are already doing that. In the universities, we also have to do that.
Okay.
And we also have to make sure that things are changing very quickly.
You can go ahead. All right. So I've been told I have to wrap up now. Can I ask Sarah?
Sarah, just 30 seconds.
Okay,
Sarah, 1 minute so that we can have this
right.
to the next
Okay, so
session.
Sarah, the question I wanted to ask you is, we now have a global market, and African companies sort of are losing out because we can't outpay the international companies. So what advice are you going to give to us? What are the competitive measures that we can begin to implement from today to retain the best talent in a globally competitive stage?
Sure. I mean, I think there's a number of things that we can, think about. Firstly, trying to understand what your workforce actually wants and needs, actually asking them, doing surveys, finding out, for those who are leaving, why are they leaving? What are you not offering? There will be some, of course, who you cannot retain. You cannot retain 100% of your workforce all the time, but look at your company culture, look at your flexible working, what hours people working. Are there other ways you can offer incentives like allowances or shares? What professional development are you giving? Are you keeping your staff's skills and knowledge up to date? Are you allowing them exposure to other businesses and networks? And think about your infrastructure and technology. Nobody wants to work on a 5-year-old laptop. What are the ways in which you can offer your workforce really additional benefits, learnings, things that can help build their career? They may not be with you forever, and that's the reality of any person. But whilst they are with you, how can you make sure that your employees are as focused, as dedicated, and feel like they are a committed part of the team? And that doesn't have to be, and anything always necessarily super expensive. There can be ways in which you can embrace the company's culture to make them feel like valued employees.
All right, Sarah, thank you very much. And lastly, to Adewale, bringing it all together, How do we bring all the vital stakeholders to the table? And what actions can we begin to take from today to bring about that difference we're looking for?
Thank you, David. I think two things. One, we can already start to build out of what works. A lot has been said about 3MTT across the room. It might not be perfect, but it's a starting point. So government has said we have a target, 3 million technical talents across 12 technical skill areas. So as opposed to private entities going to build out their programs, what can we do to help deepen the impact of 3MTT investment in terms of some of the technical resources that we have and funding? That's one easy way. A second thing that hasn't been brought up very much, and I'd just like to drop as my last comment, is SMEs. I think that SMEs offer a significant opportunity in terms of how they are very cross-cutting. They solve the gender problem. They solve the social divide problem. So what are we thinking about equipping people to begin to think around when I'm skilling and I'm trying to learn and I'm trying to get an education? I'm also thinking about being an entrepreneur and a business owner by myself, such that when I come out, I'm not a burden on the labor question, but I'm an addition to the employer question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, can we put our hands together for this panel? Madam Minister, we thank you so much. We have this panel so jam-packed, but time is not in our favor right now. Please, can you all be upstanding? Let's have this moment of a picture being grabbed. And please, can I have the President and the COO, as well as my incoming President, Dr. Stanley Jacob, Chief Executive of Stanbic IPTC Financial Services Limited, join them for this picture quickly so that we can go into the next section. Sarah, we want to say a big thank you. Unfortunately, we can't capture you in person, but we will take what you have on screen and then superimpose you here. All right? We're in the age of AI.
Thank you so much for not forgetting about me.
Thank you so very much, Sarah. It's always good to see you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're quickly going into the next session, which is a masterclass. I want to say a big thank you to the workshops that was held yesterday. BC Adeyemi, CEO from DCLS Corporate Services Limited, anchored one. We also have Tomilola Tobun, Senior Associate of Aluko, and Uyobode, who anchored the second one. But we are going straight into the next session, which is the master class. And please, the job section is open, and we encourage some of you to take an advantage of that. But perhaps you want to do that discretionarily, in the sense that while the master class is going on, if you want to go have one-on-one with those job organizations out there, the ushers will direct you aright. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, as you take up your seats. And then we will have the master class right away. The master class is 2 sections. We have one that is for employers. The Employers Forum is titled Remote Work and Hybrid Models, Adapting Talent Management in the African Context. Ashley Emmanuel, the Chief Operating Officer of Semicolon, will be facilitating that. The second masterclass is Enhancing Your Digital Skills for a Competitive Edge. It's an employees forum. And I have Madam Omowumi Mebe-Adewusi, the General Counsel and HR Director for AXA Mansard. I think that's one of the insurance companies that has been in the forefront. We will be having them. So 2 master classes is going to run for 30 minutes. So I'm going to need Ashley and Omowumi to be very, very time conscious. So this is how we're going to do it. We're dividing the hall into 2 extremes. These 2 hands here is for the master class for the digital skills. I believe that's the Employees Forum. Sheung, if I'm getting that right. Yes, this is the Employers Forum. So if you're an employer of labor, please kindly come to this side. These 2 last rows will be where we have the Employers Forum. I need these 2 rows empty. Why these 2 other rows will be for the Employees Forum. So let us start up right away. We are going to time the whole session for 30 minutes. Cyprian, can I have my contacts, please? Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but forgive me. This is employers. This is for employers. Forgive me, I need to change my glasses. And this is employees. I thought I saw employers here. Please, employees, if you're an employee, please come here. If you're an employer of labor, please take these 2 ends. And then I will need this row empty in terms of those who perhaps are not attending the master class. The master class is going to run for 30 minutes. I'll let the timer know when it starts. 30 minutes. Please kindly have your seat here. And then let's have for those who have a job that they want to look out for, we have organizers upstairs. Ushers, please kindly direct them aright. You can see any of the ushers if you need to go consult the organizers for the job forum. We have several companies represented. Just ask for them, but please take advantage of the masterclass. It's very important. Please, can we all take our seats? Employers Forum, can we start up right away? We have Ashley Emmanuel, who is going to be manning this particular Employers Forum. Please, can we have her here? While we have Omowumi Adewusi, General Counsel and Human Resource Director for ASA Mansard. She will be manning this particular section. For 30 minutes timer, please, can you put the timer for 30 minutes, and I'll let you start when you're ready. Are you good?
Yes.
So we have the employees masterclass here running for 30 minutes, and then we have the employers here running for another 30 minutes. So we will be wrapping up this whole session. Please, facilitators, I know time is not our friend. I'll need you all to work within the time accorded right now so that we can move into the next section, which is a keynote presentation, and I'm expecting the MD of Remita, Mr. Deremi Atonda, and afterwards we have other presentation. Meanwhile, the job forum is ongoing. For some of you who perhaps might want to take an advantage of that, the ushers will direct you to where it is upstairs. So as soon as we're all fully seated, we will kick off the event. Pardon me, the master class.
Can they move? Can they move it because I think the class is extended? Yes.
Employees here, employers there. Please, I don't want to see any employer of labor here. This is not your space. That is where you were supposed to be with Ashley. And then Omowumi is here for employees.
Ashley. So
this is fantastic.
Ashley. Okay, so while they're trying to set up, before I fall down.
Give her a mic. I'm not sure. Speak to Shion first.
Okay.
You're passionate about and one of your strengths. Thank you.
Okay.
So we'll just take that quickly. I'll invite, because our screen seems to be over here and we're facing here, I'll invite us to maybe also take seats more on this side, just so it's a little, anyway, sit comfortably so that you can see the screen while we sit together.
So,
you can rotate your chair a bit too if you like.
For the icebreaker. Yeah, no, I think I've done the wrong thing.
People in the back, don't be shy.
Yes.
You're welcome to chat with the person next to you.
And quickly take out that. You can scan the QR code. So let's just join the quiz. Let's see if you're ready for the digital space. Oh, your phone is not here. Oh, sorry.
All right, so can we, are we all comfortable seeing the screen?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, so if it's a little bit awkward, you're welcome to rearrange. They seem to have cut down our time a little bit.
Okay, timer. The 30 minutes starts, Ashley. 30 minutes starts right now, Omowumi. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I know you didn't get to finish that conversation, but hopefully at least you started. I will introduce myself very quickly. It's a pleasure again to be here, and thank you very much to the organizers and hosts. My name is, I'm co-founder, chief operating officer of a company called Semicolon. I'll say what we do. So I'm in the tech and innovation space today. Previously, I was very deep in the financial inclusion space as CEO of an organization called IFINA that promotes financial inclusion in Nigeria. So I have been a friend of Fintech Nigeria for a very long time.
Go to the website.
You can call me Ashley Emmanuel, or Oluwakemi, depending on your preference, or Iyaitunu.
Let me see.
Yes, any of them above works. So just quickly, my company, where I am now, we are driving digital transformation in Africa by building tech-focused talent and businesses. We build tech talent, we train software engineers, and do corporate training, upskilling, we train startups, etc. We also build solutions for companies. So sometimes actually we're building building technology for fintech right now. Work with other companies as well, and we advise. And then we also work with startups because we believe that's really important for job creation and solving local problems. So today we have a big topic, right, which is about
so we're in the right class.
adapting talent management in the African context. And we're talking a bit about remote and hybrid, but I'm going to dig really deep into that talent and African context.
Carry this camera. Carry this one. Go this side.
What skill do you need for making data-driven decisions? This one is giveaway safe. Fantastic. Okay. Did Adeze work on the questions? Okay. Okay, Debbie. I think. Anybody that doesn't pass this one. Coding. Soft skill. Because people say fintech, what's the meaning? Thank God. Last question. This one should be easy now. This one is giveaway. Yippee. And the winner, now wow, Debbie. Just once. Now wow, who is Debbie? Who is Adeze? Who is Adeze? Wow, thank you. So we wanted to just, break it down so we are very relaxed. So we'll go right into it. I think, yes. Yeah. So, this saying says that Loretta Lynch says it's a great thing to live in a digital age. It's convenient, it's fast. Digital age is very fast. Who can relate? Everything technology, everything digital is fast. Who can relate? Do we agree? Yes. So then that takes me to this next slide. How many people can relate with this particular one? How many people can relate with this? If you can relate with letter writing, you are my age. Yes, because back then, those of us that were from the analog age, because you guys are in the digital age, fast. We were used to writing letters, and when you write the letter, you go to the post office, post it. Those of you that had boyfriend, girlfriend in those days, you wait 3 months to hear from your lover. And then for telephones, I was going to look for this particular telephone. Back in the days, we had parents that would lock it, put a padlock, And then for those of us that were jailbreakers, we'll tap, 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 so that we can, connect with somebody else. But today, we have mobile phones, and it's on the go. That's the digital age, is fast. Back then, we had alarm clocks. Oh, sugar, I forgot it at home, actually. I was going to bring this thing. We have it, when the thing would ring, and then everybody wakes up. And then you had your watches. But today, you have smartwatches that tells you can talk on the phone, you can do everything, and it's also fast. Who can relate? So back in the days, we had something called suwe. Who can relate to that? I think the funkified people call it hopscotch, right? But the local ones, we call it suwe. And then we had, and then there was Game Boy. And back then, if you had Game Boy, you were happening. But today, if you bring out Game Boy, your children are going to look at you that you are not okay, right? Because what they use is they use all the PlayStation, and they play with different people across the country. Today, across the world, today, that is what is happening. Back then, analog age, you had to see somebody physically to play. To play suwe, you and I will choose, and then you jump and jump or fall. Ludo then, but today everything, Ludo is online, that you can actually play. Television in those days, we had television that we had to shut the glass, shut the cupboard actually, and then for us, television will start with da 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 da. That is national anthem. If the television was not there, you cannot do anything, just go and play. Today is smart TV, but guess what? There's now TV on the go. We watch Netflix, Prime, Showmax, everything on the go. That is the digital age, everything is fast. What that takes me to is that for us to keep up in this digital age is that we need to be adaptable. We need to be prepared to upskill ourselves. We need to prepare to learn. We need to prepare to, think and change our mindset. What we learned in school, you all heard the speaker. What we were trained in school was just read, pass, and get a degree. The practical knowledge, we never knew. Some people, I was interviewing someone that had a computer science degree. Computer science, and never saw a computer. True or false? That was what happened in my time. We had graduates, computer science, never. Mechanical engineer, electrical engineer. It was all theory to us, right? And then when we were in secondary school, what we learned, you guys all had computer labs. We had typewriter, where we thought it was important to learn shorthand. I don't know what shorthand can do for me today. Do you understand? But those were skills that we acquired back then. Today, the digital space has taken off. And what we need is that the workforce for today, you need to have a blend of your digital skills and your own passion. Because see, digital skills, don't get it twisted that somebody's going to teach you. You have to have a hunger for it. You have to learn. And that is what is going to set you apart in today's world. Today's world is not going to wait for us. What we learned yesterday is going on. And what we know today is what is going to take us to tomorrow. So we have to continue to move on. Our dependency is everybody's technology. Some of us use technology for the good things. But technology, the internet is fast-paced. You have to make sure you're adapting to it. You have to make sure you're evolving that skill. And if I look at the impact of digital transformation across all industries, how many of us still go to the hospitals? A lot of us now, if you have any small symptom, how many people go to Google? How many of us go to Dr. Google here? Don't be shy, I'm not taking your names. Yeah, even when I have any symptom, I go to Google, read it. So when I get to the doctor, I'm telling the doctor, this is what it is. Today, we can actually do telemedicine. There's AI that is going to diagnose a lot of things. I saw a movie where the guy was in the office, and it was a computer, AI machine who was doing surgery on somebody. I'm sure today, if you come and tell me that it's AI that's going to cut me open, all of us here will say, God forbid. But guess what? That's what's going to happen to us very soon. How are we prepared? Because it is changing. Education. What we learned in school is in the past. It's actually the dark ages. Whatever we learned in school is dark ages. Today's world,
There's a lot of online platform. You can use Udemy, you can use LinkedIn. I'm a big fan of LinkedIn. I think I've done 155 LinkedIn courses that I've taken from COVID, during COVID till now. I try to keep up every now and then, but you can actually use it. Your personalized curriculum. A lot of us look at our CVs and we think it is telling the story. Your CV should actually tell your story for you. Before they meet you, we can tell what sort of skills you have from your CV. Not a 10-page CV. You need a CV that is concise. You need a CV that tells your story. But you can only use it if you have learnt your digital skills and you are up to stage. Finance. Somebody talked about mobile banking on the stage earlier. Mobile banking, we don't go into the bank again. We open our accounts on the phone. We open our accounts, on the internet. We don't see account officers again. Before, we had account officers that you call. We had checkbooks. I can't remember the last time I signed on a check. My last checkbook was probably 2017. That is what is happening. A lot of things that we're used to will begin to change if we ourselves are not changing. So it takes me into retail. How many of us still go to the market to shop for pepper and all? I know that times are hard, but how many people still go? And you don't rely on Price Pali, Jumia, Konga. How many people use Jumia, Konga, Price Pali? You go to the market. I don't go again. I just go, they say grade A tomato, grade B, grade C. I look at my pockets. How much can I afford? That's when I pick. But what it is that the world is changing and the world is moving. How are we matching up to it? Your role as an employee, for those of you that are in current employment, is that you need to set yourself apart. And how can you do that? With this, you have to be a digital evangelist. You are preaching and talking data. You are using data as your weapon. You can't go to your boss and say, I want to work remotely. Why? The traffic, but I want to work remotely because I realize that if I cut this number of hours, I start from home at 7 a.m. I can deliver and do this. I come to my boss with facts and figures. Don't come to your bosses with emotions. It never works. What you need is that if you come to them with facts, you say, I want us to implement flexi work hours. Why? Because I noticed that people come in at 9 a.m. 70% of us resume at 9. The remaining 30% resume at 8. Okay, so why can't we do it this way? 8 to 5 is for the 30%. 9 to 6 is for the 70%. Can we still be productive? Yes, because this is statistics. If you're using that, you are a digital evangelist. You are using data and digital skills to do that. One of the things that you also need to use is innovation. You have to be creative. Before COVID, we had a gentleman in the company then. He came up one day and told all of us that he was going to teach us how to automate things. We argued because we preferred the back. You bring the memo to me, I review, I sign. You take it to him, he signs. You take it to him, he signs, and then she signs off. 5 of us will sign one paper. And it takes us 2 weeks because he's not on seat. He said, go and change something. But guess what? The guy automated the process. And when he did, he then said, I'll not do it for you. I'll train everybody. So we put up a system in the company where we called it Digital 101 Skills. And everyone subscribed, from the MD down to the T-girl. Everybody had to take that course. If you finish that course, then you go to the next course. What that did was the innovation kicked in. And then we said, it's not just you learn and you pocket it. Everyone in the company, you know how to automate a process, a simple process within your team. And that was what it was. People started stepping out. You could now differentiate the talents, the high flyers, based on their innovative skills. People were now passionate. People wanted to show that they can deliver. Not eye service, but it was linked to what they could deliver. We also encourage a lot of continuous learning. It is important for you to know that learning is not what I have learned before and I'll survive. Learning is what I am learning today that will take me to the future. I don't want us to be fixated on it. Collaboration. Please know that you can actually have a friend that understands coding and you understand how to interpret the codes, but he knows how to write it. You guys can work together to upskill yourselves. Break the silos.
30 more minutes.
Break the silos and begin to work together. Now, for the digital skills you need, data literacy, I talked about it. You need to work with data to begin to interpret data, analyze data, and deliver. Collaboration, you can use a lot of all these Teams, Google Meet, Zoom, to meet with people and then be able to communicate and get things done properly. You need to please invest in yourself for information security, cybersecurity. Don't go into digital world and think that it is all well and dandy. There's somebody trying to steal data. Classify your data into confidential, the one that is private, the one that is available for public consumption, so that you protect yourself. If you keep all of this through information security, you can learn that there are some free trainings, by the way, on LinkedIn that can help you here. Digital marketing, I remember back in the days, we felt that marketing insurance was just going to be door to door. I'll come knock, hey, I want to sell insurance. But we realized that not everybody really wants to see somebody's face. So we had to be innovative. We had to make it. Now you can log online and buy your insurance. It's digital marketing, but you won't know that it's there unless there's somebody, a digital person that knows how to create content, will be able to put that out there, use our social media platforms to then sell it. But guess what? That skill is not something that you learn in school. That skill is something you can learn on your own. It's a course. You take a course on it. It's on Udemy. It's on Coursera. Take courses on all of these topics. And guess what? If you have these skills, these 5 critical skills, it takes you into the future, because nobody's going to wait for you to learn anything. It's also important that even though from our own point of view, from the HR point of view, we typically look at it that if you're coming, you must have 10 skills. We put out an advert. We want 10 competency skills that you must have. If you have 8, but you then have another 2 in another area, which is where diversity comes in, what that does is that we see that you're adaptable. We see that you're ready to learn. We see that you are open to learning. It's easier for us to then employ you. Make sure that you have a differentiating factor. Do not be a regular Jones. Don't make your CV the regular thing. Don't come to an interview and say the regular things. Come to an interview prepared. Come with the skill we are looking for. And what is that? Communication is also a big skill. It's really important that you do not think that the only skill you need is just the digital and the technical skills. Ultimately, you need the soft skills. And Peggy Klaus says that soft skills get little respect, but they make or break your career. Who can tell me what are soft skills or power skills? Who can tell me? Who can share quickly? Yes. Should I come?
It might be emotional intelligence and other such skills, not basic academic qualifications.
Thank you. So, soft skills, communication, how we speak, how we talk, collaboration. These are things that are very, very indispensable to your career growth. You can have the technical know-how, but if you lack the soft skills, you are 1 step, 2 steps below. So you have to make sure you are blended perfectly. And as an automation or tech person, a lot of people think that if I have all the tech knowledge, I don't need the soft skills. Please remember that you are not a machine. You need that emotional side to be able to balance the business side. Because the machine will not think of your business strategy for you. You have to come up with that idea yourself. Let me go straight into the difference. So if I look at soft skills are your leadership and management skills, your work ethic and integrity, problem-solving skills, communication, and emotional intelligence. Those are skills that you can learn, but you have them in you. But the ability for them to come out is in you. You have to harness those skills. Those skills are there. Well, they say that we're born with them. Yes, but if you leave them redundant, they die redundant. You have to harness the skills. And when you harness them, then they become very good. The one that you must also possess is called power skills. And that is where networking comes in. Leverage on your network. Do not work in silo. Storytelling is about how you can relate whatever you're learning to what you are telling yourself. And a good storyteller is always your own career. You can tell your story from your career success. Proactivity, initiative, innovation, they come together. Those are powerful skills. Those are skills where you're able to convince somebody based on how you can be very innovative. Adaptability is a skill. Remember I said that for us to adapt today is a very, very critical skill. The world is evolving. Adaptability is a power skill. And then cultural competence. You go into a company, if you're being employed or you work in a company where, for us, I work in a multinational where there are some things that they ask us to do. So we have to implement LGBTQ, for example. In Nigeria, it's not allowed. But are you going to go on the call and say, we're not doing it? What do you mean? It cannot be done. Because the law says so. If you are coming off like that, please, what will you get from the team? They see that you're resistant and you're not open to change. So what do? Explain to them. We would like to participate. Unfortunately, the law does not allow us, but how can we then support the initiative? So you have to come from a place, and that is your cultural competence. What we call it also in local language is called common sense. Abby? It's common sense. But I have to put English, that's why I call it this. But really it's common sense. You have to apply it every day. The skills that you must never have, you must run. If you have a friend that has any of these skills, run. We call them purely unidentified recruitment error. They're the ones that have eye service, where they believe that, okay, how are you? How's the weekend? Hope your children are fine. It's not your business. Focus. Eye service. Then do not be a know-it-all. When you're a know-it-all, you cannot function because you will not listen to anybody else but just yourself. Overworking without efficiency. A lot of us do a lot of activity. You see somebody working till 9 p.m. You're asking, what are you doing? Oh, I have deliverable. Oh, I'm working. When you check, there's no work. It's packaging. Manipulation. There are a lot of us that know how to do that thing. Sorry, my gender. You people have that behavior well. When you come into the office, maybe you didn't do one work well. That's when you go, oh no. Just say I didn't do the work. It helps. Don't come and manipulate. And then there are some of us that are line managers that are very rigid. Try and be open-minded so you can then learn. And then self-behavior. Self-serving behavior is also something you should run away from. So, for you, if you want to be a digital leader, the 3 skills you need to acquire, right? Technology, your business skills, and then your communication. Now, if I break it into what I just showed you, your digital skills is your technology skills. Your communication skills is what? I can't hear you. Fantastic. Your business skills are what? The power skills. Because that's when you combine all 3, that is when you're a digital leader. Now, the danger is that if you lack communication and business, all you are is a tech geek. Because that's all you'll be able to function in. If you lack tech and communication, all you are is a strategist. You'll just be writing. You cannot implement. If you know how to tell the story well, you can talk and talk for Africa. When you open your mouth, everybody will be clapping. That's all. That's how you eat. You cannot do anything else. But guess what? By the time you combine all 3 skills together, that makes you what?
All right.
So it's important for us to know that that is a very, very critical. These 3 skills are really, really critical for us, and we must learn them. So what will I say? If you want to go into the next future, if you want to make yourself step out, if you want to make yourself a differentiating employee, if you want to make yourself stand out, you have to start by exploring learning platforms. Start learning. Start learning yourself. Don't wait for somebody to teach you. Leverage on mentorship opportunities. And when I mean mentorship, Mentorship is getting somebody that can help you along your career journey. Don't leverage on a mentor because you believe that that person can aid your promotion within the organization. No. Get a mentor that can add to you, and you can also add to the person, because it's also reverse mentoring. And ultimately, be very, very resilient. So it takes me to the last slide, which is, what will you do to enhance your own digital skills? What will you do? I need answers. I need answers. So I know that I have spoken. Please help me. Hands? Yes, you can. Mike? Yes, please. Maybe you can project if the mic is not there. Thank you very much. You're right, because the ability to learn is that adaptability, and when you are passionate about it, and it must come to you. Don't wait for it to be an appraisal issue. Don't wait for it to be an being rejected issue. Let it be something that you wake up and I want to learn because I want to improve. Okay? Yes.
Commitment and responsibility.
Fantastic. Thank you.
All right, 2
yes,
minutes more.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, then.
All right, I'm Suleiman. Increasing the amount of people in your circle by adding and bringing the people who have the skills you need to learn. Networking, in simple terms.
Thank you. Next. Yeah. The lady.
So stay informed, be updated, don't be obsolete in your, because technology, you have to keep improving. It changes every day, so you need to stay informed and updated.
Thank you. Next.
Rounding up.
Yeah, so my name is Abdul. So get a mentor, someone that that has a lot of experience on the digital skills you are going for. So it's not just about you going for digital skills. Which skills are you going for? So get a mentor that really knows about the skills you are going for, that has experience, that knows like, okay, these are inside. Not just getting a mentor that's in the field of the digital skill, that is using it, that is implementing it. So thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
So my name is Abdul. It's not all about learning, it's all boils down to implementation. So when you learn, and you are not implementing it, it's actually, you are not actually like moving forward.
Okay, so that's the practical part. So it's not just theory. Okay? Okay?
Okay, Omomi, Ashley, we have to wrap up now.
My name is Joseph. You must have an open mind and be very, very ready to think out of the box.
Thank you. So that's adaptability, where we're able to adapt and open ourselves to learning. Okay? Any other? Okay.
Yes,
You
another
have
thing is commitment to learning is going beyond, just getting skills from Coursera, LinkedIn Learning and all that. Be committed to learning, download articles, read books, and expand your knowledge base, right?
Thank you. Okay. You can shout out if you want.
Sorry.
Okay, then you pass it. We have 7 more seconds.
My name is Adiola. I have an accountability partner. We are accountable.
Thank you. Next.
Okay, for me, I would say it's learning time management, showing procrastination, and volunteering for companies or startups.
Thank you. So it's really important to remove procrastination. Some of us like to procrastinate. It should never be.
Right, so my name is Dipo. I believe collaboration will help a lot in learning.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I think my time is... Okay.
Just please 2 more.
Okay,
Right.
2 more.
My
Before...
facilitators, it's time up. Thank you very much.
We're trying.
My name is Pelumi. Learning is easy, but application is vital. When you learn, make sure you apply it to whatsoever it is that is going to make you productive.
Thank you. So thank you very much, audience. And please, I'll still be around. If you have questions, you can bring them to me and then we can talk about it. Thank you very much.
And we've wrapped up. We have our keynotes, our next speaker in the house, in the person of my Oga at the top. I call him my Egbon, that is always representing. He's the MD of Remita, and that is Mr. The Employees Forum, as you take up your seat. Please, can we put our hands together for our facilitators? This has been an amazing, amazing time out. Thankfully, we didn't have to leave the hall just like we did yesterday. Please watch the red tape. Cameraman, watch the red tape. Thank you. All right, so we are seated in because we have several other sessions to go into. And remember, we also have the raffle draw that is going to be happening, while we also have the other aspect of the... I'm going to announce that. Also, don't forget, lunch is going to be very short, so that we have the other session to wrap up today's event, which is day 2 of the Nigerian Fintech Week. Remember to use your hashtag NFW24 or hashtag Nigeria Fintech Week 2024. And let me quickly announce one more time that the QR code as well as the Wi-Fi password is scattered all around the exhibition hall, just in case you don't get it off the screen. When you get into the exhibition stand, you will see different places where we have that displayed. And when it comes to the area of the fair money treasure hunt, I'm going to be working with my assistants, Mr. Siri and Daniel, the 2 individuals. When we get to that point, we are going to make the announcement. So while we are fully seated, I want to believe the presidents are also around. Can we please be seated? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This has been most amazing. I feel a little bit shortchanged because I felt that I was going to be sitting in one of the Masterclasses to gain some insight as well. But we are here for service, and I'm glad to be your man who is rendering his service as it is. Madam Minister, you're still around. Fantastic. Please put your hands together for the Minister of Information and Communication, Kenya. Let her know that we are very hospitable people in Nigeria. And somebody should actually give her a treat of amala ewedu agbegidi, mixed with borokoto, and then put some lot of panla and inla, so that when she gets back to Kenya, she will know she arrived in Lagos. This is fantastic. You are welcome one more time, huh? At this point in time, we are going to be going into the next session, and that is a keynote presentation by a man that has distinguished himself in this industry. As a matter of fact, is someone we are looking forward to, and we're glad that he's here today. So we'll have the timer set for 15 minutes for him. As myself and him have had some side talk and chat, and I'm very sure that this is something we do all the time. Please, can we put our hands together for Mr. Deremi Atonda, the MD of Remita. It's interesting to note that every other year we have them as one of our sponsors, and then they are sponsoring also this year. And this is some of the beautiful things we experience because of the ecosystem that we have in this Nigerian Fintech Week. Thank you so very much, sir. You're welcome.
Yeah, we're good to go. Good afternoon. How are we doing so far? Great. Thanks to everyone for being part of the 2024 Nigeria Fintech Week, Africa's largest fintech event, and it's always a pleasure to identify with this. And in the next couple of minutes, I'm just going to be sharing thoughts on what takes us forward as a community. And I'll be speaking to the theme this year. And the whole message is this, that we are an ecosystem that has a responsibility beyond ourselves. We are an ecosystem that has a responsibility beyond ourselves. So I'm going to be speaking to the economic imperative we have as Nigerians and as Africans. And so the theme for this year is not an accident, talking about inclusive growth. Inclusive growth by its very nature is an economic imperative, and it talks about the wealth of Africa, growing the wealth of Africa by Africans, taking responsibility for that which we have to do. If that is the case, why are we involved and how are we involved? And that talks about positioning the African fintech ecosystem. So it's a call to social action, and the conversation path in a short while will be just to unpack the themes, and then to look at how are we connected to that, what have we done in that space, and what can we do collectively together. And talking about economic inclusion, at the heart of inclusive growth is getting everybody within the economy to be part of wealth creation, to be part of catalyzing economic activities. And we therefore need to look at ourselves as a country and as a continent to ask, where are we exactly on this journey? The next thing will be to ask ourselves as members of the fintech ecosystem, what do we need to do to move things forward as catalysts and as enablers? And let me show you this. Maybe that just gives some background to what we're talking about. What is the state of play in Nigeria? We've got a National Financial Inclusion Plan, which was reviewed in 2022, and we're going to talk about that, and we're going to look at the African continent. What has happened? What needs to happen? What's been the journey over the past 11 years? 64% financial inclusion target achievement. 12 years or 11 years ago, it was 32.5%. So what is the view we have so that we have an idea? Who are those left behind and how do we bring them in? I think someone's advancing. Yeah. As of 2012, there were 4.5 million real-time payment transactions. 4.5 million, just 12 years back. In 2023, we've got a 215,000% increase. That's 9.6 billion transactions. Number of POS transactions grew by 53,000%, from 2.6 million to 1.4 billion. The number of fintech grew from 74 to 254, a 243%. So if those of us who are the art of making things happen have grown by just 243%, you can see the implication. So you can see the exponential relationship. And so that tells us something, the role of the fintech ecosystem in advancing economic growth within this country and within the continent. And if we're to take this forward, across the continent, what has happened in the last 5 years or thereabouts? In number of fintech startups, we've got a 125% growth aggregate across the continent, but in Nigeria, you can see a 243%. In terms of funding, you can see an almost 2,750% growth in terms of injection of funds to make fintechs do what they're supposed to do. So there's a connection. The inflow of funds into the fintech ecosystem has a multiplier effect on the growth of the African economy. And that is why everyone involved in one way or the other can see this as an economic imperative beyond the silo thinking of just making money. So there's a social impact in what we do. It therefore means as fintechs, we're actually in the business of economic growth for the country and for the continent. And what do we need to do? What is missing? If you remember, I said in Nigeria, we've got 64% achievement of financial inclusion targets. What's a picture? I mean, if at 64% this is what we have, where should we be headed? A population of 200 million. And I'm going to illustrate that, looking at some GDP figures. I think in terms of financial inclusion, that's what we've done. But what is the result? What do we have to show? If you look at the screen, you'll actually see that despite the huge numbers for Nigeria in terms of the growth of fintechs, in terms of the growth and number of transactions, there's actually a negative growth in terms of GDP. So what does that tell us? We're putting in a lot of energy. There's some funding coming in, but what is the real impact in terms of economic growth? Because this is the real picture. So if you look at Ghana, GDP per capita growth, 34.6%. In Nigeria, there's been a dip of about 10%. In Rwanda, it's about 40.8%, about 41%. And in Kenya, just about the same thing. So if we're starting from Nigeria, where many of us know there's been a great influx of funds, and there's been a 243% growth in the size of the fintech ecosystem, why is it not translating to GDP per capita growth? Why is it a decline? And we can say everything about the environment of business, but the data is there for us to see. And that is why we're saying to ourselves as fintechs, what is the reality of our being catalysts and enablers to make things happen? And that is the story. That at the end of 2024 Nigerian FinTech Week, what are we taking away as a community? These are the kind of figures we look at that drive us. And that is one of the major things we're working on, which is the Connect campaign, to say everybody needs to be involved in growing economic inclusion. We're not just going to be mouthing policy, we're going to be active participants in ensuring that policy delivers the benefits it's going to deliver. And the only way we can do that is as a community of fintech players, wherever we find ourselves, to know there is a social impact behind our businesses. So you can show the figures in your businesses, but if it's not translating to growth in the economy, there's just so much you can do as well. Some of the things we've seen in terms of touch points, there are quite a number of them, but look at this ecosystem play. What do we need to do together on the continent? There have been many attempts, silo attempts by people trying to do things, but I'm going to speak about 5 levers around which we can galvanize efforts. The first bit of it will be tech talent, and I'm so impressed with the nature of the masterclasses we have at NFW 2024, yesterday, today, and what we're going to have tomorrow. And there's a pipeline we just need to consistently grow. Trust me, wherever those talents migrate to, there's some impact on this economy directly through remittances, and those who are in here, who are able to earn in Forex, who are becoming self-entrepreneurs by just being part of this ecosystem and leveraging things on ground. There are many persons within this ecosystem who should see themselves as a pipeline for feeding the ecosystem, and there must be some collaboration in there. All of us cannot be experts at grooming talents. There will be people within the continent and in the nation whose primary purpose will be to generate an almost inexhaustible talent pipeline to feed this industry. The good thing about that is they themselves, the talents that are being generated, become economic levers to make things happen for the immediate industry and for the larger continent. A knowledge transfer framework that empowers the next generation. And I'm also impressed by the kind of things that are happening beyond the working population, digging deeper into those who are in schools and ensuring that before they leave the 4 walls or whatever structured education, they are already part of the economy. And there are things that are being built around this to make sure it happens. The second bit of it will be the digital assets. There's just a plethora of assets everywhere. What we are not doing, and what I think we can do better, is a structured aggregation of these digital assets to put them in the widest possible touch points for everybody to have a play. It's almost like being deliberate about building economic rails that everybody can tap into. So, you will probably have heard about the concept of land banks, where different people who own land can bring it together, and some people can get to use it and propagate things, and it's for the common good. The digital assets within the country and on the continent can be aggregated in a particular way that makes it a starting point for anybody within the fintech ecosystem to take to the last mile in their own way and to their own audiences. The third bit of it will be sustainable finance, and I talked somehow about the investment flow and the growth in investment flow into Africa over the past 5 years. There seems to be a dip, and we're wondering what's going on. How are organizations entrusted with resources, maximizing those resources to create economic wealth? What exactly is going on? The real return on assets in our hands, what are we doing about them? There should be a framework that ensures that the assets that flow in here have a direct correlation to the economic outputs that we're seeing. And one way to test it will be what we've seen in terms of the GDP per capita in this country. And for every organization, the governance framework that ensures that the financial assets entrusted to them are actually achieving the purpose of inclusive growth. The fourth level will be the public digital infrastructure, and I think that's one of the pillars on which Fintech Nigeria stands. We cannot individually be speaking to the issue of infrastructure. It is so germane to everything we do as an industry that we need a formidable framework to ensure that the infrastructure that will make us thrive are actually in place. This morning I was reading something about 5G. And I'm not going to be doing any survey if anybody in the fintech ecosystem is innovating around 5G. But I'm tempted to ask, is anybody innovating anything around 5G in Nigeria? Yeah. But you remember some people paid almost $300 million for those licenses. And you're asking yourself, what do we have to show? And just last month, we've upped on to another thing, digital Wi-Fi. But there's something we need to make work as a people. And that is why the call is for us to be connected, to collaborate, to deliver what guarantees inclusive growth in Nigeria and on the continent. The last bit of it will be the digital inclusion, getting everybody to be part of this. And that's the linkage. Digital inclusion only happens when the digital infrastructure is available and it's reliable and it's affordable. So we need to do some short-term investments over the long haul to ensure that whatever we create can actually achieve economic inclusion. And there are many models behind it. And in the next couple of months, I'm sure we're going to be speaking to that. What have we done so far? This is just a bit of our own story. This is what, at the group level, we've been doing for about 30 years and about 20 years into our payment journey. Around tech talent, we're collaborating with the industry to feed. We are not making it organic. Internally, we've got programs where we generate that and we become a very great talent pipeline. We're never afraid of training and releasing them. But much more importantly, one of the things we're doing is anyone who comes to our ecosystem and is empowered becomes an ambassador to others to let them know it is possible here in this environment. There are people who come for 3 months and 6 months structured internship and they end up becoming geniuses. And I'm not kidding, because it's their first exposure to what it really means to be part of an economic objective. They understand that they're not just part of a talent pipeline working to earn, but they're actually delivering value. They can see what exactly they're doing. And in the all around, you're going to see many people branded, but you really wouldn't even know. Some of them are just interns who have taken on our values and are part of the economic footprint. And it's just not about what we do internally. The second bit of it, digital assets, and like I said, that is one thing we're trying to do, to liberalize what we have and make it available. And over the next 3-6 months, the only thing we're going to be talking about is connect. And it's just something to catalyze the industry that everybody has a role to play. So we're democratizing our digital assets and anybody can connect to our APIs to take it to the last mile, branded any way they like it, the easiest ways to integrate and make that available. That's our contribution. The last bit, the third bit, sustainable finance. If anybody knows about us and our corporate governance structure, we've been organically financed for 33 years. And despite that, our commitment to CSR is one of the major things we do. So when they say we've been involved sponsoring this, it is more about creating many more of the type of institution we are and mainstreaming. All of these are there at the forefront of advocacy, and you will see this all around there. And on the last notes, I think we need to work together to take things forward. That's a summary. If you're not taking anything away, if you are here and you think you're an active part of Nigeria's or Africa's fintech ecosystem, you need to get connected. You need to identify the role you have to play to contribute to inclusive growth on the continent. We must just work together, and let's remember, an empowered Africa is what's going to be the root of our wealth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, MD Remita, one of our sponsors. Thank you, Ebon. I appreciate, sir. All right. This is a man that I hold in very high regard. Intelligence is in no doubt. And aside from that, he's wearing glasses. You know, only intelligent people wear glasses. If you don't have your glasses on, please check out your eye doctor so that you can come and join our tribe, the tribe of brilliant and intelligent individuals. Aside from our dear visitor from Kenya, she's part of us, nevertheless, glasses or no glasses, ma. You are all part of us, as a matter of fact. Thank you so very much. And at this point, I would like to quickly invite the next speaker, who is one of our sponsors, and they are going to be making a brief presentation for the next 7 minutes, and that will be a sponsor's address, and that is Huawei, Mr. Jimo Eyin Oko. Please, can we put your hands together for Mr. Jimo? Clap for him. These are the people that have made this event visible. Our sponsors make it wonderful, and I say a big thank you, Sam. The Huawei has, I think, one of the largest exhibition stands, as the case might be. You're welcome, sir. Okay.
All right, good morning, everybody.
Please, let's have a slide up, please.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, it's afternoon already. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Today, I want to speak on building a compliant and innovative infrastructure. Please, the technical team, can I have my slide up?
Please, gentlemen, can we have the slide up? In the meantime, I'd like to announce that the job fair is still ongoing. So if you're looking out for a job, kindly go upstairs. I think room 2A or 2B, whichever it is, the ushers will direct you, all right? And then you'll take an advantage of that. A lot of the organizations that are looking out to recruit new employees are actually out there. Just as you've seen, we've talked so much about opportunities. This is fine for you to take that as an advantage. Do not carry last in this regard. If I were you, I'll be up there to consult with whoever it is an interest. And let me know as soon as we're ready with the slide up so that our sponsor we have is a moment. So we will have to retime the timer because we've not had a slide up for him to make his presentation. And so please, my team, are we ready with the slides up so that we know where we're going? Okay, thank you very much. Please, can you recalibrate the timer?
All right, once again, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jimo Oko, and I'm a solution architect at Huawei Cloud. Today, I want to talk about the topic you can see here, which is building a compliant and innovative infrastructure to power Web3. For many of us that are here, you should know that we are
Jimo,
already...
please forgive me for interjecting.
All right.
Because of what you do for us at Nigerian Fintech 2014, we will want to increase your time to 10 minutes. Please make sure you put it 10 minutes because next year we need sponsorship. Put it 10 minutes,
All
10
right,
minutes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
You're
All
welcome.
Right, as you already know, we are in the era of Web3. Although it's a very slow process, the web started from Web 1.0. We went into 2.0, which all of us actually are still on now. And then the next phase, which actually is the future, is Web 3. What exactly is Web 3? Web 3 is actually the web technology that powers decentralization. So when I talk about decentralization, I'm talking about incorporating technologies such as blockchain, cryptography, and all of those kind of technology. And the truth is that more and more companies are moving towards this direction today. And if you ask me what the problem with Web 2 is or was, and the truth is that a lot of our data are being managed by organizations. So you go to a website, you have to accept a cookie, and then they place something on your browser, and then they track you. Now, in the era of Web 3, where we go into decentralization, all of this happen in distributed systems, and there is no central organization who owns your data. And this is where we are moving towards today. So how does Huawei play a role in ensuring that for organizations and fintech organizations that are seated here, and you're looking at building decentralized apps, how can you do that on Huawei Cloud? Please help me with the next slide. All right. In the last concluded Huawei Congress that happened in China last month, we rolled out a report which we call the Intelligent World 2030. Now, this report forecasted that by the end of 2030, all industries are going to move towards decentralization. And here are some interesting statistics on the screen for you. At the end of 2030, there will be about 1 billion digital asset holders worldwide. At the end of 2030, there will be about $16 trillion market size real asset tokenization. And if you look at the base here, you will see that that will create a computing power market size of about $10 billion. Because for you to be able to run Web3, you need a lot of computing resources. Next slide. All right. So how does Huawei position itself to be able to drive the future of Web3? Now, I want to walk you through what we are doing in the area of R&D. Now, we are second behind Alphabet, actually, which is the parent company of Google, in the area of investment in research and development. So over the last 10 years, we've invested more than $157 billion in the last 10 years. That's a lot of money, actually. And that accounts for about 23.4% of our total expenditure. Now, what are the benefits that we have realized with that? As you can see, we have built over 40 plus blockchain standards. We've been able to obtain more than 200 patents, and as well as our solutions today cut across more than 400 industry applications. All right. Now, we have what we call the Huawei Cloud CUVAS. CUVAS simply means the universe of cloud. So we leverage on unified architecture of cloud on a global network. So today we have more than 33 regions for cloud presence, spreading across 93 data centers for cloud. So almost everywhere you go around the world today, there's a Huawei Cloud data center. So the goal and the ultimate goal for us is to ensure that in wherever location your business might be, whether you are in a little village doing your fintech business, that there is a cloud data center that can help you reduce latency to less than 50 milliseconds. And that is why, even though we came late to the scene, in terms of cloud service provisioning, we have been able to overtake the likes of the top two that are already dominant in the market today for cloud service provisioning. And I will tell you that if you go to the Gartner quadrant today, we are around number 5. That was as at last year. And these are updated every year. So Huawei Cloud is doing a lot in the area of trying to reduce the connection time that it will take you to access cloud services. And this is very essential when it comes to Web3. Now, if you look at the chart here, these are our comparison with the blue and the yellow. The blue and the yellow represents the top 2 cloud service providers. What I mean top 2 is because we came late to the market and we are trying to catch up with them as well. So the current top 2, as you can see there, in terms of provisioning for Web3, we have more data centers in very key locations beyond what they are currently doing. And if you look at the table on the right here, you will see that the latency that we provide for connectivity is less than 50 milliseconds. So this is how much we are doing around Web3. Now, we have a slogan which we call everything as a service. Everything as a service simply means that we'll bring you all of infrastructure, technology, and expertise as a service. So we want you to focus on your business, why we handle all of those technological aspects for you. Now, on the first layer, you find infrastructure as a service. Now, what we have done in that layer for Web3 and the blockchain technology is that we have built what we call the Node Engine service. So the Node Engine service supports Ethereum. So it supports the Ethereum engine, it supports Polygon engine, it supports Tor engine and other kind of engine. So if you are into blockchain, you already know what I'm talking about. Now, under technology as a service, we'll provide you what we call the Kintian Enclave service. So what it simply means is that it provides you a platform for you to build your crypto wallets. Now, we also provide you what we call the IPFS storage. That's Interplanetary File Share Systems. So basically what that does for you is that it allows you to seamlessly access distributed file systems around the world. And then finally, there is something called the ZK Lookup, which I'm going to talk about in a bit. Now, when we climb up to expertise as a service, you can begin to see that we have a marketplace as well, where crypto exchangers actually can build their core business and then tap into innovative services as well. Because of time, I'm going to be a little bit faster. Now, we built, like I mentioned last year, we built what we call the Node Engine service. And the Node Engine service actually helps for the hosting of Ethereum staking. So if you are a little bit familiar about Ethereum, you will know that Ethereum has graduated from what we call proof of work, right now to what we call proof of stake. Now, proof of work traditionally was when you try to validate a transaction by mining data, which is compute intensive. Now, proof of stake simply means that as an Ethereum holder, you can stake your Ethereum, and then you get enlisted into the system as a validator. So by staking your Ethereum, you need high compute nodes to be able to participate in that process. Now, there was a test that was done across 4 different regions for Huawei Cloud. And as you can see, we were able to achieve 99% validation efficiency for Ethereum stakers, which is higher than the industry standard. The industry standard today is 95%. Now, we conducted a test with more than 10,000 validators, and we came out as #1. So if you're into building blockchain, you are an exchanger for crypto, Huawei Cloud actually is the platform for you to build upon. Now, there is something called ZK Rollup. I said I was going to talk about this. One of the biggest challenge today with blockchain, as smart and sweet as the technology is scalability. Now, what ZK Rollups helps you achieve is to separate computing and then the transaction nodes differently, so you can scale them independently. And at the moment, Huawei Cloud is the only cloud service provider, if you take a look at this chart here, that can help you lower the cost of doing that on any platform. Now, this is, for the sake of not mentioning name, this is one of the major cloud service providers today. And you can see the cost here, and compare that with the cost you would run, you would achieve running this on Huawei Cloud for the same processing. So Huawei Cloud can help save and lower that cost for you if you're looking at leveraging on ZK Rollups technology for your blockchain activities or mining activities within Huawei Cloud ecosystem. And then finally, we can help you build a compliance site. Permit me to also mention that we are going to be the first cloud service provider to roll out a Nigerian local site, and we are already doing that at the end of this month. So I thought you were going to clap for that. Thank you. So it simply means that for any of your business that requires local residency and compliance, you need to comply with data residency laws and all of that. The cloud local site is going to be available. And if you're looking at doing Web3 and you're looking at going into blockchain or cryptography as an exchanger or whatnot, Huawei Cloud local site will help you stay compliant. And then finally, I want to introduce one of our services, which we call the Huawei Cloud Flexor service. Now, there is no point running infrastructure when you're not going to need it. Many of you are doing that today. You have a lot of infrastructure, compute resources running, and at the end of the day, you pay for what you're not using. So with our Flexor service, you provision resources only when you need them. An example is what we did for a company earlier this year, where we helped them automate the rolling out of 3,000 bare metal servers within 24 hours. And at the end of the day, when they were not using it, it was powered down automatically. And then finally, we can help you, build an ecosystem together where we can support your growth and help take your business to the next level. So I would want you, as a call to action, to, scan the QR code on your screen if you're interested in exploring the Node Engine service I talked about, or you're interested in exploring Huawei Cloud Web3 zone. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Juma. We are your best friends here in NFW. We'll be seeing you next year, certainly. Let them know that I gave you 15 more minutes. It's for the records. Thank you so very much. Please, can you put your hands together for him? Quickly, we'll have our next presenter who is going to be speaking for the next, the timer is going to let him know. And then that is Mr. Wayne Eyong, head of Billas at PalmPay. Please, can you put your hands together for him as he comes up? Thank you so very much. The more you clap, the faster we come up the stairs. Please watch your step, please. Insurance covers only me. I don't know if I will extend to you. All right, that's the good spirit. So he's going to be speaking, and afterwards we'll have an online presentation from Mr. Ugochukwu, and then we'll go to the panel section.
There are 904 million daily transactions in Nigeria and about 234 trillion transactions in the first quarter. Good day. I'm Wayne Rupel Eyong, head of the Biller business at PalmPay. Today, I'll be speaking to you about the PalmPay online payment. We all know PalmPay is a financial institution that was created in 2009 with the 2019 with the Central Bank of Nigeria, which is our operator and regulator. PalmPay, which started just as a mini app, has come today to be an all-in-one payment platform in Nigeria today with over 35 million customers, boasting of a transaction volume of 10 million daily transactions on the PalmPay platform. We are found in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Tanzania, in Kenya, and Uganda as well. So apart from the PalmPay in-app services, PalmPay is boosting on the PalmPay online payment services. Our online payment services varies from the pay with PalmPay wallet, the pay with bank transfer, and the payout services to different banks. Now, the simple question about PalmPay, and PalmPay online payment service is, why choose PalmPay in the first place? This is a question a lot of people are asking because there are diverse payment gateway in Nigeria. There are diverse payment options in Nigeria. Why choose PalmPay? The simple question is convenience in payment. We have streamlined a system whereby whatever payment you're making on the PalmPay platform, you are 100% confident that that PalmPay will confirm successfully at a lower speed rate, right? That's the first part. And on our platform today, on the pay with wallet and the online payment, we have an enhanced reconciliation portal such that whatever payment you are doing, you don't have to manually check or verify the confirmation. Our enhanced portal enables you to automatically confirm this payment and then settle automatically. So these are the, because we have 5 minutes, these are just the simple issues we want to mention on the PalmPay platform. It's convenient, secure, and reliable for your business. So we are open. If you want to use PalmPay, the platform is open. We've partnered with all the bigger payment gateways across the country and globally to give you this feature which is seamless for PalmPay usage. Thank you all.
PalmPay, I want to especially thank you for giving me some extra minutes. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Where's your stand? Okay, we'll come for it anyway. Thank you. It's giving me 2 extra minutes to be able to do 1 or 2 things that I need to do. Thank you so very much, Eyong. And this is quite interesting. Quickly, we will go into our next presentation. I'm hoping that Mr. Ugochukwu Onwuta, Senior Product Manager at Aza Finance, is on cue. Please, is on cue? All right, thank you very much. Please, can we set up our timer for 7 minutes? Mr. Ugochukwu, please, can you say something so that we are sure we can hear you clearly? Hello, Ugochukwu, how are you?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, you can hear me as well, right?
Yes, I can, yes.
Okay, we can hear you as well. So you have 7 minutes, your time starts counting now. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So I will start with a trivial question, right? So the cross-border payment industry is $1 trillion industry and is valued at over $190 trillion. So it shows that it's a huge market that is ripe for lots of innovation, collaboration, and disruption. So good afternoon, everyone, and I hope you're doing great and having a nice time at the Nigerian Fintech Week. My name is Onwuta Ugochukwu, and my keynote speech is on the challenges and trends of cross-border payments in emerging markets. So I'm really honored to be here to
It looks like AI has
transaction.
Okay. Ugochukwu, can we hear you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead, please.
All right. So I would define cross-border payments as financial transactions where the accounts of the payer and beneficiary are in different countries. So this will typically involve currency conversion and regulatory frameworks across different jurisdictions for money to move from the sender down to the beneficiary. And it's not just for individuals, businesses, government, and also financial institutions to play in this space. So the real question is, why are cross-border payments important for emerging markets? It's very important because it helps facilitate trade between emerging markets and developed countries, right? It opens up the door of financial investment, supports remittance, and also helps to promote financial inclusion. So what are the challenges that we face in the cross-border payments for emerging markets? The first one is the regulatory complexity and fragmentation. So in the emerging markets, we have a lot of fragmented frameworks and very inconsistent, which makes it hard for players to come into this space and offer better services. Another would be currency volatility and liquidity issues. So across board in emerging markets, due to various factors such as economic instability, lack of monetary policies,
Hello, Ugochukwu. All we can see is your mouth agap.
Markets.
Okay.
Different players in that space, which have to take their own courts, which means at the end of the day, the sender gets to pay a whole lot more than the bargain for. Next will be lack of transparency and settlement delays. As most of us we have experienced, when people send money down from various countries abroad down to Africa or other emerging markets like the LATAM, it tends to take some time. It tends to take a lot of time, and we don't have the full coverage on how this happens or what the delay is for this transaction. They also have the fraud and security risks because of the lack of enforcement and security protocols. It's very difficult to adhere to these laws, which will curb crimes such as cyber attacks and also money laundering practices. So I would go next to the trends that are shaping cross-border payments. The first one is the rise in immigration, e-commerce growth, and global expansion of SMEs. So we've seen in the last decades that people have moved countries from emerging markets down to developed markets, which means remittance flowing from developed countries down to Africa or other Latin countries have drastically increased. For example, in Nigeria, we've had about 10% increase in year-on-year growth in remittance back to Nigeria. So also we've seen the adoption of cryptocurrencies and central bank digital currencies, and also across board, people are striving, the regulatory bodies are striving to have better compliance and regulatory frameworks. Then another trend that we've seen shape cross-border payments is we have the evolution of payment processing, a lot of alternate payments in options in the market. Then I will go to the use cases that are transforming cross-border payments. The first is retail remittances, as mentioned earlier, because we have a surge in global migration. People now send money across the world. Also, e-commerce and online places. We've seen giants like Alibaba, Amazon, and Shopify. Hope they are opening markets or opening operations in new emerging markets such as Brazil and South Africa. So what this means is this is opening the doors for a lot of online retailers to come on board and sell products globally. They've also seen salary disbursements, right? We've seen a lot of players coming to this space to have payroll, and this has been triggered by the rise in the gig economy and remote workforce. Then SMEs trade between large corporations also. They have corporate trade and investment, travel and tourism. Then lastly, we have government payouts, pension payments to retirees or child support. Then in summary, I would say cross-border payments, the lifeblood of global trade. And as I mentioned, it's a $1 trillion industry which is ripe for disruption and innovation. Currently, the B2B aspect of this cross-border payments makes up the largest share, which is 97%, and it is dominated by banks and top financial institutions. So it's hard for newcomers to actually come to this space and do valuable work. So my hypothesis on this is around 3 assumptions. The first one is, with customers' demand changing, customers will demand faster, cheaper, innovative, transparent, real-time cross-border processing, which would surely fuel innovation. Because as we see, both individuals and businesses want fast payment options, fast settlement. Then next assumption would be, new players will challenge incumbents to collaborate and develop faster, more innovative and transparent cross-border solutions. Then lastly, development and adoption of a borderless and unified compliance framework, right, would fuel people to come into this.
It looks like he was giving me an eye. Like, what are you going up there to do? Ogochukwu, I'm here still. We have 20 more seconds. I think it has to do with the network issue. These are some of the challenges that we are facing that needs to be addressed. And it's a nationwide thing. I think Mr. Atanda actually made an allusion to that. These collaborations will help us to build an ecosystem that is seamless. But here we are. It looks like the man has gone into the cloud. Gochukwu, can you hear me? Apparently, I think you were on the last line, and then it's... you actually even share a name with a very good friend of mine. I think Gas is Ogochukwu, but you are Ugochukwu. All right, ladies and gentlemen, should we go ahead? I think...
recording in progress.
All right, so I think please kindly communicate to him that we've gone into the next session. And we're sorry about that. I think that has to be a technical issue. Gladly was summarizing, but perhaps he's going to send that across to us to basically have that shared. Ladies and gentlemen, we're quickly going into the next part of the agenda, and that's the panel session. And I'm glad that the panel session is focused on safeguarding the funding pipeline for fintechs in Africa. To moderate this session is no other person than the founder and MD of Talking Drum. Please, can you put your hands together for him as he comes up? And then to join him on this panel, we have someone joining us online, and that is the CEO of African Fintech Network, Dr. Patrick Conte. Is joining us all around from the cloud. And please, my technical guys, ensure that his communication is seamless so that we don't have any freezing moments. We also have in-house here to join Mr. Bemi Idowu, Mr. Noble Obasi, team lead for private equity capital markets and merger and acquisition for Strain and Bland. Please, can you put your hands together for him? We're looking at money. Money is very important. We have Tiwalola Osazua, partner of Alex Partners. Please put your hands together for her. Alex, as a matter of fact, have been in the forefront in trying to drive discourse that helps us. This is one of the law firms that I think I identify with so much more. And then Chika Unwosu, MD Pampe. We had Pampe speak earlier on. Please put your hands together for her. I'm looking forward to this interaction. And then, oh, is it him? Wonderful. You people should decide which of the gender you are taking up. Hey, careful, sorry, please, careful. Okay, Chika. Okay, it's actually a unisex name. Thank you so very much. MD Pampe. Your guy actually did a fantastic presentation earlier on, Young. And then we have Taiwo Kamsin Ketiku, principal from EcoVC. She is a she. Please put your hands together for her. All right, this kinds of one actually helps you to just go straight up. Now, at this point in time, I'd like my timer set for the next 15 minutes. And then I'm trusting Mr. Bemi Idowu to work with what we have. And we're going to be working together while the panelists also are working with a timer. Can we have all of the microphones please put on so that we know our panelists? Okay, the women know how to do this. Okay, handshake. Bemi, you better not take handshake. Oh. Okay, all right, let's just have that go with a moment. All right, please, let's be sure the microphones are on. Are your mics on, please? One mic, you can split as the case might be. Please, can we have Bemi some...
Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olugbe Miniido, and I am very happy and privileged to be hosting this panel, moderating this panel, I should say, exploring the topic of safeguarding the funding pipeline for fintechs in Africa. And what I'm really excited about on this panel is we have a wide range of speakers with a range of experiences and perspectives on the topics. We have founders, CEOs, investors, lawyers, people from different ends of the spectrum. So the way we're going to run this conversation is we are going to explore it from each speaker's perspective. So the topic we're looking at is safeguarding the pipeline of funding for African fintech companies. And we'll start with setting the context. When I moderate panels, I always try to make sure that we are all on the same page, and that we all know that we're talking about the same thing. So one of the things I want to start with is I want to sort of throw the question to the panel. Whoever fancies it can go for it. We'll start from there. And what I really want us to do is I want us to set the context for everyone listening in the audience to get an understanding of the current lay of the land with fintech funding in Africa. So who wants to go first?
I don't mind.
Go on.
I think that even the previous speakers, the keynote addresses that were given and the sponsor addresses kind of touched on what we see happening in the fintech ecosystem in Africa in general, and particularly in Nigeria as well. And I think what we can all agree on is that there's been a decline in funding from the boom we saw in 2022, 2021, right? And that's attributable to a number of things. We can talk about inflation, we can talk about high interest rates, but then there's also the key fact that investors are generally more cautious in their approach to financing startups in general. And of course, that would have its implication on fintechs as well, right? And by being cautious, it means that they're more particular about sustainability rather than just quick growth that would end up not being sustainable, right? But having said that, some of the data that we do find show that in this year, at least trending up until, say, July or into August, we've seen significant funds actually raised. That also shows that even though we've been seeing a decline, there's supposedly some changes that we're seeing as well that starts to show that this year might actually surpass the numbers that we found, say, in 2020, right? So it's not all doom and gloom. It's not all that, it shows that there is some degree of growth. And while the funding numbers are not as high, we're seeing that the deal numbers are not necessarily super low. We're also seeing other forms of financing beyond equity. We're seeing a lot more in the debt space as well compared to what we used to see. I'll just stop there so that other speakers can also chip in.
Does anyone else want to add to that?
Okay, just to...
Let's try to keep our answers short and snap because I have a few questions to get through so that we can have an expansive conversation as possible. But please don't.
Just to add to what you have said.
Sorry, no, please carry on, sorry.
So essentially, right, we have seen a whole lot of funding strategies which the fintechs have explored in getting funds into the country. Again, it really depends on the stage that the fintech company is at, right? So at the point of starting, you see a sort of accelerator, incubator, sort of, induced funding. Then you see angel investors who are essentially investors with high net worth investors with some amount of funding that they want to inflow into the fintech. Again, you see a situation where you see a revenue-based financing. So essentially, revenue-based financing is when an investor looks at your startup company to say, you know what, I can give you money to provide the solution which you really want to provide. However, I'm going to take some revenue off your company once they start making good funding, right? Again, I'm not taking equity, just the revenue. Again, you see a lot of M&As, Again, these are drivers, these are funding drivers within the fintech space. So for example, I think a few years back, we saw the Paystack, the Stripe, which was one of the biggest M&A deal within the fintech space in Nigeria. Again, we see a lot of private equity funding coming into the fintech space. We see Helios, I think Helios Invest, is this Helios Partner?
Yeah,
it's, yes, the private equity, firm that's got funding. I think is Paystack, either Paystack or Interswitch, one of the two. I think Interswitch, right? Yeah. So you essentially you see these funding strategies, which is a sort of a driving from again what Tiwa said about assessing funding for fintech development in Africa.
Thank you. We'll move on quickly to the next question. And joining us virtually is Dr. Patrick Conte, the CEO of Africa Fintech Network. I'm going to be directing this question at him, but also at Chika, if you don't mind. And the question is about economic instability and the impact of that on funding. So we all know about things like inflation, currency fluctuations, and those sorts of things. I want to get your thoughts. Just out of courtesy, I'm going to start with Chika because you're next to me, and then we'll go to Dr. Patrick online. But I just want to get your thoughts on how the issues of inflation and currency fluctuation, how these things have affected funding, and then we'll take the conversation from there.
Okay, thank you very much. So if you look at the African environment since 2023 up to today, you can see that most of the currencies, both Nigerian Naira, Kenyan shillings, Ghanaian cedis, even Egyptian pounds and rest of them has been implemented against USD. And most of the investment coming to Africa, most of the African fintechs investment expectation, or maybe most of the foreign investment coming to Africa are all in dollars. So most of the investors are very, very wary of constant devaluation of currency because they are afraid that their value of their investment might be, eroded over a period of time. Then another part of it is when there is inflation, then what central bank does is to control inflation by increasing lending rate. So what this does to fintech is that most of the fintech who are based on debt funding, this will increase their overhead costs. Definitely will affect the profitability of their businesses. No investor will put his money into a company that is not profitable. So this is actually some of the
Interesting.
issues. Thank you.
Thank you. And over to you, Dr. Patrick, as well. I wonder if you had any thoughts on this, and also from the work you're doing with the Africa Fintech Network, any thoughts on the general state? I think Chika's mentioned about a lot of the funding coming from overseas. Do you have anything to add on that topic? We can't hear Patrick. Can you? Can you speak again, please, so we see if we can hear you?
Yeah. Hello. Am I coming audibly?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Couple of thoughts. Let's start to unpack the funding landscape in Africa. Yes, as already alluded, the last 3 years, we see a downward trend on a year-on-year basis. But the question is, why so? Is it that investment in tech generally and fintech mostly in Africa is becoming, unattractive? And where did those funds come from initially? Research and a lot of practical evidence points to the fact that you look at the 8 fintech unicorn, most startups in the space, their capital structure is largely funded overseas, or at least monies that's largely not originated within the continent. So really for us at the network, those are the conversations we are interested in. Why would a country like Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation and perhaps the strongest economy in the continent, with billionaires in naira and dollars, why would they not invest in a thriving sector? Nigeria, by all indications, have shown resilience, strength, talent. An average of about 4 out of 8 unicorns are associated or connected with Nigeria. But the question is, if you unpack the capital structure, of those fintech unicorns and other key players in the sector. What is pure Nigerian capital, money in those tech? I bet you it's little. So for us, the conversation is about African capital in African tech. If there is African money in African tech, the issue about fluctuations, not that it will not happen, but it will be in check. So that is where we drive the conversation. Why are Africans, be them investors, VCs, angel investors, Series XYZ investors, why are they not interested? Why are they not African oriented in approach in terms of their source of capital, in terms of the investors in those VCs and their own lending, to the tech sector in Africa? So that's very important. Then the issue of, naturally, the issue about there is always, both research and the evidence is abound. There is a direct link in between what is happening in tech, digital tech more so, and its positive contribution to economic growth. I think one of the recent studies by Google shows that in the next 7 years, that is 2030, for each dollar you invest in digital tech in Africa, it will fetch you 100% return. It will fetch you $2. So why are investors, why are local Africans, why are Africans' richest men not interested in investing? You look at, for me not to steal the show, take the top 5, 10 richest men in the world, unpack their investments, significant portions in tech. Take Africa's billionaires, top 5, unpack their investments. It's the opposite. So why the disconnect? And for us at the network, we are saying there is need to sound the trumpet louder. There is need for African investors, Africans' riches, African resources to be channeled into African tech. Let me stop here for now.
Thank you so much. I have one more question to the panel, and then we'll start, because of time, we'll open the floor to questions, and then we'll direct those questions to the panelists so that we can incorporate the audience into the conversation as much as possible. My next question is for Taiwo. As the VC on the panel, you guys have dominated the whole conversation around funding for such a long time. So the question is really about attracting and maintaining VC funding in this climate. So looking at what kind of factors and metrics you look at, what kind of considerations you consider when you're looking at funding the fintech at this time, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, so hi everyone, good afternoon. I work with EcoBC. We are sector agnostic, so I'm not essentially only a fintech investor. So I might be speaking generally, but most of what I'm talking about will also be very applicable to fintechs. So in terms of investments, when you are assessing any investment, first of all, you want to see what sort of market exists. So what's the addressable market? What's the obtainable market? I know there's TAM, SOM, there are all sorts of things that we call it, but again, you want to know, is there a market for your product? At the end of the day, it still comes to a willing buyer and you as a seller. That's really what all it is in the first place. So we're looking at what's the market, what's the opportunity. If I'm also going to be investing in a fintech company or any company, I also want to know how scalable are you? Are you just going to be like a local champion within Nigeria, or are you able to replicate your products into other African markets? Because by the time you start drilling down to what exactly the revenue opportunity is, it's really a numbers game. So that's another part. And then we're also looking at what is so innovative about you as, okay, the mic has gone up. What's so innovative about you as a company, right? What differentiates you from the other person? And then before, in the early days, you're looking at an early stage company, okay, like pre-seed, it just coming out. You're thinking, oh, okay, how many users do you have? What's your growth rate? What's your burn? What sort of customers do you have? What partnerships have you locked? Those are the sort of metrics you begin to look at. But I think at the core of it all, what is important to every VC, if you speak to anyone, no matter early stage, late stage, even for the PE guys, it still comes down to the founding team and the founders itself, because again, it's really a game of conviction. I want to speak to a founder who is telling me things that are deep secrets within its own industry that I don't know about. If I'm sitting down with you and you're telling me things I already know, I'm not particularly gingered. I'm just thinking, yeah, you're just another fintech company, you're all layering, doing the same thing. But I would say those are the main things that I would look at when assessing an investment in a company, and specifically a fintech company.
Excellent, thank you. At this point, by the way, does anyone want to add anything on that topic? But at this point, I would want to open the floor to questions. If anyone has any questions they want to ask, I can see 2 hands up already. So we'll take the questions, and then I will direct the questions at specific panel members. So if you could pass the mic to the gentleman over there and another gentleman over there.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Yeah, I'm a medical student. So my question goes thus, we are talking about the fintech in the Africa workspace, like fintech in Africa. And I'm going into funding of techs. So as a startup, there are some startups, they work to earn to build up their own business and saving. We already talked about inflation rates, we are saving. And sounds like in this African workspace, can't we since we are all working together, can't we form a financial currency that we all will be using to battle against the inflation rates? Because tech funding, apart from being a startup, tech funding in schools also, how will I say this? 3 years ago or 4 years, I guess, in the University of Lagos, school fees was
Sorry to rush you, but can you just get to the question, please, so that we don't waste too much time?
Because of the tech funding, the schools, they increased their amount of school fees from hundreds, 200. I mean, public schools, that was also free. Okay. And some people like us were earning in dollars, and some don't. It affects. So my question is, can't we regulate a type of financial currency around Africa?
Your question is a unified currency.
Just help battle against inflation, against the USD.
Okay.
I feel like that's the main problem.
Okay. I think I get the question now. We'll hold that question, and I think there's another gentleman over there, and there's a lady in the corner. We'll take those 3 questions for now, and then we'll come back to the panel.
Yeah. Good afternoon, panel. I'm Oluwafemi Salami. I'm a graduate. I'm a law graduate here. So my question is actually multifaceted, if you don't mind, because of the time. Yeah. So yes, we know VC in Africa is quite funny, right? If we look at the number of transactions taken, I think the fintech industry is really saturated, right? We have more fintechs, but what we discover is that the VCs we see, the angel investors, are not Nigerian based. We only have few. I think HealthCap by Dr. Ola Brown, we have Ingressive by Maya Hogan Famodo, and there are just few more. So my question to the VC personnel here, what are we doing to build the Nigerian VC market? How can we get Nigerian-based VCs, and how can we encourage LPs, right? Limited partners. We have a lot of HNIs that can become LPs, right? And to our fellow learned colleagues here. Yeah. So GRC, governance, risk management, and compliance in fintech, we would still go back, right? Because GRC, the whole concept was to ensure financial due diligence. So how can we ensure 10-sheet due diligence from the perspective of GRC? Because we have to go there. And also to the MD of PalmPay, the issue of credit, right? Credit for not startups, I think SMEs, right? What is PalmPay doing towards that? Because most of the credit we are seeing is just for normal individuals. I want to order 2K order, right? So what are we doing towards that? Thank you.
Thank you. I think on that final question, just for the sake of today, that's a very different conversation to this conversation we're having now. So we'll park that one for another time. Maybe that could be picked up. So we'll take the final question, unless you want to answer that question. But for the sake of time, I think let's just take the question from the lady over there, and then I'll start with you and we'll work our way down the panel in terms of answers.
Yes, thank you. My name is Mary Ann. In my experience, speaking to VCs about debt funding, I mean, even if you inquire about our market or you want to hear something different, when it comes to actual investing, it boils down to the numbers. You want to look at our management accounts, those kind of numbers. What are the options for a company that is still, in that startup phase? They are still figuring out their market or their model, or still maybe even settling into their model. What are the options for startups without those numbers to access debt funding? You mentioned revenue sharing and the likes, but for companies that their P&L isn't ideal yet? What are the options? Because commercial banks usually typically look for assets, and a lot of startups are asset light.
Okay, that's good. So for the first question, I think, Chika, if you don't mind taking the question from the gentleman over there. That question from the lady, I think, Noble, that's probably for you in terms of alternative funding models. And I think, who fancies the question about a unified African currency? VC. Well, Taiwo, I think they've dropped you in for that one. Excuse me, so do you want to go first?
Okay.
Excuse me.
Okay, so firstly, PalmPay is a mobile money operators. So on our license, we cannot give out loan. So we don't give loan. So what we have is a super app. So we have other fintech onboarded on our platform that are carrying out different businesses. Actually, PalmPay does not give loan. So please, you have to know this. Then secondly, you mentioned something that the African fintech space is saturated. I disagree with you totally. I think what happened is that there was something I was telling someone when we had a program somewhere outside the country. I said, I don't know why all the fintechs are in Lagos, struggling in Lagos, competing in Lagos. Nigeria has let me take Nigeria for instance, let's forget about other countries. Nigeria has a population of about over 200 million people. Lagos is less than 80 million people. That is less than 10%. People left 80% or left 90% and struggling with 10%. It's crazy. So there is a lot of opportunity. There are a lot of banks. And you know, for fintechs, the purpose of fintech, the objective of fintech is to reach out to the unbanked. So go to many rural areas in Nigeria, go to so many sub-cities outside Lagos, Abuja, you will notice that the activities of fintech in those localities are very, very minimal, or maybe it's not even at all. So I tell you that there is still a lot of opportunities for fintechs in Nigeria and other African countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And then the next question about, I just rolled into the question, my question to you was going to be around alternative funding models, because Taiwo has spoken about VCs and how VCs look at bids. But for the sake of the person that asked the question and other people in the audience, can you speak to other sources of funding or other ways fintechs and other startups can fund their ventures?
Thank you very much. So again, I think the lady, she has kind of identified one of the problems, that fintech faces, some of the fintech faces, which is
just a reverb on the village people are getting involved in the mic situation, but
hello. Okay.
There you go.
So one of the problems which you've identified is the P&L not doing so good. So essentially, you see a situation where fintechs, they're trying to scale, they're trying to raise funds. However, their balance sheets are not doing very well. I don't think there's any bank that won't give you loan based on a poor balance sheet. And again, even if you want to perhaps go to capital market to raise funds, maybe to raise a CP or maybe to
try again. Oh. Sorry, can we have some help with the mics? The mics are fluctuating a little bit.
Okay, I think it's back.
Okay.
So even if you go to the capital market to raise funds via CP or note issuances, I mean, your assets is going to be one of the, your assets and good standing is going to be some of the key considerations that these guys will look at before they, give you the loan. So essentially what you're going to look at is to try as much as possible to, perhaps issue shares, right? Look for investors, look for people who can buy into the idea of the company by giving you shares. I mean, after that, you can perhaps decide to maybe take the company, the fintech company public, right? Expose it to a wide range of shareholders. I mean, that's as a matter of fact, that's one of the biggest alternative source of financing for fintechs, right? I mean, you see Jumia is public company. It's currently listed at the what's called New York Stock Exchange, and in Nigeria, I think you see Chams, PLC, and the rest. So essentially, you try as much as possible to raise equity, right? If you cannot go public, perhaps you could do private placement to a couple of high net worth investors who can, buy into the idea of your company by giving you money in exchange for equity, right? Because it's so difficult for fintechs to, raise debts or for banks to give you money without a very, solid balance sheet. Thank you.
Excellent. Taiwo, do you want to take the question on, I think you want to pass, can you pass that? The question on the currency situation and battling inflation.
Okay, so I think in summary, you were basically talking about currency devaluation, right? I guess that's what you're talking about. Or what was the question again?
Yes, it's around balancing. How do we basically hedge against the risk of currency devaluation? I think we spoke about that in the initial question.
So I was recently with a couple of African investors, and we just I think we just agreed that we would always have a currency devaluation problem, especially if you are investing dollars in a company whose revenue is in Naira or SIFA or something else, right? Some of the conversations that we're also having is having like multi-currency funds such that if your revenue is largely in Naira, then we also should be giving you Naira to hedge against that. That's really the solution. As long as you're giving a company dollars and their revenue is in Naira and they're not also having like several, how do you put it, they don't have other revenue streams to give them foreign currency, you're always going to have that problem. So again, on the more African scale, is really now a conversation with, okay, we investors, we want to sit down with the central banks of the different African countries, how do we solve for this? But until that happens, then there's really not much to do. And every year, there is always a further devaluation. So even as we continue to invest, our own investors are also wondering, oh, okay, where's the liquidity coming from? Where the X is coming from? A lot of these things, where's the DPI? Like, there's just so much. It's not a very straightforward solution, but I would say the best solution is if you're a Naira company, then I should be giving you Naira investments. That's the only way that even I, from an investor standpoint, can hedge against that risk. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Just moving the conversation on, there's a very interesting part of the funding conversation that I don't think gets explored enough, and that's like the legal and regulatory parts of the conversation. Because everyone thinks it's just about building a product and collecting money. So Alola, I want to put a question towards you as the legal person on the platform. I jumped for a second there. So what kind of legal structures and agreements, is a two-part question. I'll ask the first one to start, and I'll come back with the second one. The first one is, what kind of legal structures and agreements do fintechs have in place when they're approaching investors and seeking forms of funding? And then I have a follow-up question about regulatory requirements and stuff like that. But let's start with the legal frameworks and requirements, and we'll go from there.
Okay, thanks, Bemi. And yes, legal is a big piece of it. And when Taiwo was speaking earlier, she did talk about the things they look at, the things they consider, the founders ultimately, how, and things like that. But beyond all of that, after they've looked at all of that, one of the very significant things they're going to do is to diligence the company, right? So do legal diligence as well on the company. And there's certain things that, an investor doesn't want to have to deal with. Making an investment by itself is already risky, right? And so there's certain risks that, or certain issues that can be controlled that you don't have to take a bet on, right? And those are the sort of things they want to be able to kind of check off, right? So Taiwo mentioned founders, right? So again, one of the fundamental things would be, do you have a founders agreement in place? And what does that say? How does that work? How is that structured? Where does the equity currently sit, right? In fact, before you get there, down to the basics of how the entity has been constituted, right? Has it been properly constituted? What do the constitutional documents look like, right? What does your article say regarding investments? Are there any restrictions there that need to be fixed? Then we'll talk about your founders agreement. We're looking at your IP, which is a big piece of tech, right? Are there IP agreements? Who owns the IP? Does it sit in the entity that is being invested in, or does it sit with the founders? And how do you get it into the entity that the investor is going to invest in, right? Are they registered? Big point, licensing. Do you have the right license for the business that you're doing? And that is a very big piece, of that, right? Third-party type agreement. So, more often than not, you find fintech players also having partnerships with some other entities. What do those look like? how integral are those to the products that the fintech is offering, right? And how are those agreements structured? What would be the implication of that investment on those existing sort of arrangements? Policies around AML, CFT issues, right? Cybersecurity, issues, data protection, that is a big piece, right, as well, because there's a lot more emphasis on that, right? And how is the fintech addressing those things? What are the policies that are in place? What are the practices that are in place? And of course, I mentioned earlier that unlike a few years ago, investors are a lot more cautious. They're looking at profitability and sustainability. And when you're considering that, you need to look at governance, right? What are the governance structures in the fintech? And that cannot be overemphasized. It's always a big piece of it.
In the interest of time, I'm going to cut you short there and just ask for a very short and snappy answer about regulation, because I think we need to touch on regulation as well. Sometimes people forget that if you're not regulated in a, I don't know the technical term, but if you're not compliant from a regulatory perspective, that can also impact your ability to attract funding sustainably. So can you speak to that quickly? And then I have one final question to wrap up.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like I said, which is why I mentioned licensing. It's a regulatory requirement, right? So a fintech startup has to recognize what regulations apply to what they're offering and ensure that they are up to date with those. Now, of course, it's not every non-compliance issues that would prevent you from getting investment, right? Some of them are easily fixable, but there are certain big things. Do you have the license to provide, to be a mobile money operator, for instance? If you don't have that, then you've not even started at all, right? So yeah, regulation is certainly a very big piece. And I do recognize that there are certain types of product offerings where the regulations around there is gray. There's a gray area. So digital assets, that sort of space, is still, it's still a moving, sort of thing. And, as lawyers, we tend to get quite significant inquiries around that, especially from foreign investors, because they're trying to understand how that space works and how they can come and play in that space. So again, when there's uncertainty in regulation, it makes it much harder for the investors and the startups. But of course, there's still ways to navigate around those. So yeah.
Excellent, all good. So as we wrap up, I just want to get thoughts from everyone on the panel about building investor confidence. Because I think in all this conversation we're having about safeguarding the pipeline, the investors still have to put money on the table. And as builders, as ecosystem players, I think there's a very important conversation to have about what can be done, what can fintechs do to build long-term investor confidence. So I'll start with you, Chika, if you don't mind. I will work our way down the panel to finish off.
Okay, there's a lot to do, but the time is very short. So firstly, you can diversify your investment income stream. For instance, for us, we are not only in Nigeria. We have our business in Ghana, we have our business in Tanzania, Kenya, and some other African countries. So if things are bad in Nigeria, maybe the money we are making in other African countries can also make us look good, so investors can come in. Another one is continuously engaging with the policymakers and regulators. Let me give you one example. This year, CSC made a policy that all the agents and merchants must have CSC, must have a CSC registration, at least registration. So they gave 2 months notice. The 2 months expired. If some of us didn't group ourselves together and engage CSC, they would have locked down all our agents. You know what that means for some businesses that are depending on POS and rest? The business will die automatically. And several other things that I will not go ahead to say because of time. Another one is, frivolous operational expenses. As a fintech, as a startup, there are some operational costs you don't need to get involved in. You have to save more, put more money on the reserve. And also, fintech that are also successful, we also need to project them, what they have done, the kind of activity they are doing, and what make them profitable. All these things will also increase investors' confidence. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Noble, if you don't mind, from your perspective, some thoughts on that question.
Okay, so thank you. So essentially, right, to boost investors' confidence, I think it makes more sense for investors to ask critical questions, critical questions at the right places at the right time. So you're coming to, say, a financial inclusion sort of, you want to offer a financial inclusion sort of solution, right? Are you speaking to your regulators? Do you know what the regulators are talking about concerning the product that you want to ship into the market, right? Are you speaking with your lawyers to understand all the, the acts, all the regulations, all the laws that's guiding that particular place, right? Are you now making your own due diligence, right? Are you conducting the sort of survey, the sort of diligence in the country of investment to really understand how your product is going to go about, right? Again, it makes more sense for all these things to be tied down first before you really look at investment. The other part of it is, for the startup, if you're seeking for funding, at what stage are you seeking for that funding? Are you, for example, you're just starting up and perhaps you're trying to look for a PE? No, you need guidance, right? If you're just starting up, I think you should perhaps look for funds from family, angel investors, accelerator, incubator sort of, program, right? So, for example, recently there is this accelerator regulatory incubators program carried by the Securities and Exchange Commission. And one of the reasons why they did it was they found out that Nigeria is a very good place for virtual asset, right? And to promote virtual asset, they have to develop that sort of incubatory program, right? For them to understand the environment and the solutions that want to explore or they want to push into the market, right? So all these things boils down to asking critical questions about what you want to do, about how you go about it, and how the sort of funding that you'll be seeking for. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think for me, I'll say three things. Transparency in your systems, your processes with your investors. Communication with them as well, very important. If you have challenges, that line of communication needs to be there so you're all on the same page. And then I would say diversification, like Chika said, right? And you're seeing a lot of that happening, which is why we're seeing quite a bit of M&A within that space. You're seeing fintechs in Nigeria acquiring some other entities, in a bid to expand. And investors are happy to fund those sort of expansions as well because it helps you to diversify your risk. And I think finally, I would say that it's very important to have the right set of advisors. Those advisors could be legal, they could be financial, they could be business, right? But you need to not be an island. It could be your investors, but it could be other people who have done something similar or doing something similar as well.
Okay. I would say to continue to attract investments, just focus on having like strong unit economics. Ensure there's minimal churn. Ensure that you're continuously refining your business model. I would also say try to also optimize for positive cash flows and also extending your runway. So whatever is not is not important, you might as well just cut it off. And I think the last thing is ultimately your business is you're selling something, right? Continue to ensure that you're refining your business model continuously such that you are becoming a vitamin in your users' lives as opposed to them only thinking about you only when they have a headache. So we always say this thing inside, like an inside joke, like, are you a painkiller or are you a vitamin? So if you're a vitamin, you don't have to take you every day. So how do you continue to stay relevant such that your customers stick and will continue to pay for whatever services you're offering, no matter how high you charge? I think all these things all together, and I think the last thing she said was communication as well. If I don't hear from a founder, I would say in like 2-3 months, I'm not seeing my monthly reports or quarterly reports, I already know there's a problem. So continue to stay in touch. Sometimes we might just have something like in our left hand to just basically throw you a lifeline. But if you don't say anything, then there's really not much that we can do. Thank you.
Cool. And we'll go to Dr. Patrick, who's joining us virtually. Any thoughts on the question of building investor confidence?
Yeah, thank you. So much thought and so much to say in a span of time that we are wrapping up. Let me scale this at the continental level. We at the network, we work across 40 countries in Africa. The opportunities that digital finance, broadly, fintech in particular, has presented for Africa are enormous. As we speak, cash is still king in Africa. At least 65 to 70% of transactions are done manually by cash. So that's the opportunity for innovative technologies to leverage on. And for that to happen, it has to happen at the continental level, and then it can cascade to country level. So what are we saying? The issue about investor confidence is tied on so many variables. Number one, investors internationally looking at Africa, they're looking at 54 markets. Fragmentation is one major problem. So 54 markets, 54 different currencies, 54 different problems, 54 different regulations. So that alone is a nightmare. So at the network, one of the things we are working on is how do we facilitate that, foremost you call it alignment, not harmonization. My words here are alignment. How do you create an alignment in policy and regulations across, minimum at sub-regional level? Take West Africa. Look at West Africa, there are two blocks. There is the Francophone block with 8 plus 9 countries with one currency. There is the Anglophone block, maybe 16 in ECOWAS, with 16 different currencies. The question is how you create alignment so that what is happening in Francophone ecosystem has an alignment with what is happening in Anglophone, vis-a-vis in terms of policy and regulations. That's a nightmare for the investor sitting in North Africa. So at continental level, number one, there is need for policy and regulatory alignment, stage 1, and stage 2, harmonization of policy and regulations across Africa. Because fintechs will not scale. They will not scale to growth on a sustainable basis if they are just confined to Nigeria, confined to Ghana, for instance. The markets are small, at least for starters. They need to scale across sub-region, scale at continental level, and scale globally. And for that to happen, the issues about regulations, policies are profound. Speaking about capital, I think I've alluded to it. Yes, it's good to have capital from overseas. It's good VCs, angel investors, with capital from overseas. It's good for Africa. It's good for us. This is a globalized world. But are we saying is that in the long-term best interest of Africa? Probably no, probably yes. But what we are advocating for is that there has to be that awareness to raise it, that campaign, that education of investors, of me and you, Africans, to invest in African tech. It is via crowdfunding platforms. Everybody chipping their little naira, their little cities, and support the tech locally. That way the funding is sustained. The dividends on those fundings are retained within the continent. For we, that's what we think was the best long-term interest. Lastly, I would like to speak on the issue of the role, the role
sorry,
of government.
Patrick, I need to hurry up with the answer so that we can wrap up quickly.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
I think we need to underscore the importance of government, the public sector in all of this. Governments, the politicians, the public sector, the central banks, they have a profound role to play in terms of creating that investor confidence. Policy predictability and certainty is key. Investors want predictability in policies. They want consistency in policies, and that is lacking largely across both African countries. Political instability, bad policies, so much to unpack.
Sorry, I hate to cut you, but we're out of time, so I need to wrap up the conversation. But thank you so much for that contribution, and thank you to everyone on the panel for your contribution. Can we please give the panelists a big round of applause?
And thank you very much, Baby, because you did an excellent job. Please put your hands together one more time for them. Can you all be upstanding for us to have a group picture? Please let me invite the presidents in the house to please join them for the group pictures as they come. Where do we have my cameraman to quickly do this? Lunch is to be served now, and lunch closes at 2:35 for 2:40. Quickly, I want to announce that the raffle draw is going to be taking place at the end of today. Meanwhile, we have a treasure hunt by Fair Money that is kicking off at 2:10. At 2:10, there are 2 individuals you will have to meet to have an idea of what the terms are going to be. Can I have those 2 gentlemen? Those 2 gentlemen there, can you climb up? Let them see you. Climb up, okay. These 2 gentlemen will give you your clues. If the clues are finished with them, you can visit the Fair Money stand where you can get more clues. And that treasure hunt opens at 2:10. I'm going to make that announcement. Immediately after that, we will have our presentation, and I have Mr. Ogenefego doing the first from SMECGO, and then we will have Yinka Falola, Divisional CEO, IPNX Business. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies, and you've done excellently well. And then we have from Unified Payments, James Onu Agada, Group Head Payments Gateway, while we also have Atinunke Olalafe, MD SDM Communications Limited. They are obviously coming in, as a matter of fact, after the launch. Launch will close at 2:35 for 2:40, ladies and gentlemen. Please let us all congregate back here as we go ahead with what we need to do. Please, one more time, be mindful of your personal items. Be mindful of your personal items, your phone, your laptops, and all of that. Thank you very much. Hereby, lunch is served. Please follow the ushers. Mr. Chika, before you leave, just a moment. Cyprian.
We have a Hope Bank, it's a payment service bank. We have the UP Digital, is also a company under Unified Payment Group. They are vast providers. They have USSD aggregator, they have SMS aggregator, and the IVR, they are an IVR provider. We have a TM30, also under the Unified Payment Group of companies. They are the application developers working with all the other companies under Unified Payments and also external clients. So what does Unified Payment do? Unified Payments offers switching services. We process transactions for financial institutions. We process transactions for fintechs. We process transactions for microfinance banks and the likes. And we are a payment solutions provider. We offer merchant services. We are PTSP. And Unified Payments has a payment scheme like I earlier mentioned, which is the Pay Attitude. We have a digital commerce platform. We have a bank, which is a payment service bank, Hope Bank. And we have the agency services and other services. So who do we work with today? Unified Payments over the years has gained a number of partners, and today we work with the fintechs. We work with Flutterwave, Paystack, and the likes, MoneyPoint, as well as OPay and Number. So for other merchant relationships, Unified Payments has a couple other partnerships that helps or provide services to these partners to enable payments on all platforms, be the POS, the web, and ATM, and the mobile. So thank you all.
All right, there's something unique about Unified Payment. Thank you very much for giving me extra seconds. They will hand. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next presentation is coming from the MD SDM Communications Limited, Atinuke Ola Lafe. Please, can you put a hands together for her? And afterwards, I would like to be alerted. I would like us to be allowed for the next keynote presentation that will dovetail into the last panel session for today, and afterwards we'll have a raffle draw, and then we will call it a day for day 2. Tomorrow we will continue, and I will make some special announcements as the case might be. So thank you so very much. Over to you, Madam Atinuke. Yep.
Hello, Fintech Nigeria. Sorry, I'm trying to. Oh. I'm not sure this.
Perhaps you point to the screen in front of you. Maybe that might work. All right. Is that you? That is you, right?
Yes, I'm trying to take it back.
Okay.
Yeah, so my name is Atinuke Olalape, and I'm the MD of SDM Communications, and it's great to be here. Just a quick introduction. As a business and organization, we all know how important it is to get our businesses in front of the right audience or the right people. This is where advertising comes in. Advertising is a key aspect to any successful business strategy. Who are we at SDM Communications? SDM is an ideation and a creative agency. We deliver smart, strategic buying, creative media buying across all the various media platforms, online and offline channels. In addition to running a full-scale campaign, we also offer in-depth media consultation to our clients. Through meaningful communications, we believe that we bring brands together to connect with people and drive our clients to success. What do we do? As a media agency, we actually specialize in creating comprehensive media strategies. We help you negotiate the best deals across all the various platforms for your media advertising campaigns.
and we steward your media buys up until completion. We focus on maximizing your impact, the impact of your campaign, to reach your target audience, and we deliver effectively and efficiently. Sorry, I keep taking it back. I apologize. So our services include out-of-home advertising, radio advertising, television, cinema advertising, metro, media monitoring, digital marketing, activations, print advertising, as well as taxi advertising. Why do you have to work with us? Because I know a lot of people would ask, why do we need a media agency or an advertising agency? You actually need a media agency because we've got the experience and we've got the expertise. Media buying and planning is a specialized field, and what that means is it requires deep knowledge and experience in order for you to execute effectively. This is especially the case when you're running advertising across multiple media channels, across TV, radio, print, digital, and paid advertising, and the rest of it. Media agencies, we employ a team of experts, and what do? We ensure that we stay up to date on industry trends, we stay up to date on the latest up-to-date news regarding all the media channels, and we deliver a variety of advertising-related technologies in order to ensure that your media buying, planning, and measuring across all the various platforms are done effectively. Again, why do you have to work with a media agency? As SDM, we're able to save time and resources because media planning and executing media campaigns can be time-consuming and resource-intensive, especially for in-house media planners. And we realize that according to a report by Forbes, businesses that outsource their media efforts to agencies, they are able to save 43% compared to when these things are handled by in-house media marketing team. And also, you have access to a wide range of platforms and channels. As a full-service agency, we have established relationships with all the various range of media outlets, vendors, including TV, radio stations, out-of-home, and digital platforms. This means that when you work with SDM, we're able to help you create comprehensive and omni-channel media plan to maximize your reach with your target audience and also maximize your reach through the media, your target audience throughout the media platforms. So you can contact us at SDM to help you with your marketing strategies because what we basically do is we offer you marketing without stress. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. That is presentation without stress. Please put your hands together for her. Great. This is the essence of these kinds of event. Content is very important. Advertisement as well as marketing is very, very key as well. Well, we're going to be getting ready for the next keynote presentation, and that is going to be done by the CEO, President of Masot Consulting, in the person of Mr. Mike Odusami. And do we have the presentation up? And this, with what I understand, is coming up online. Please, let's quickly have him on cue as the case might be. My team's behind. Can we now have our next speaker?
Thank you. Ms. Moderator, can you guys hear me? Good morning or afternoon?
We can hear you loud and clear. So you have
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and welcome all to the second day of this another exciting FinTech week. So, I mean, this event gets better every time, every year, thanks to you guys, to the organizers, and to the brilliant minds in the industry that participate. So I'm not able to be there in person this year, but I have a few minutes, I believe, to share some of the exciting developments in the cybersecurity and specifically in the fraud prevention space, technology space, with you guys today. Incidentally, the session after me also going to be talking about the cybersecurity in the African and the impact on the African economy. So it's a very timely discussion. And so without much ado, let's get into our presentation. Hopefully you guys can share, you can see the screen, our shared screen. First, let me introduce our company and myself. My name is Mike Odusami. I lead Masterclasses Consulting. We've been at the forefront of user authentication, especially in the banking and financial sector over the last almost 15 years. We brought a lot of innovation into the market, both from our partners as well as some of the things that we do ourselves in mobile banking, in online and mobile authentication. And lately, we've been focusing our efforts on fraud prevention, especially trying to harness the power of artificial intelligence. We support most of the very large banks across Nigeria and indeed across Africa with our solutions and our expertise. So we'll talk about the AI-powered solution for this session. I know I have a very, very limited time, so we'll try to go through it. And we have a lot of our team members in the audience, so please seek them out, and then let's make contact if you are interested in this topic. So let's start with the numbers. These are very, very astronomical numbers coming from NIPS. NIPS, for those in the banking sector, you know about NIPS, interbank settlement system that provide a lot of data around fraud. They generate an annual and quarterly report. Huge increase. No matter how you look at it, that's a lot of increase in fraud that is taking place. The techniques are getting better, they're getting smarter, and the social engineering part, which is where they deceive people, is getting more realistic. You get a phone call that sounds like your mom or your dad asking you for money and so on and so forth. And the fraud is across all channels now, whether it's mobile, a lot of efforts on mobile, but we're also seeing a lot of increase in the account-based frauds, which I will talk a lot about today. We've seen a lot of high-profile cases recently where accounts are created solely for the purpose of moving money away from by the fraudsters to multiple accounts. So definitely getting more complex. And one of the messages I'm hoping you can take away from today is that our traditional method of tackling these issues needs to evolve. They're not going to go away. You're never going to take them away. But you also, for those who are familiar with security, it's always in layers. So we definitely need to start introducing new technology and take advantage of artificial intelligence, which is what I will focus on today. Again, a couple of the trends and numbers. Mobile fraud always on the rise, because it's so easy to create malwares that people can download, without knowing, and that will allow, people to snoop on their phones, on their transactions, and even to impersonate the bank in terms of transaction. Card fraud, again, the numbers are going up, especially with POS transactions, a lot in the last report that we saw from NIPS. One of the areas I would dwell in, which is one of the change in our approach, is to start dwelling on the accounts, because at the end of the day, you have to move the money somewhere. The fraudsters have to move the money somewhere, either by compromising somebody's credentials, or they actually create accounts. And now they also have the power of AI to create multiple accounts, multiple synthetic accounts that will be used to move this money. We call them money mule accounts. I'll talk a little bit about that. And hopefully you see the need why our fraud monitoring solutions need to evolve from the old rules-based or manual training systems to a much more automated and faster response to deal with the problem. So a couple of recap for those who are not familiar with this space. Again, I mentioned earlier, we're one of the pioneers in the advanced user authentication space. We've evolved from the old hardware token to now making multi-factor authentication solution that's based on biometric and so on and so forth for the end users, especially if you're an online banking customers. We're seeing an evolution towards passkeys where you actually have a hardware-based authentication to trying to minimize the impact of using passwords. The word password has been an issue over the last few years, as you know. So we're trying to get away as much as possible from the use of password for authentication. Hence, we introduced the two-factor authentication and so on. We're beginning to monitor behavior, try to monitor where you're calling, where you are accessing the system from. If it's different from your normal, usual behavior, we can actually also capture that. I deliberately added customer education to this because I think it's one of our weakest link. No matter where you deploy technology, if you do not educate the customer on valuing their credentials, making sure they don't share with other people and so on and so forth, it's all going to become to naught because that was the weakest link in our entire technology kind of a loop. I also talk about passwordless authentication. We have organizations like the federated identity online, FIDO, that's pushing that a lot. Again, the idea is to get away from storage of password because people can hack into them, they can leak them, and so on and so forth. So you can actually have more of a device-to-device authentication as a way to move forward. And my subject today is going to be around fraud detection, fraud monitoring, and bringing the power of AI into that. Encryption, tokenization, those are all kind of low-level technology that we bring into the space. I deliberately also added regulations and standards because we have within Nigeria, for example, the CBN trying to regulate some of these areas, make sure they're mandatory for transactions online, not just for the banks, but also the fintech. So our approach is evolving. Let's see a little bit of that. So again, just to kind of educate people a little bit about some of the attacks that we see today is layered, but again, we need to start evolving towards some of the emerging threats, and we need to have answers for that. Skimming of cards, that's very old as anybody can think of. Stolen cars is normal. Social engineering, identity theft, and so on. Those are all the frauds that we're used to. What we're seeing now is powering all these techniques using AI. You'd be interested to know that just as we have AI technology or power available to legitimate users, there's also an underground AI platform similar to the ChatGPT that maybe some of you are familiar with, that a lot of the underground people can use to generate deepfakes, very, very realistic sounding and looking images and videos in order to deceive people. We also have a way to synthetic identities where they can generate thousands and thousands of identities very quickly to set up accounts. More complex cyber attacks, and then the malware too. You can actually, malware as a service exists out there where people can buy malware that they can, send around to install on people's mobile. What is important to know is that these technologies are available to everybody, not just us, on either side of the fence that you're in. And they're also, the organized crime groups all have a lot of money and resources to deploy this technology. So what is important for us is to be able to stay at least one step ahead of them as much as possible, because we need to start responding more instantaneously, being able to perceive the patterns of fraud ahead of when they actually happen, and so on and so forth. The days of actually, manually reviewing all this information and changing the rules and so on, every 6 months is not going to hold it anymore. So let me talk a little bit about the AI technology that
2 minutes more,
we're
Sam.
talking. It's going to be. I'm sorry.
2 minutes more to wrap up. Thank
you.
Oh,
2 minutes more. Okay, I'll be very quick. I thought I had 20 minutes because we were delayed anyway. So talking about the AI, the image you're looking at, I generated it using one of the recent DALL-E platform. Just tell you what you want to do, and it generates an image for you. It's one of the latest breakthrough that we're beginning to bring the power into fraud monitoring and prevention. Very, very important is to know that with the power of AI, there's a lot of automation that will take place. You don't need as much people that it's impossible to get the number of people anyway to review your rules. And even if you do that, it's going to take them at least 6 months to bring your rules or your pattern recognition up to date. We now have a way to actually be able to update those rules on a daily basis. That's been a major breakthrough in the system. We also have integration, being able to understand your current pattern and be able to integrate it with the platform is one area that we're looking into. So I'm going to just quickly do a recap of this. These are some of the benefits of AI generally. Faster detection. Everything is done at much more larger scales than we're able to do humanly. And then we can also reduce the incidence of false positives so that genuine transactions are not denied. So let me go into, this is my second to the last slide, really just to try and show we actually recently partnered with a global tech company based in Europe. They've done a lot of this technology to banks across the world, and we're bringing that technology into our space here. We're hopefully going to start talking to some of you who are interested in that kind of a daily monitoring, daily updates of the rules, much more automated detection, and then some of the process flow. So the two applications really in fraud prevention and in money laundering. the ability to be able to look 360 degrees at all accounts that are being created and all accounts that are all the inbound and outbound account transactions that are going on, being able to look at that at scale. I think that's a very, very important force multiplier that we're bringing into this space. So we look forward to speaking to a lot of you guys. There's more information, as I said earlier. A few of our guys are in the audience. Please feel free to speak to them or contact us if you can get this number either from the organizers. So we look forward to a lively rest of the show for you guys, and enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Dusami, CEO, President of Maxot Consulting. Of course, we have them on ground, and they're going to be engaging one of us, as the case might be, when we need further information. Quickly, we are going to the last session before the final session. And this session is a panel session. The final session is a raffle draw. So make sure nobody is coming in now so that some of these guys don't stand the chance to win this. Some people actually time this moment, but you know how the economy is, as a matter of fact. That's why we're having the Fintech forum, so that we can open opportunity for not just partnership, but to see how different ideas can actually come forth for you and I to take advantage of. And at this point in time, it gives me great delight that it's my very good friend, I call him our guy at the top, who is going to be moderating this session, and that even makes the task easier for me. Please, can you put your hands together for Mr. Abiola Jimoh, the CEO of Exchange Box, as he comes up to the podium. The more you clap, the faster it's going to come. He understands how this is going to roll. Sometime last month, if I remember, I had the privilege of anchoring a fireside chat with this wonderful, very intelligent woman who talks so much about what is going on at the MasterCard. She's the Vice President and Head Customer Solutions, Indian Ocean Islands, East and West African Organization, as the case might be. Put your hands together for Kari Tuku as she comes up to come in to join them on this panel. Please, the more you clap, the more you are going to find yourself standing better chance to win a mobile phone. Did I hear iPhone 17? Okay. Is there iPhone 18? Okay, we are still at 16. All right, I'm good. All right, so, Kari, thank you so very much. One moment. Jimo, would you want to sit at the edge or in the middle? Okay, the middle will help you so that you can flow sideways. And then to join them is the Chief Audit Executive at Wema Bank, Alat. And then that is Oluwole Eshomojumi. Please, can you put your hands together for her? Oh, sorry, for him, as a matter of fact. Pardon me. Oluwole, okay, all right. Okay, Oluwole. Her name is synonymous to good money. Thank you so very much. You're welcome. And then we have the Head of Compliance, Fair Money. Fair Money, thank you so very much. That is James Eder. Thank you so much for that wonderful treasure hunt. Unfortunately, some of us did not even have to participate. This is what happens when you are part of the team. Perhaps next year you guys will consider us, as a matter of fact. But Fair Money is doing great. Thank you for being one of our sponsors. And of course, the exhibition stand is out there for people to get more details. And finally, the COO of iInvest, a product of the Apanti and Partners Group. And that's in the person of Tobiloba Olushoga. Please, can you put your hands together for her? Great. Thank you very much. And that is going to be the final person on this panel. And then we are running for the next 50 minutes. Let's have 50 minutes, as the case might be. I think that's a good time for every one of us. Jimo, you know how it goes. I just thought to perhaps extend that a little bit, and then we will be able to get going on. We don't have anybody online. I think Jimo said we should make it 45 minutes. Please make it 45. Thank you, 45. Oh, fantastic. So right about now, I'm handing over to you, sir. Please put your hands together one more time for the final panel for today, before the very last event that will wrap up day 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're very delighted to be here, and I'm very excited to be joined by very, prominent people in the industry to be discussing dealing with fraud and cyber attacks, barriers to an expanding digital economy. Without wasting time, so I want each of the panelists to tell us a bit about what they do and where they work. So we'll start with Kari, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kari Tukur. I lead products and solutions at Mastercard, covering East and West Africa. I've been in the industry for about 18 years, but predominantly focused in payments in the last 5 years with MasterCard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oluwole, please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Wale Eshomojumi. I work for Wema Bank. I'm the Chief Audit Executive. I'm responsible for ensuring assurance of the bank internal policies and ensuring that the board and the management also knows that everything works perfectly well, and also to the regulatory authorities. Basically also included is, in my function, is also to ensure that there is minimized fraud in the system. Thank you.
Thank you. James, your cue, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eddie James. I work for Fair Money. My key responsibility is ensuring that Fair Money is adherence to all extant rules and regulations, and also ensuring that we keep the institution out of the regulatory harm at the end of the day. Thank you. Thank you. And Toby, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Toby Olushoga. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for iInvest. iInvest is Nigeria's leading financial marketplace. We believe that everybody should have access to grow their wealth, and in doing that, we ensure that we provide our customers with safe and secure investments, and in doing that, we make sure that their assets are safeguarded as well as their data. Thank you.
Thank you. And to me, my name is Abiola Jimo. I am CEO of Exchange Box. We're focused on rural traders, agro-commodity traders, and SMEs. We also have a microfinance and a super agent license, which we use to extend these services, microcredit, digitized payments records to the people at the last mile. Thank you very much. So I will start with Carrie again. The question is, what are some of the most alarming cybercrime trends that have emerged recently, particularly within the African digital economy?
I think that's a really great question. When we look at emerging technologies, a few come to mind, a lot that most people in this room are familiar with. We're talking about artificial intelligence, machine learning, cloud, 5G. These are technologies that are designed to make our lives easier, right? The challenge is that it's the same technology that is empowering a lot of the bad actors and the cyber criminals. Cyber criminals are using this to create very sophisticated cyber attack methods. We've seen an increase or a rise in things like ransomware, where cyber criminals are using AI technology to build very sophisticated scripts, where not only do they use it to steal data, they can use the same data to seek ransom from large corporations. We've seen deepfakes, where criminals are using that as a method of identity theft. So you get on a phone call and you're thinking you're talking to somebody that you know, but it's actually a deep fake, and they're using that capability to get vulnerable people to divulge very critical information. Social engineering is something that is all too prevalent. I mean, I almost fell prey to one last week. Thank God it was a Mastercard simulation where an email was sent, and the email said that I have exceeded my leave days by 5 days. And for somebody like me, I had retained at least 3 days of my leave days to use over the Christmas holiday. So as soon as I saw that, immediately I clicked into that email, and it asked me to log in to rectify the issue. All of a sudden, I said to myself, when I log into my work day, it knows me. So the fact that it's asking me for my login detail was an alarm, and I realized that it was a phishing attempt. Thank God at Mastercard, we pushed these simulations through to ensure that people are more diligent and aware of potential attacks. And that's what we're seeing. So you can imagine if something like that is happening within an organization that is a technology organization. What about our vulnerables, the older generation who are not as digitally savvy? We see for people calling and saying, hey, your account is about to be blocked, we need your BVN number. And then our customers start divulging personal information, thinking that it's actually real. And so these are some of the ways with which cyber criminals infiltrate and get critical data that they can use to really cause harm. There are other things, our 5G infrastructure. The speed and connectivity is great, but the challenge is it also fuels the data transmission and the distribution of things like malware, viruses, etc., across the ecosystem. We've heard of data breaches, and this comes on the back of, the fact that businesses are moving onto the cloud infrastructure. So if there is misconfiguration, if there is just a poor distribution of delegated authorities in terms of access rights, or just lack of proper ongoing monitoring, these are the things that lead to breaches. And that's why at Mastercard, we look at cybersecurity end to end, right? When it comes to the payment ecosystem in particular, what we try to do is ensure that we are securitizing the ecosystem with encryption, tokenization, authentication, and we've done a lot in terms of investing. I mean, I think in the last 5 years, we've done about $7 billion of investments, both with on our existing assets and acquisitions. So we have acquisitions with a company called New Data that is that is able to help manage the verification risk that I mentioned, the deepfakes, the likes. We have investments in a company called Risk Recon that helps to manage supply and third-party partner chain risk, because that's another thing that we've noticed, right?
Okay.
Vulnerabilities within your third-party partnerships, your supply chain, can actually be exploited by the bad actors. They enter your own corporation. And so our solution, like a Risk Recon, will help you assess the vulnerabilities within not only your ecosystem, but your ecosystem partnerships. We have cybersecurity assets that does real-time monitoring of every transaction that runs through our network. And I think it's important that we collaborate, right? Because the technologies are advancing, and believe you me, we've got to stay 5 steps ahead of the bad actors, because they're leveraging the same technologies to cause more harm than good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We've heard from Carrie, and then we've heard a lot of invitation to Mastercard. Thank you. While taking a cue from that, Oluwale, I want us to look at specific issues that bother on the Nigerian fintech space or banking space, and some of the trends, because one of the things they've said is we do not share information. Our information sharing model about fraud is really poor. So what trends, just generally speaking, do you think players should watch out for so that we can protect customers better? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And I think Karen has done a very good job already. And I think Odusami actually mentioned a couple of things. Now, AI is very good. And we've been so happy about what AI has been able to do for us. But yes, in the nearest future, the trend is going to be a lot about AI misuse. And AI misuse is going to be speaking to what we have seen earlier on, and then more advanced stage of it. And those are some of the things you see: corporate email, business email compromise, where businesses and executives are going to be targeted, for their signatures, for their email. It is going to get worse, because you are going to also have something like sophisticated social engineering coupled with AI that is going to mimic the writing style of particular executives. And, everybody has their writing style. I could write and put Sela, So looking at the social engineering space, looking at your social media, this artificial intelligence, advanced social engineering will pick up some of these things and then be able to curate emails that will look and mimic you. Now, here comes the bad side of it also. And the bad side is that embedded inside of it may also be videos. And I mean, she was talking about deepfake and synthetic media. This will also probably get the executive in front of you, speaking to you. I remember there was an instance of fraud that we saw in one of these journals where, a staff was sent an email by an executive, and he tried to get in touch with the executive, who told him that he's in the middle of a meeting, okay? Now, being the diligent staff, he called, the executive called him on video authentication, and right in the middle of other executives also. I mean, what choice does he have other than authenticating that transaction? But lo and behold, it is fake, all fake. The most horrific aspect of it, and that is still in the light years to come, is probably going to be hologram. This hologram technology also, and I'm thinking crazy, because what I do as a chief audit executive is also try to think about scenarios that has not presented itself. So you see in Arise, you see in channels where they invite people to come to the studio and they're right there. So hologram technology, yes, you know what's going to happen now, even what is happening with synthetic. Now the second thing is going to be crime as a service, right? Now we have banking as a service, we have platform as a service, but crime as a service is going to come. And I think what has been mentioned, the crime as a service, we are going to have criminal elements, vector actors. She talked about us collaborating. They are collaborating, they are creating platform that is going to be beneficial for their use. And those platforms, they are going to be like your platform as a service where you go to. The intention will probably be to minimize costs for fraudster. So it's like a fraudster academy or fraudster Inc., where everybody goes to. You can plan attack and then go just like surfing the internet to see tools, malware tools and cyber tools that you can actually use at chickening money, like they put the chickening money, because they have converged resources, they have made the platform available, and it's quite cheaper. So this is the need for us to collaborate, inside of this. And of course, at Wema Bank, we are always ready. We've been working with NIPS, we've been working with other banks. I work with other CAEs, and we have a very, very rich collaboration. Now, I've mentioned sophisticated social engineering. I will move on to computing, quantum computing, rather. So quantum computing, developed in the 70s, is about a more advanced aspect of computer. Now, at its very advanced stage, it is going to be able to break all this encryption that we so much rely on. I saw my sister talking about encryption in Masterclass and what. The scared things while I was researching is that it is going to probably at its advanced stage break into blockchain technology and cryptocurrency. So all those identity unknown, asset unknown, remove assets, at advanced stage of, quantum computer, it's going to break this. And then what we are going to get is that this so much relied on platform. SWIFT, the Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial, is the smartest and the most intelligent, secured platform for interbank financial telcos. Now, what will happen is that it may break into it. Our card, our payment systems also. So those are the scary things. I don't want to get us scared, but these are things that we need to start looking at for the future. And the need for collaboration is what I'll just establish while I drop the mic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You broke it down very well. You have not scared us. You made us aware. If we're not aware, it's a more terrible situation. But now that you've said a couple of things, we've taken notes, and I'm sure we're working better on how to make it safe for the system. So James, I'll come to you, right? Nigerian payment landscape is one of the fastest growing in the world. In fact, we do not give ourselves enough credit for the development we've seen. We've traveled far and wide. You'll see that you cannot send money instantly and get it into that account for most parts of the world. But you can do that in Nigeria. They call us the payment genius, right? Now, what do you see? Because everyone that's spoken here has called for collaboration. What do you see as major issues or challenges that may come through, in the press of both local and international collaboration? And how do you think we can do it better?
Okay, thank you for that question. Maybe before I talk about challenges, when you hear challenges, it kind of paints the picture that the situation is not that good. And let me just, talking about scaring also, but let me not just scare anyone also, but let me paint a picture of what we are facing at the moment. As in, cybersecurity ventures have predicted that the annual cost of cyber crime will increase by 15% annually. That's an estimated $10.5 trillion by 2025. In 2022 only, Africa lost 200, and that's about 200, that's $4 billion, $4 billion to cybercrime. In 2023, $5 billion. Coming down to Nigeria also, Nigeria ranked in the global risks ranking, ranked at 19 as one of the most attacked countries in Africa, with a normalized risk index of about 58%. I don't know if you've looked at the last NIBS reports that came out in 2023. You look at the trend from 2019. The count of fraud was about 44,900 plus, and we moved to 95,600 plus in 2023, with the cost from 2.9 billion to 17 billion in 2023. Then surprisingly, FITC came out with a report in Q2 and posted a loss, the cost of fraud, at 42 billion. That is surpassing just one quarter in 2022, surpassing the whole of 2023. If you look at the rate of cyber attacks from 2019 to 2024, we're looking at 200,000 attacks in Nigeria alone to 800,000 in 2024, with the cost of cybercrime in Nigeria totaling 50 billion in 2022 and 280 billion in 2023. What am I trying to say is that we're not winning the war. And if you look at it, the issue of cyber attacks and fraud, when you talk about cybercrime, has now become a cross-border crime and also a transnational crime, which ensures that there must be collaboration internationally, but there are challenges to that. One of the key factors is the legal and regulatory framework. The United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime states that 55% of member states don't have comprehensive fraud framework or strategies. And if you look at that, there needs to be harmonization in terms of the framework. Let me just give an example of, on a local level, when we talk about legal framework, not catching up to the trends of what we're seeing in terms of the cyber attack and the kind of fraud we have now. You have a fraud that have occurred in an institution. And today, when you talk about fraud and the movement of the money, where intent to follow the money is fast-paced. You have, and you talked about information sharing. We'll get to that later. But you have an institution reaching out to another institution and talking about a legitimate case of fraud. Then you have the whole legal issues coming. You need to bring in court orders and all that to block the account. You find out that institutions have their own different ways of trying to respond to fraud cases or cyber attacks when they occur. So there needs to be harmony in ensuring that there's a harmonization. And even at the global level, also, you have different countries. You have the European GDPR, which a lot of countries are trying to adopt as the standard for data privacy also. Then when you also talk about the issue of trust and also transparency, it's another very big challenge. The Budapest Convention on cybersecurity, we just have about 65 members that have ratified that convention. Russia, China are not among the people who have actually ratified that convention. And that boils down to the issue of concerns about espionage, misuse of data. We see that even play out even on the local level among our other digital partners in terms of sharing information. If you don't, as in, attain some level of maybe in terms of how they perceive you in terms of security, data privacy, security, and all that, they are reluctant in sharing information with you. Then we have also the issue of limited resources. Also, you find out that when you look at the Global Security Index, you find out that 60% of low-income countries don't have comprehensive strategies for cybersecurity, or don't even have the infrastructure also in place. But there is a lot being done at the global level in terms of collaboration in that aspect. We have, as an association like the African Union, whereby they are building capacity in that area. We have the East African Cybersecurity Center in Kenya, which a lot of training takes place in those areas, and also the Kofi Annan Peace Conference, which have served as avenue whereby a lot of trainings have gone up, as in have taken place in that area also. Also, another key challenge, we talk about public awareness, also, which is very, very lacking. And a report by Microsoft in 2023 attested that about 69% of global users, when talk about internet global users, don't lack the basic, basic tenets when it comes to securing themselves in terms of cyber attacks and the rest. Information sharing also, it's another key issue, both at the global level and also at the local level. IBM has attested in 2021 that 45% of global fraud would have been prevented if there was fast-paced information sharing within organizations as among government also. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's almost like you are writing a paper while speaking, but it's very loaded, and thank you. So Toby, will come to you. You deal with money, you relate with investors, and we speak about cybercrime. Everyone has had a fair share of cyber attacks in one way or the other. And we still need to take investors' money, right? We need to grow the economy with either FDI or local investments, either of the two. What do you think we can do as players to manage investors' confidence in the face of cybercrime? Because of our time, I will combine it will be a twin question for you. The second bit is, from an investor standpoint, what do you think the players should be looking at to face as priority? Because when fraud happens, investors lose money, right? You know, they lose money, they lose reputation and all that. So what do you think the players should be looking at? And how do we manage investors' confidence in face of all these troubles? The troubles waters, we can't but swim in it and hopefully swim safely, you know. So what are your thoughts, please? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. That's a pretty loaded question. So I think I'll just start by looking at the fact that when it comes to startups and businesses, at the very core of it is innovation. And when I think about innovation, I think experimentation. So in order for a company or a business to be able to drive innovation, they have to experiment. And I'm a strong believer in so I'm a strong believer in fail fast, learn fast, right? But obviously in an environment where there's an increased level of cyber threats and fraud, investors get weary. It's only natural. I mean, if you're putting money in something, you don't want to lose it. And the challenge is that we have to find a healthy balance. Companies need to be able to innovate, but they also need to ensure that they're not losing all the money that the investors are putting in there. And the challenges that come with that is that you have you find yourself in this place where you're like, okay, I've got funds, I want to invest in research, I want to develop my product, but at the same time, I don't want to lose this money. And I also need to invest in cybersecurity, security systems, fraud detection systems. So then you're in a place where you're like, okay, how do I share these funds? So the reality is that every business has to manage and balance these things out. Security is not, you can't compromise on security because if you try to run ahead and you think you can bypass it, it will still catch up with you. So the key things I think that every business needs to take into consideration is have security at your core. Let it be your core. In everything that you're doing, the bedrock must be security. So security by design. it should be embedded as part of your product life cycles. Any area of business development, you need to consider the risks. Consider the fraud risks, consider the cyber security risks, and ensure those things are built in. It's fine to experiment, it's fine to test out solutions, do it in a safe environment. I think the government has also introduced a lot of regulatory sandbox testing environments that you can do that in. But one thing that you can't do is lose money. It obviously will impact the reputation, it will impact the confidence that investors will have in you. But then on the flip side, everybody could find themselves in a place where, you know, they're under attack. But I think the question is, what do you do about it? How quickly can you detect these things? What types of tools are you using? A lot has been said about AI and what it can do. There are a lot of AI tools that can be used to detect fraud, can be used to detect trends in cybersecurity. These things can help us be one step ahead of the attacks. And the transparency, you know, we had this issue, this is how we dealt with it. I think that on the other side will instill confidence. It shows that you're on top of your game, you know what you're doing, and you're ready. Because at the end of the day, these threats are increasing on a daily basis. I like the example that Carrie gave. You know, if you're serious about security, it's not just about implementing policies and then they just sit on the shelf. You know, every business has a business continuity plan, disaster recovery plan. How often are you testing these things out? How often are you simulating the situations to know how exactly you would respond the moment you see an inkling of those threats at your doorstep? And that puts you in a position that you might experience a tiny loss, but you can cap it. And then I think for investors, they will see that this organization is ahead of the game. And you learn through that process, and you're able to beef up your security. You're able to improve on your fraud systems, your security systems, and you grow and you develop further in that light. I think generally, everybody has touched on this. Collaboration is key. There's a lot of data. You know, there's a lot of data out there. Oluwole talked on a lot about it, and also James talked about a lot of data. But the challenge is that they just stand as isolated data points. If it's not shared, if these scenarios are not shared, to say, okay, there was this particular trend in phishing, 10 companies have been hit. Pay attention. It comes in this form. You know, making it very, very tangible so people understand that this is what it could look like. This is how it can come. And they recognize it immediately when they are faced with it. And in some instances, you might find that actually it's fine. It's better to err on the side of caution and find that, you know, you are overthinking things than to fall victim and then face the consequences. So I think as long as the organizations are paying attention to the trends, collaborating, I think that they can build on investor confidence and the funding will not drop.
Thank you so much. That's a good one. So I have an investor that came to, having listened to pitching, before they go to DD for a startup, they ask for, how vulnerable is your system? And that was a tough question. You know, the founder wants to say, I have the best platform in the world, it cannot be penetrated and all that. And, you know, they found out that a lot of feedback came from pen tests, common pen tests. The data of all their users are accessible without any, you know, any issue. You can access all the data, see that your name is Rufai, your name is Munir, and everybody is just there, you know. So that's how serious you should take this. And thank you very much for sharing that thought. On this note, we would like to take questions. Apologies to my panelists. We will not take so much questions because of time reduction. So we'd like to take questions from the audience so that it's not just one side. Please, who is passing the mic?
All right, we will do it this way, Jimo. We'll take 2 questions, and then if we have online questions, please let us have that written so that we can pass it across to the moderator. So let's have a question here, and then one on the, okay, if you have a question, can you quickly raise up your hand? So I have 1, 2, there's a third person, 3. And then if we have online questions, please kindly, and there's a fourth person. So briefly, your name, your organization, and your question. Please do not start the question with actually, because we might have to be going to...
It would be nice if they can also direct it at...
And then will you direct it specifically
exactly.
to? So that is going to be the wrapping off of this session. We have less than 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Quickly.
So please, when you're making your comments about the questions, just give a final note on it. So we wrap it up. Thank you. So 1, let's go.
Okay, my name is Femi Koka from Havana Capital. My question is directed to the last lady that just finished speaking. I wanted to find out why is it that most of all the fintechs don't want to embrace cyber security as a service companies in helping giving the extra protection that is required based on their specialization, rather than wanting to do it from within. And the second is that why is it that a lot of financial institutions, why do they always understate, the amount of monies they've lost in the process of trying to build customers' trust? Because I know that those figures are really understated. Yeah, those are my questions.
Are you sure? All right, lighter notes.
All right, next question, quickly.
Okay, Suleiman from Microfinance Bank, Digits Vans to be precise. My question is directed at the fact that Nigeria, as a case study, we are slowly moving into this digital world. So therefore, we don't have a lot of people coming in to this tech and the AI thing that we are trying to bring in to the economy right now. So why don't we work on trying to reach out to these underserved people by collaborating with the necessary agencies that are needed and try to downstream the real data that are necessary for us to achieve a possible aim of increasing the economy's growth by AI and tech put together. Making reference to what Mr. Rogers said yesterday on day 1, which is the European Open AI Act that controls the transparency of what kind of data goes in. So things like that we should try to work on to see if we could get to the underserved, 1, and as well to see if we can bring in these underserved people into this tech world and make them useful for our economy. So I think that is where we should be working on priority.
All right, thank you very much. Next question, please. And then the final one. Let's have any questions coming from the online participants, if there's any.
Okay, so my name is Pola Ridwan. I wanted to ask, when it comes to blockchain, right, we are into blockchain now, and I feel like the banking system were all I say is they were banned from connecting with blockchains and dealing with blockchain and stuff. So is there any future of banking the banking system to input blockchain? Since people are earning in USD, but they are earning it through blockchain and other mediums instead of interacting with the bank. When the money comes in, it doesn't go to any bank. It has to go to their wallet and stuff like that. But they are not in cooperation with any banks in Nigeria.
Thank you. The last question.
Thank you. My name is Kayode Bukunwa Maika. I represent Daraka Associates. Now, essentially, I know we've been talking about fraud and all that, and it appears as if our focus is on the external sources of fraud. However, I discovered that the internal collaborators, particularly in the bank, I'm looking at the bank, the man from the banking sector, what are you doing about the internal collaborators? Because oftentimes they open the window, for the fraudster to come in. Thank you.
All right. So we start with you. Or do you want to take the last question on the bank? Okay. But, let's start with you, please. You have 2 questions from Mr. So please go ahead.
Okay. If I recall the questions correctly, the first one was why don't fintechs like to engage cybersecurity firms? Is that right?
Yes.
So I can't speak for the entire ecosystem, but what I can tell you is for us at iInvest, we do engage cybersecurity experts. We do regular pen tests. We do regular monitoring and reviews of our system, because beyond us having the expertise in-house, it's also possible that, your eyes get a little bit blurred because you're looking at yourself. So for us, we do engage external third parties from time to time as the need arises. But on the other hand, you might have some other institutions who believe that they have the expertise in-house, and it is more efficient for them to be able to cater to their needs and address their cybersecurity needs in-house. I think the second question was to do with reporting losses. Was that it? I don't know that I have a clean answer for this, but the truth is, I think in the banking system, there are requirements for banks to report their losses. And I know when I looked at some of the data, there's a NIBS portal. But the truth is, I think at least 80% of those reports are from money deposit banks. So if the regulation doesn't extend beyond that, you're probably not going to get people reporting them, because a neighbor's not reporting and I report, the customer's going to think I'm the one with the problem. So I think that it was touched on earlier about legal frameworks. If there's better implementation of the legal frameworks, then perhaps the transparency would increase. Thank you.
Carl will take the other question from the gentleman there.
Yes, I'll attempt to answer your question, and if I get it wrong, just tell me that is incorrect. Okay. All right, so I think the starting point, I really like the fact that what you're saying essentially is there's a lot of big words that we're throwing around, but it means nothing to the layman in the streets, right? They are not even digitally included before we can start talking about AI utility or machine learning or 5G or cloud or whatever. And that's very important because for the digital economy to grow, right, we have to find a way to ensure that we include them first financially, then digitally. And the Nigerian Central Bank and government have done a great deal of work in terms of driving identification, which is very important, and that's why you'll see that most people now have NIN, most people have BVN, right? The next step is then financial inclusion, which is where they have a basic bank account. And then thereafter, digital inclusion, where they're able to use digital assets to be able to make payments, right? What we are doing at MasterCard touches on all four corners, which is how do we put in place simple ways to include them from an identity perspective, right? With our solution, in fact, we just did a partnership with AFDB, which is called the MADE, and that is Mobilizing Access to Digital Economy Alliance. And that MADE partnership pulls together a lot of development agencies, NGOs, government agencies, that their job solely is to drive digital and financial inclusion to the last mile. They've committed to bringing, or we've committed to including over 100 million consumers by the end of 2030. And we also have pledged over $300 million towards the cause. Now, solutions like Community Pass, for example, is one area where we do both digital inclusion and financial inclusion. Community Pass is a solution that works in remote areas where there's no internet connection. So you're able to use your card and make a payment at a POS machine, whether the POS is online or offline, right? You're also able to print your digital identity on that card. So your biometric, your BVN, all of that information can be on the card. Then we start to partner beyond just the AFDBs and the community passes to say, how do we even secure the ecosystem? In fact, before we go to securing, how do we ensure that we have the right technology that drives financial inclusion? So we partner with telco, right? And we're saying we need to build the right capabilities on mobile phones so that the average SME can receive payments and send payments. Today, most of your mobile phones don't have NFC readers. So partnering with the right mobile phone manufacturer will help drive that. And then lastly, MasterCard has been in this business for a long time. And we have data in terms of transaction patterns, transaction flows, behaviors that we've been able to build AI models that you and I don't need to worry about how it works in the back end. The most important thing is that these scripts are there, these monitoring tools are there to keep the ecosystem safe and secure for the average man on the streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. James, I think you have some thoughts?
Yeah, it's the good thing you talked about.
Let's keep it short. The timer is there.
Okay, you talked about the right technology that will aid financial inclusion. But before going to that, let me just state something that we've seen a push by the CBN in terms of financial inclusion. But I think that recent happenings and challenges in the country has made other government policies which have been put at the forefront that financial inclusion is not at the forefront for now, but it's not something that I think the CBN is not looking at. But we should be careful when you say we're moving slow. I like it when we're moving fast and slow at the same time. Because what I've noticed, a recent trend that has that is going on, a recent fraud trend that is going on, we've seen that NIBS is pushing agents in order to aid financial inclusion, and they're signing off people with BVN. And this has been hijacked already by fraudsters. We have individuals right now within systems in our financial institutions. One individual is having 50 BVNs, two individuals having 200 BVNs. So always for the sole purpose of committing fraud. So we will need to ensure that we have the right technology. And for the last guy that talked about blockchain, I think we're going to get there. We've seen a lot of effort that is being pushed by SEC. SEC have created a sandbox which a lot of fintechs can come in to a part which they can get the necessary license without supervision for 1 year. The CBN is still dilly-dallying. As I said earlier, they have other things like FX and exchange rates, the economy and everything that is bothering them right now that they are more concerned about. I think when they are done with all that, they'll come to other things and looking at maybe cryptocurrency, blockchain, and all that. But it's a good right path that the SEC have set already. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll
collaboration, internal collaboration that enable fraud.
Yes,
that's
the
the
internal
question.
collaboration and let me just quickly put in for the blockchain also that the temperature or the environment isn't matured yet, so possibly from the regulatory side, is that why the CBN is just still trying to temper it? But yes, like he mentioned, just to give you some hope, we are going to get there. Now, for internal collaborators, a lot is happening. She talked about framework, policies that are put in place not to be on the shelf. And we do ensure that these policies, they are not on the shelf, at least from the standpoint of where I'm coming from. So you have user access, you have job rotation, and then you have the fact that access, if you are moving from one job function to the other, assets are meant to be reviewed by your internal compliance and ensure that they are there. Also, what is being done is to ensure that lifestyles are being monitored. People may not dress so finely or handsomely or whatever. They may ride the cheapest of all cars, but what we also do is to have intel in place to ensure that even outside of the organization, we put in intel in place to monitor lifestyle so that, things don't crystallize to us when it happens. And then, of course, there is also that collaboration between organizations to ensure that criminals don't, abide within us. So that's just the assurance that I can give to him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've enjoyed having the people on this session. Carl, James, Oluwale, and Toby. It's been an amazing session. I believe the audience have also learned one or two things on how to improve their internal process. The key thing we've all taken away from here is that fraud is part of the business, and we all have to collaborate to combat it to build a better ecosystem. Thank you. I think we're supposed to. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we are supposed to have a picture. I heard you that.
Thank you.
All right, please, let's have this moment captured. Where are my photographers? That's interesting. Thank you very much, Jimo. I mean, you've given me some extra seconds, 20 seconds for that matter. That is quite benevolent of you. This has been a fantastic session, as a matter of fact. And I'm glad we've come to the final bit before the final bit. All right, thank you so very much. Abiola Jimo, CEO of Exchange Box, moderating this panel section. My very good friend, Kari Tuko, is good to see you again, Vice President and Head of Customer Solutions for Indian Ocean Islands, East and West Africa, Mastercard. And of course, Oluwole, it's good to see you. I just like the sound of your name. All right, the Chief Audit Executive for Wema Bank, thank you so very much. I understand the President of CB happens to be one of your colleagues out there in Wema Bank. Congratulations to him. And of course, James Ede from Fair Money, who made our treasure hunt quite interesting. And then Toby Loba, thank you so very much, COO of iInvest. They have been on ground. They have the exhibition booths. Please make sure you approach them. The essence of having this kinds of event is for us to connect with one another. If you know one or two persons you want to meet, you're within your right to approach them for contacts, for relationship, for introductions. This is part of why we have this event going on. Tomorrow is going to be the final day 3, and I'm very excited of what tomorrow is going to entail. We're going to be focused on technology, and we have the Startup Investors Forum that is going to obviously run concurrently, as the case is. And tomorrow, I'm going to throw open the floor to the first 200 people who came here very early for some kind of special package and surprise, as a matter of fact. We're going to start up with our keynote address, and then we'll move into the different sponsors, and we have product pitches. But at this point in time, we have the FCDO roundabout, which is going to be strictly by invitation. But before we wrap up finally, I would like us, please, can we bring out our phone and go to Slido? We are about to have a raffle draw for the second mobile phone for day 2 of the Nigerian Fintech Week. NFW24 is about to happen. So bring out your phones. Samidov, can we have the image up on the screen, Slido, so that these people can take an advantage of that? Please, do not come to me and tell me that your phone was hanging. It has nothing to do with me. Do not say that you did not see the app. It has nothing to do with me. We will need the quickest finger, or is it the quickest or the fastest finger, whatever you want to call it. The fastest finger will be the person who is winning this particular second phone for day 2. This is what we do at the Nigerian Fintech Week. We make sure you all have great fun, quite memorable. Now, are we ready? You people don't want to wait for. Please bring the phone. Let me go home with it, I beg. Are we ready? Are you ready? All right. Dami, can we have the slide up? Slido.com is the app we will use. Please make sure you have it. And the question is going to come up. The fastest finger that responds will be the winner. Shola, I don't have my Slido up my screen. We are waiting. You see, these people are very impatient at this point in time. Some people have started typing answers without hearing questions. Just be patient. Has somebody giving you expo? Hello, we're talking of fraud. Here we don't do that. We make sure that everybody is an equal opportunity beneficiary, as the case may be. All right, are we ready? Dami, you are the one holding us. If you were here yesterday and you participated, can I see your hands up? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 5. Where's the person who won the phone yesterday? Has he gone? Who is the person who won yesterday? Please, you are not going to participate in today's honor. Where's the winner? He has left. Please, some of you know him, Abi. In case it's the person who comes up winning, he does not qualify. We have to expose some of these things, all right? All right, Dami, are we ready? Tomorrow, like I said, is going to be quite engaging. I want us to be here very early. We are kicking off by 9 o'clock. and then we will start up with some of our special surprises. Today, we were glad to honor Abigail Akin-Sholore, who was the winner of the first time participant in the audience. And that was quite impressive. And some of these opportunities we can give to you. You don't know where some of these images and recommendations will go. And then we will have that again repeated tomorrow, as well as ensuring that we are here in good time. Make sure you register and you pick your tag. It's important because that is going to give you access to day 3. And then finally, we have the closing gala and the council dinner, which is going to be powered by QCon. And then that is, if I understand, we have certain terms and conditions attached to it. And while I'm still waiting for Dami, I want to say a big thank you to everybody who has made this a very wonderful success. Felicities Corporate Events. They're the events planners, and they have done such an excellent job at what they do. I want to say a big thank you to the ushers. You guys have been wonderful and fantastic on day 2. Thank you so very much to my very good friends, my assistant Cyprian and Damilola. Daniel, pardon me, and these gentlemen have actually made my tasks quite easy. Thank you so very much. And of course, my technical team who are making sure that all of our presentation, our global audience are fully connected. Thank you very much to our repertoires. You guys, fantastic. You did well. Tomorrow we're going to be getting your presentation so we know exactly what today's update has always been. And then we'll say a big thank you, certainly, to you, our delegates who have made this happen. And our sponsors and exhibitors, fantastic, fantastic. You guys have made sure that the 2024 edition actually happened. And then our speakers, presenters, and their panelists, God bless you all for what you do, especially with this regard to bringing out the best of what we have here at Nigerian Fintech Week. And so we will be wrapping up the session tomorrow. Hopefully, by the grace of God, we will do that honor before 3 or 4, and then we'll close up to come back for the gala night, which is going to also double as the council dinner. And with all of that coming up as the case might be, are we good? Great. So now here is slido.com with the hashtag. This is what will give you access to where you are going to feed in your answers. And the answer, let me give you a hint. You will just need to give the answer. There are only 2 answers. 1 question, 2 answers. So like yesterday, we had 5 answers, the 5 sponsors of, you can name any 5 sponsors and exhibitor, as a matter of fact, as the case might be. Have you guys scanned? Are you on Slido? What do you see on the first page? Okay. So, Dami, are we ready? After 3, are we ready? So type the question, the fastest finger wins. 1, 2, 3. This is not the one we talked about, though. Didn't you receive the question, Davi? What do you mean you didn't receive the question? Cyprian, did you give the question to him? Oh, no, somebody has typed 23 already. You guys, calm down, calm down. This was not the question we had. Please don't use this question tomorrow. Please give him the question. All right, please, this does not count. And this, Popular Benny. Who is this one? Who typed this one? Let me see the person. Who typed it? Chika Onwosu. Who is Chika Onwosu? Okay, please strike that out. And then Cyprian, please, we had planned this better than this. Please, can we have this fully coordinated? We want to be out of here in the next 5 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was not a question that was supposed to come up. I thought I heard them say, when they heard me say that the answer is 2, they should know that it can be 5. All right, this is the human element, especially in things like this. So are we ready again? Please, Dami, can we go quickly? Are your fingers on your phone tabs? You who don't want to answer, please, we are not playing the game again. I wish you win it, my dear. Thank you very much. You make the job easy for me. Are we ready? Dami, are you ready? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to wrap up today. We want to make sure that one of you win the phone before we go home so that we get a question right. One more time. If your eyes are sharp and very sharp, your eyes are the sharpest, and you know your eyes are sharp, even as you're watching the screen. I'm giving you some clues just to help your ministries. If your eyes are sharp, you will see what I'm saying. Because the question we are going to ask, we already have the answer. Dami, are we ready? This shouldn't take much time, please. You know, this is just to get this ready. Are we ready, please? Put it up on the screen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please make sure you go with that hashtag code because that will give you access. Please, can you scan all over again? And as soon as you're ready, let me know and tell me you are ready. Okay, please make sure, thank you so very much, Dee. Make sure you write your names at the end of your answer. Your names must be full. Not one syllabus name. Don't come and tell me Jumoke, it won't qualify. If it's Jumoke, let it be Jumoke Majeko Dumi, the complete name that is on your passport or on your ATM card or your bag. Are we ready? You sure? All right, ladies and gentlemen, just hold on. Let me quickly announce this. Are we ready? No, wait, I didn't say you should write your name now. Jessica, you ought to win this phone. I didn't say you should write your name. You will wait for the question. Ninja. This is what Tinubu has cost. You understand fuel is now 1,003 or thereabout. My dear, it's high time for us to go and get camels. You know. Are we ready? Please clear the screen. We are starting all over again. No. We are using this, but these are not the answers. You see, next time I will disqualify the two of you because you didn't see a question. You will respond to a question. Are you ready? Are we good? So please forgive these two. Where is Jessica and Kemi? Where are they? They won't hands off right now, I know. All right, remember, we have the Center for Finance, Technology, and Entrepreneurship is giving out free coupon codes to earn an industry-accredited finance certificate. And then with this coupon code, you can gain most in-demand skills to excel in the tech-driven world of finance. The coupon code is NFW2024, and then we are going to broadcast the link or have that shared so that you have an idea for you to take an advantage of that. All right, so right away, we are going to broadcast that after the raffle draw has been made. So go back, Dami, let's have the question now. After 3, you post the question. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? Are we ready? All right, so Dami, please let's have the question. 1, 2, 3. Fastest finger after the question. Name the 2 organizers of the Nigerian Fintech Week 2024. I told you earlier on, if your eyes were sharp, it was on the board. If your eyes are very sharp, it's still on the board. It's still on the platform. The first person to answer is the winner of the mobile phone. Please, can I have Shehu to be on standby to make that presentation? Name the 2 organizers of the Nigeria Fintech Week 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, can we now please hands up? And then let me have the name of the first person who typed the answer correctly. The answers, ladies and gentlemen, are as follows. Fintech NGR, which is Fintech Association of Nigeria. And the second answer is Fintech Associates Limited. You see the answers here now. Look at 1, 2, Aha, I was telling you that if your eyes were sharp enough, you will see the answer. That is the answer 1 and 2. Ladies and gentlemen, Dami, please, who is the first person to respond to our question? Please, can you come up and make that announcement? While I have Dami, Sheung to come up to present the second phone for today. Please come with our phone and make sure that it is well sealed. So who is the first person? After the question, who is the first person after the question? These people were, I told you if your name is not under that, you've lost it. Who is the first person? Is this the first? Anonymous. Hi. Damin, please, can you come announce the first after the question, please? Or else we might have to redo this, and I'm not ready for that to be redone. Who is the first name? No first name for the first one. Nobody got the question correct. Fintech NGO, Fintech Association. Go down, go to the first top one, After the question, let us see the first person or the second person, as the case might be, after the question, please. After the question, let's have who the first person was. After the question, this one was saying Okpolo. Oh, wow. Well, this is riot. I'm following the technical guys. This person who is feeding that. All right. From the question time, which was what? No, he has not passed the question. These are answers now. Go up, go up, go up, go up. After the question, can we have it? After the question, we don't have a winner, please. Can you stand by? Where is the question? This is the question, right? So anything from here is disqualified. So please, can you go to the next? Where's the question? Oh yeah, go to the next one. Who is the first? Dami, can you show me the answers? The responses. From here? Okay, so Zenith Okpolo, Usman Olamide, Phil, Anonymous, who are we, and Wema? Phil, go down, Phil. This is, hold on. Debbie Osage actually said Fintech Nigeria and Fintech. No, that is disqualified. IPNS, go. No. Go. Hold on. This person actually had Fintech Association of Nigeria and Fintech Taiwo Akinnawo. No, that is wrong. The answer is Fintech Association of Nigeria and Fintech Associates Limited, and that is that one she doesn't qualify. That is Simi Sola. Simi, where are you? Carry your hands up. The answer, go back. This is the answer. The answer is Fintech Association of Nigeria, or what do you call that? Fintech NGR, but it must come up with this name. And then the next person is Fintech Associates. Simi Sola apparently happens to be part of the team, so she doesn't qualify. So go down. Sorry about that, Simi. Richard, no. We need to, no. No. Now, this person says Fintech NGS. You missed it. Go down. Hold on. Fintech NGR, Fintech Association. You missed it. Go down. We have to go down. Fintech Association, go down. This person, Fintech NGR. No. Go down. Now, we have Fintech Association of Nigeria and Fintech NGR. Sorry, that is one and the same company. Next time you will listen. Hold on. Fintech NGR, Fintech Association. No, that is one question. No. The answer is, listen, ladies and gentlemen, the answer is Fintech Association of Nigeria and or / Fintech NGR. And the second answer is Fintech Associates Limited. That is the second answer. Not Felicity. No. Now, this person, who is this? By this time, we've announced the answer, isn't it? So we have to disqualify this particular one. Sheung, can we give them another question? Just 2 answers, because we have to go home with that phone. So this round is disqualified. Nobody won it. Do you guys want to go home? Please go home. Please go home. You want to win this phone? Okay. All right. Dami, let's have another question. Mr. Sheung, please give us another question. Please listen to me. When you respond, make sure your spellings are correct. Make sure the words are right. And I will give you the answer. If I hear you argue, I will disqualify you if your name comes up. All right? So we are going to retake that because it looks like somebody wants to go home with this phone. I was already excited that I was going to join them, you know. And then Simi went to go and do what she did. Okay. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's have another question. Mr. Sheung has given another question. Hold on, we want to do some organizers. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? This one is very easy. So when you were in school, they tell you to pay attention in class. You begin to understand that examination matters. Why we take some of this. All right, please let us have the Slido back up so that we can quickly do this, and we're calling today a day. We already got far past our time. Are we ready? Dami? Slido. The question also is still 2 answers, and that will be fastest finger. Can we have the Slido QR code with the hashtag so that these people don't sacrifice me here? All right, remember to sign in and make sure you use this or you scan. Quickly, as soon as you're ready, let me hear we are ready. Are we ready? Are we ready? Have you scanned? Have you uploaded? Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, now listen to the question attentively. Listen to the question attentively. Dami, please make sure we find out who the first responder is with the correct answer. Please. The question, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. The question, ladies and gentlemen, please make sure you put your name as well. Are we ready? Please, let's have the question now. Name 2 of the panelists in the first morning section. Name 2 speakers or panelists in our first panel keynote session. Name 2 speakers from the first panel session today. Not yesterday or not tomorrow, today. I see some people are consulting encyclopedia. It's okay, you can consult as long as you are able to. All right, who do we have here? I think we had the first responder. Hold on. Agbola David actually was the one who responded first. And then that is Mary Karena and David Afolayan. So is it Atonda who responded first? Dami, is it the person who responded first? Also, please, sorry? Are you Atonda? Okay. All right, what's the name of the person who responded first again? I called him, I've forgotten just now. Agbola, right? Who is the person here? Where is the person who responded first? Can you go back to that first responder? Yeah, Agbola David. Hold on. No. Where is Agbola David? Agbola David is online. David Afolayan is correct. Mary Karema is correct. Is Agbola David here in the hall? Agbola David is not in the hall. So how come Agbola David was able to get on the screen? He is highly disqualified. Who is the next name? What's the next name after Agbola David? Ladies and gentlemen, please, this is serious business. I don't want any of my vendors participating. You are not qualified for this. This is for the delegates. We will have to repeat it again, please. I don't want any vendors. This matters a lot. We are dealing with integrity here. So please draft in another question, please. If we don't get it right, you will accuse us for not being transparent. None of our vendors or technical teams are qualified to participate, not even me. Sorry, sir, I've canceled it. So sorry. Please, we are going next again. Come and take the question. These phones are expensive. You don't want to get into a situation where somebody says that you favored another person. No, we have to do it right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. The cheapest phone is about 250,000. And that's somebody's salary in a month. Dami, he has the question. Let us get the Slido up for that one all over again. Please, let us get this. Let it be the last one, and let us move on. Please clear this. Yes, we will scan. We have to scan to have a new page open. So, Dami, please, can we create another Slido app for this final one, hopefully? Please, those who don't qualify in participating in this particular draw do not qualify. So please, let's all be mindful. Because of integrity and transparency's sake, you know where we are is Nigerian Fintech Week. We do things according to ethics, and we do not compromise. And every one of you here who is seated here are the ones who stand the chance of winning the phone. Those who are online, I don't know how you're going to happen to do that, but the people in the house here who have kept me till this time, this is amazing. Are we ready? Cyprian, when you're coming, bring the phone so that they see what they want to win. I think that will help them, that will ginger their spirits. And what? Sorry, I've left. Please, we have two screens. In case you are not seeing a QR code in one, you will see on the other one. All right? So let's have the Slido code up first, and then we will have the question. Please bring the phone when you're coming. Excuse me. we have the QR code now, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to go. Dami, are we ready? All right. So now, who is responding? Nobody should respond. Who is Tolua? Please, no responses, no responses. No responses, please, so that we can be out of here. Dami, are you ready? Please, can you post the question? 1, 2, 3, go. Name the moderator and one panelist from the last panel session today. Go. Who is the first responder with the name, the moderator and one panelist? The first person to please share the screen. Let's have that. 11 participants are typing. So we have, please make sure the names are full. All right, so hold on. This Asiya Yunus got it wrong. This person, go back. The one on top of Asiya. Now, who is Muhibuddin Zainab Olamide got Abiola, the moderator, Jim, all right, and the Karituko. Please, who is the person? Who is the winner? Shall we please, let's present this phone to this Hajiya. She finally got it right. Congratulations. Please come up. Can I have Mr. Shehu to please come up and present this? Congratulations. We have to call it a day. Tomorrow we have special packages on ground, so make sure you come in. You're a student? Wow. Fantastic. Congratulations. Please come here. And please put your hands together for her. Yeah, look at them. I hope you did not cheat. Okay, all right. Over to you. Hold on, Sam.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. So we want to thank you all for staying put up till now, and thank you for actively participating in the poll that produced us as the winner. On behalf of the organizers of Nigeria Fintech Week, Fintech NGR and Fintech Associate Limited, we're happy to present this to you as the winner of the raffle for day 2 at Nigeria Fintech Week 2024 edition. Thank you.
Congratulations, Ajia Muyidin, Abi Muyibudin. That name is very full. This is a student who is paying attention in class. She wrote her name full so that with the third name self, so that there's no confusion. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we call the tour a wrap. Tomorrow we have other special packages. Thank you very much. Please drive home safely. And then until we see you again tomorrow. God bless. Samidov, over to you guys.